welcome to the December 15th, 2020 meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. We'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Murillo.
Here. And Ms. Harmon is on her way, I understand. She's coming from Finance Committee. Thanks.
Thank you.
I know that Councilmember Sneddon is in her office, so she might be having a technical issue, but she is here.
Very good. Noted.
I thought I heard her voice, no? Okay. We have a quorum, we'll go forward. Mr. Casey, are there any changes to our agenda? I know we're trying to schedule an appeal. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no changes to the agenda. When we get to the consent calendar, we want to modify the setting the date appeal item, but I'll just cover that when we get to consent.
Thank you. And Ms. Sneddon is present. We see her. Thank you. We will go to public comment. This is for items that are not on our official agenda. We have a long agenda, but happy to hear what people have to say. Items not on the agenda. So, Ms. Clerk, is anyone raising their hand for this open public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have a few hands raised. We have Anna Marie Gott and then Stephen Abbey. And I'll confirm with Mr. Abbey if he wants to speak on public comment or an item. I'm not sure on that one. So
okay, let's give everyone 3 minutes then. Thank you.
Very good. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. So I know that you have later on an item that is concerning the shutdown for the county, as well as combining the 3 counties. But this item is what I'm about to talk about is just a slightly different. First, I would like to mention that I find it really disconcerting that we have restaurants or other food establishments that are throwing out patio dining and setting up all of their tables and throwing out their umbrellas on the street when we're not supposed to be allowing sit-in dining. So I think that's something that you need to be aware of and that you should be directing your land use individuals here in the city to make sure that that is not happening. The next thing is that, you know, I understand why you might want to combine, you know, multiple counties, but I would just want to reiterate to everyone, but that's a separate item. But what I want to reiterate to all of you is that the most important thing that all of you should be working on right now and donating money to is to make sure that we have in Georgia 2 Democratic senators that are elected, because they are literally going to be the only people that are going to help us pass all of the bills that we need to ensure that our city gets reimbursed for costs related to the pandemic, so that the businesses can actually get funding related to the pandemic so that they can keep their doors open or get money to reopen their doors. That's the most important thing. So I want to know from all of you, have you donated the maximum amount personally and through your political contributions that you've received in the past to ensure those individuals get elected? Have you reached out to the people that you know so that they can do phone calls and make other political contributions to the individuals in Georgia that need the money now so that we can actually get 2 more senators elected? Because we need both of them to do anything in Congress. We need both of them to actually do anything with the Biden administration to make sure that we get the money and the funding that we need. And right now, I don't believe when I've looked at all of the money that you guys have in your bank account that are posted online, I don't see any money going to these organizations, and they should be. And I don't see anything on your Facebook accounts telling people to go out and donate or volunteer time. Thank you.
Very good. Another speaker, Ms. Clerk, for general public comment?
Yes, our next speaker is Stephen Abbey. Mr. Abbey, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Okay. Hello, City Council members. My name is Stephen Abbey, and I'm a local business owner. And I spoke to you briefly last week on the subject of vitamin D and COVID. And I would like to continue that conversation today. I sent you each some supporting documents via email this morning. There is now overwhelming evidence showing the drastic impact that vitamin D can have on the outcome of a COVID patient. In the email this morning, I included a few of these studies, but there are many, many more. These studies show that you not only lower the incidence of contracting COVID by almost 50%, if you do contract, you do substantially lower the severity of the outcome, and you even more drastically lower the death rate. In the German study that I sent you this morning, the death rate was lowered by 93% for people with substantial levels of vitamin D compared to inadequate levels. You can buy a year's worth of vitamin D at wholesale cost for less than $6. Again, that's a year's worth. You will rarely see such a huge bang for such a small buck. I also sent you the CDC's analysis of the vitamin D status of Americans. Only 5% were at the optimal amount, with Hispanics and African Americans having the least optimal status. I believe this is a factor in why they have 3.7 times the hospitalization rates and 2.8 times the mortality rates from COVID. I want to personalize this with my story about my dear aunt, Aunt Jo, who's 82 years old. She went to a naturopath earlier this year and was tested for her vitamin D level. And fortunately, she was found out to be low, so she could deal with it. She started taking 4,000 IUs of vitamin D per day and was rechecked. Her levels were very good. A month ago, she went to a gathering with close friends, and somebody there had COVID, and 2 of her friends came down with it, and she did as well. Both of her friends ended up in the hospital, one for a week and one for a day. She was sick for 10 days, but made a full recovery without any real issues. We all know this is a very anecdotal story, but the studies fully support this type of outcome. So here are my ideas and requests. First, I would urge you to make a public comment for people to get sensible, non-burning amounts of sun on a regular, if not even daily basis. Second, publicly recommend taking vitamin D supplements, creating a pamphlet on the amount to take and how often. I can help guide you with this in collaboration with whatever medical advisor you guys use. Third, make a high quality but inexpensive vitamin D supplement available to the vulnerable and disadvantaged members of our community. Fourth, do a population scale study. This would not be hard, and I can help with this for free, to demonstrate to other communities how to substantially lower the impact of COVID in an extremely inexpensive way. Finally, I would really like to have the opportunity to speak with any or all of you regarding this information. I'm just touching the tip of the iceberg here. I will donate my time and even help financially to seed this program. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Abbey. Ms. Clerk, we're having trouble with our timer, but I'll keep track on my timer here in Chambers. Go ahead, please. Any other speakers?
Yes, we have Rennie Dean Strong. Rennie Dean Strong, please go ahead. Rennie Dean Strong, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Okay, okay. Hello, Mayor, Council, County Board of Supervisors. I spoke out today to the constituents. My name is Rennie Dean Strong. I live there in Santa Barbara, but I am not currently there. I exposed the lies about this corporate government, the Great Reset, which is all about this this Agenda 21, 2030. You know, the Great Reset is about what they're doing to create the chaos that they've created. These politicians, sadly enough, they've all are a part of Operation Paperclip, which is Nazis came to America, paid CIA clandestine operatives and operations. So this is also about, as you know about Mark of the Beast, this is about everybody getting vaccinated, everybody getting microchipped. We need to have more people. If I'm the next one and I just happen to get on and I'm the only one speaking up, since I spoke at the beginning of this year about this, when Ms. Alejandra Gutierrez, you were in the region where I lived, and Dos Williams is the county mayor. But this is a big, you know, if you look at this Milpas corridor, I've walked up and down there. I've talked to people. I've lived behind the Taco Bell in Milpas for a couple years, and I live off of Lou Dillon. And so I'm very familiar with that town. I'm very familiar with the council speaking to you guys 32 times now. And we need to stop this globalist agenda. We need to say no to these vaccinations. You need to be pushed through. By the way, businesses, you will not get fined. You can, if you push it all the way through. Trust me, right here in front of you, these characters that they're playing these parts is about controlling the people. It's not about safety, and you need to continue to go on and do not wear your mask. Go into the Milpas Trader Joe's, talk to them, because I actually have a video, Milpas Corridor on Facebook, and speaking out about this injustice, and it's still being pushed through. So God bless everybody, and it's time to us to break through. I'm not sure how much time I have left, but so we need to really speak up and backbone up and say no to these vaccinations, and we need to be speaking their First Amendment loud and clear, folks. I love you, and I do this for my kids, grandchildren, and all of yours. So we need to break through these lies. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Wennick. Lindsay Wennick, and she is our final speaker on public comment on items not on the agenda. Lindsay Wennick, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Lindsay, and I just wanted to bring to your attention the concern I have for our bus drivers. They do have passengers boarding from the back of the bus, but there are times where they have to assist our citizens coming onto the bus, and the CDC does recommend that a plastic strip barrier maybe be placed for those drivers who have to come in contact directly with riders, or that they should be the next in line as required to receive the vaccination. And I just want to make sure that somebody on the council would acknowledge or say that they too should be covered. There have been a few drivers that have already contracted COVID, and I just have a grave concern for these hardworking people that do put themselves out on the front lines and do this daily. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you so much.
Much appreciated. Is that our final speaker? We'll close public comment and move on to our consent calendar. Ms. Clerk, you have items to read, I think?
I do. All right, item 1, adoption of an ordinance approving restatement of loans secured by property located at 125 West Carrillo Street, Hotel de Riviera. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a restated loan agreement, deed of trust, and covenant on property located at 125 West Carrillo Street with Riviera Hotel, Inc., a California nonprofit public benefit corporation, and authorizing the community development director to execute such agreements as necessary. Item 2, adoption of ordinance prohibiting heavy vehicles on Samarkand Drive, Stanley Drive, Vernon Road, and Arden Road. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending chapter 10.60 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by the amendment of section 10.60.040 to prohibit heavy vehicles on portions of Samarkand Drive, Stanley Drive, Vernon Road, and Arden Road. Item 3, introduction of an ordinance adopting the city of Santa Barbara's Stormwater BMP Guidance Manual and amending Chapter 22.87 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code relating to stormwater management. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the City of Santa Barbara's Stormwater BMP Guidance Manual and amending Chapter 22.87 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code relating to stormwater management. Item 4, adoption of an ordinance for a supplemental lease agreement with National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the waterfront director to execute a supplemental lease agreement extending the lease term for additional 5 years with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration located at 113 Harbor Way, commencing on June 1, 2021. And number 5, council approval of implementation of salary increase due to California minimum wage increase and amendment of maximum hourly rate for limited and hourly positions. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 20-048, the position and salary control resolution for fiscal year 2021, affecting the salary range for certain hourly positions effective December 19th, 2020.
Thank you. Any council members? Mr. Casey, something to add at this juncture?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also think we need to read item 9. That appears to need to be read as well. And so I'll let the clerk do that after I'm done. But for item 14, setting a date for a public hearing regarding the Planning Commission's decision to grant a coastal development permit for bicycle share stations in the coastal zone. We inadvertently set the date without confirming with the appellant that that date would work for them. We apologize for that. We would like to modify that date to January 26th, which is acceptable to both the applicant and the appellant. So we would just like to make that adjustment to item 14 to set the date for the appeal to January 26th.
We'll include that in any motion, Mr. Casey. Ms. Clerk, would you read item 9 into the record then?
Yes. Item 9, statement of investment policy and delegation of investment authority for calendar year 2021. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the investment policy for the city and rescinding resolution number 19066.
Thanks. Councilmember Jordan, did you want to pull an item?
Nope, if nobody else is going to pop up, I'll move the consent calendar with the change to number 14.
Okay, I'll ask for a second after we hear if there's public comment. Ms. Clerk, anyone raising their hand for the consent calendar items?
Madam Mayor, we do have a few raised hands. We have Ms. Gott for item 14 and a few other folks. I will reach out and see if they do wish to speak on consent.
Would you read item 14 into the record, and we'll take Ms. Gott first, and then we'll see what else people want to talk about. Thank you.
Item 14, set a date for public hearing regarding Planning Commission's decision to grant a coastal development permit for bike share stations in the coastal zone.
Ms. Scott.
Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for getting the date changed. I appreciate it, and for making sure that we actually in the future perhaps have a different process for getting these dates. I would like to note that I did receive a phone call from Mr. Dayton about 3 minutes before this meeting started today, wanting to discuss the 2 dates that I actually had thrown out, which is the 26th of February, 26th of January, and I believe it was the 6th of February. While I did prefer the February date, and I made that clear to the city clerk, I just want it noted that when I received a phone call from Mr. Dayton, he basically told me that that he needed the 26th because he feared that I might actually appeal the decision to the Coastal Commission if I didn't like the decision. I don't know if I'm going to appeal to the coastal decision or not, and he wanted me to make a decision when I picked up the phone for him before he would actually approve either date. And he was available either in the February date or in the January date. And one of his comments to me was he feared that if I appealed the decision, that B-Cycle may determine within 3 months that it takes to get to Coastal Commission that they needed to go out of business. So this is a multi-billion-dollar company. It's on the stock exchange. They have plenty of resources, and for them to make a decision on if they're going to throw bikes anywhere in the coastal zone, you know, and have a delay of 3 months, if there is such an appeal, is kind of ridiculous. You know, and having me decide before having you actually even hear an appeal, if I'm going to make another appeal to the Coastal Commission, is also ridiculous. So I just want that basically in the record and for you guys to think about, because I'm being asked well in advance of a hearing in front of you guys to make a decision if I'm going to appeal your decision, which I don't even know what it's going to be, to Coastal Commission or not. And that was the basis of their decision if the Transportation Department wanted to have this hearing in the last day of January, or the first week of February. It's a really poor decision-making process, and it's a poor policy process if this is how you guys are trying to get appeals set. So I just want to throw that out there. I obviously would like to have the first week of February as the date, but I am understanding of the need for the Transportation Department to try to figure out how to avoid an appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other? Okay, thanks.
Madam Mayor and Council, we have a few speakers on item 13, and that's contract with National Demographics Corporation for demographic services related to the 2021 electoral redistricting program.
Okay.
And I'll pull them up, and that is
Are you aware that I work
Gail Teton Landis and Christian Alonso. So Gail Teton Landis, let me pull you up. Okay, Gail Teton Landis, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm hoping that the council would consider looking at more than one demographer. Unfortunately, just last year, National Demographics Corporation and their principal, Douglas Johnson, were found to have fabricated data to support a Republican redistricting plan in North Carolina. In that case, Wake County Superior Court Judge Paul Ridgway, who led the panel, said North Carolina's rules for expert witnesses say that, quote, his opinions must be the product of reliable methods and principles, and the principles used by Dr. Johnson were not reliable, unquote. Also, at a recent County Redistricting Commission meeting, there was incorrect information regarding Hispanic Latino residents. One could easily Google 2019 American Community Service Santa Barbara County data to obtain the correct information. The NDC memo stated that Hispanic Latino residents in the county wide is 39.4%, when in fact it's 46%. So I'm just encouraging you to listen or to seek out more than one demographer. Thank you.
Very good. Very good. Another speaker?
Yes, the next speaker is Christian Alonso. Christian Alonso, please go ahead. Christian Alonso, you can't, there you go.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Mayor Murillo and council members. Thanks so much for your time today. My name is Christian Alonso and I live in the current 6th district. So shout out to Council Member Harmon. I've been paying close attention to all of the local redistricting efforts that are taking place in our community. And I wanted to voice some concerns here that I don't think in hindsight were really considered with the County Independent Redistricting Commission. So it's through that commission that I learned about many of the serious concerns about the National Demographics Corporation and their work in other cities. In particular, and you've already heard about it from the previous speaker, I find it really disturbing that NDC was only recently found to have falsified data in the North Carolina County, where they were basically accused of helping to gerrymander districts in favor of a political party. A 3-judge panel in that case unanimously tossed out their demographic work for being inaccurate. There are also other documented concerns and reports that their data in other cities, counties, and school districts has been used to reduce the representation of Latino voters in those communities. So the reason I bring this up is that it really appears that with this pending contract with NDC that the city manager hasn't done their due diligence on available vendors. This contract is a sole source contract, which means we haven't requested proposals from firms that also do this type of demographics work for the purpose of redistricting. So we really need folks in our community to have confidence in the redistricting process. And if we move forward with this contract without getting bids from other vendors, perhaps some firms with better reputations than NDC, then I feel like we are not doing service to confidence in the redistricting process. So even if you ultimately decide to move forward with NDC, I think people in the community would be more comfortable if we actually did our due diligence here and reviewed a couple of other vendors, hopefully with better reputations than NDC, and then made a decision on how to move forward from there. So today I urge you to not approve this sole source contract today, but instead please request proposals for other firms that do this type of work. We have other cities like the city of Goleta that have done this, and many other special districts around our California and the country. So thank you so much.
Another speaker, Ms. Clerk, on this particular item?
Yes, an additional speaker, Nadia Abunashab. Nadia, let me find you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Nadia Abushanab, and I'm the Advocacy Director for SB CAN, the Santa Barbara County Action Network. We support efforts relating to environmental and social justice, and I'm speaking today to echo others' concerns regarding the sole source contract with the National Demographics Corporation. SB CAN has been involved in redistricting for many cycles, and we've been actively monitoring the County Independent Redistricting Commission. We know there have been many concerns raised about the NDC and their work in other areas, including the controversy in North Carolina, where they are accused of helping gerrymander to prefer a specific political party, and their demographic work was thrown out in that case for being inaccurate. Other cities, such as Davis, California, have already canceled their contracts with NDC in light of this information. We are concerned about reports that their data in other cities, counties, and school districts have been used to reduce the power of Latino voters. And we urge you not to approve this sole source contract today, but instead request other proposals from other firms that do this type of work, as the city of Goleta and many other special districts have already done. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any other speakers on number 13, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I have sent brief, okay, sorry. Yes, Doug Johnson. Doug Johnson, please go ahead.
Thank you.
So, hi, this is Doug Johnson from National Demographics. I just got a call saying there were concerns raised, and so I wanted to make myself available to address whatever concerns have been raised. As the council knows from our work with the city and with every other city that's gone through this process in the county, we are a completely nonpartisan firm. There are lots of rumors going around about demographic data that we did being tossed out, all false. No demographic data we've ever done has been tossed out. What's happening is people are confusing some expert witness work we did where after the redistricting was done, which we had nothing to do with, there was litigation where we were brought in to do some expert testimony. And so folks are implying that the original lawsuit was because of our work. We had nothing to do with the mapping. We had nothing to do with the drawing of the maps in North Carolina, simply testified as expert witnesses in that case. And in fact, just very briefly, and then I'm happy to answer any questions you have. We've done, I think we recently passed 300 redistricting projects, and not a single NDC map has ever been overturned by a court or by the U.S. Department of Justice. And in fact, only 3 of those 300 have ever been challenged, and we won on every challenge. So none of our data has been tossed in any redistricting project or anything like that. This is all people jumbling up different stories and coming out with an interesting thing. And I think it's been mentioned, we appreciate the Santa Barbara Independent did correct their story to remove their completely inaccurate reference to falsifying data or anything like that. So happy to address any questions anyone on the council has.
I'll start with a question, Mr. Johnson, that if we put out an RFP, would you apply for it? That seems to be the suggestions here today.
Well,
and it's Mayor Murillo speaking. Thank you.
Yes, I can see it. Thank you, Mayor. You know, I have to see what the RFP said and what the terms were in the situation. And of course, that would put us behind by a couple months of where we'd be in the cycle. So if the council wants to do it, it's certainly a choice, and I would certainly consider applying for it. Keep in mind, there's only, you know, 4 or 5 firms in the state that do this work, and you've been through this process before in selecting a demographer. So happy to respect your choices, though.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon has a question for you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for calling in and being available to us. So I just have a question about how much leeway is there in the process? I mean, how much data is there that would even be throw out a bowl? I mean, is it census data and these are just being adjusted, or we're talking about complete redistricting potential, or
I'm not sure what you mean. You're talking about the data that we use?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, as you probably remember from last time, we are 100% transparent. We share all of our data from day one with anyone who wants it. You know, it is public records. So it's a combination of census data, data from the California statewide database, which is put together by the state, and then American Community Survey data from the Census Bureau. But it is all confirmable by the public. You know, in 300 projects, we have had projects where something went wrong in the database, someone raised it, we immediately fixed it. That's the beauty of being transparent, is people spot it and fix it long before it's a problem.
Okay, thank you. And I think maybe only one of us was here the last time, so none of us actually know the process as it was before. So thank you for answering that.
I'm happy to.
Mr. Jordan, and then Ms. Harmon. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Johnson, I kind of have the same question, but let me phrase it a different way. And I don't know anything I'm talking about in this regard, so that's my disclaimer. But when I look at the maps, around the edges, they have some, you know, Mike Jordan language, goobers, where they jut out here and there unnaturally. They're not straight lines. My impression, just as a layman, is that's where the adjustments are going to be made, just to reflect 500 or 1,000 or some number of the 15,000 that was in the prior district came in or out of the district. Is that kind of a layman's expectation of this?
Ideally, yes. That is, you know, we want to keep the lines as closely matched to neighborhoods and things like that as we can. We are limited by how the Census Bureau draws what they call their census blocks, which normally match up to a city block. So it's pretty straightforward. We did run into a big problem last time in Santa Barbara where the Bureau had not updated its census block lines over on the east side of town. So the heavily Latino Flats area was in the same census block as the much more expensive and totally different demographically houses up on the hill. So we do sometimes have to get into some highly, highly technical work to clean that up and to make things work for your neighborhoods. But ideally, yes, we do want to be as compact as possible within the other rules.
Then I have one more quick question too, kind of related to timeline. I had some notes somewhere, but my recollection is something's got to be done by April. Maybe it's the sitting of the group of the judges, and then something's got to be done by October. An RFP would, to me, sounds like it would take 30 to 60 days just to do that process. How does all that work into that required timeline? It seems really challenging to me already.
Honorable Mayor, if I might interrupt, this is
I
Ariel
was,
Coleman.
Yeah, I know our city attorney had, go ahead, sir. If you don't mind,
thank-
Mr. Jordan, we're going to hear from the city attorney. Thanks.
Thank you. I apologize for not being present fully, but after hearing public comment, I thought it essential that I explain to the city council that our decision to work with National Demographics came out of our extraordinary citywide success in 2015 with their work designing the original districts. I think anyone who participated in that process realized that the technical solutions they created opened access to literally dozens of people creating their own maps, and it created a vibrant process. So I'm saddened that internet political innuendo might interfere with a recommendation I am making and Mr. Casey is making based on our actual experience with National Demographics and Mr. Johnson. Having said that, Mr. Jordan, we'll get the census data by April. We'll have the independent districting commission in place before then. What's yet to be determined is the pattern of public hearings, 4 of which must be conducted at a minimum before the maps are adopted, including one that has to be at night or on a weekend.
Okay.
I think those were, I guess I would, if you'd more clearly just tell me it's a challenge now, it's not a challenge now, or if it really be a challenge from a timeline if we pause to do an RFP.
It would be an insurmountable challenge to change the situation we have with National Demographics.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I can add one last thing too.
Please.
This is Doug Don. Just if it helps reassure the council, we were hired by Santa Maria, by Lompoc. We did the demographic analysis for Goleta, as was mentioned, they're up for RFP. We did Carpinteria, Valley Water, we did Oxnard, we did Ventura, we did Ojai. So every jurisdiction in the county, every city in the county that's gone with the demographer has chosen us. So if that's any reassurance to you.
If you would stand by for a question from Ms. Harmon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I guess my question was answered. To confirm, it is an insurmountable challenge to open an RFP. I guess my concern with this is just in general, and I don't mean to cast any aspersions. I don't have particular knowledge about this situation, but in general, I think it's always good from a transparency point of view and from a confidence perspective that we open up opportunity for people to submit their applications. So I just want to make doubly sure, as Councilmember Jordan did, that there's just no opportunity to do so. And again, I'm not speaking about NDC or any particular company, just that I have an interest in opening things up to as many people as possible, because I think with competition comes the best results. So can we just get that doubly confirmed, and then I can
Mr.
feel
Casey?
confident? Thank you.
I can take that, Madam Mayor, if I might. Councilmember Harmon, we were considered one of the fortunate people to engage National Demographics early last spring. As I mentioned on December 8th, the success of the California Voting Rights Act has led to a change from a few handfuls of agencies doing districting to hundreds of agencies doing districting. So the demand out there would be overwhelming. Taking that into account, we really felt we had an A team the last time we did it. So at this point, I would be worried that the results of an RFP, even if we did it in a hurry, might lead to someone who hadn't booked time for us 7, 8 months ago and would create other kinds of problems.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kwan. Ms. Harmon, I appreciate what you're saying about the openness of having an RFP, but I was on the council back in that time period, and NDC did a very good job for us. And I want the public speakers to know that they've been heard and that we share their concern. And I mean, I've heard from Mr. Johnson today, but the community was very happy back when we made the lines originally. So it's up to us. Does anyone want to make we should vote on this separately. If someone is objecting to us using NDC.
Madam Mayor, let me just go ahead and clear the field and pull my premature motion for the consent calendar. We'll just get that out of the way and start over when public comment and people are ready to talk about individual items.
Okay, so your motion is pulled. It was kind of in suspension there, but I don't see anyone raising an objection to 13 as written. So we'll move on to other items. 13 then, Ms. Gorman?
Madam Mayor, we do have one additional speaker on item 13.
I guess it's okay. That should be the last one on that item. We had public comment and discussion, so.
Excuse me, it's two speakers.
We'll listen to them then. Thank you.
And this is Anna Marie Gott and then Mark Tutilo. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. I was just going to make the suggestion that before you make a decision on this particular item today, that you just postpone it until next week.
Can you?
And I'm getting feedback from someone's got their computer on. Can we restart this? Because I can't concentrate.
I think maybe, do you have your computer on?
No, it's muted. I will try again. I was just going to make the suggestion, council members, that you bring this item back for the consent calendar next week with a brief description countering everything that is out in the public. So the public can actually be reassured that this is the proper, consultant that they want to hire. This would not delay anything. It would not actually require that they go through an RFP process. It would simply allow the concerns of the residents who have concerns. I think that more importantly, though, when the redistricting does occur, that again, as I mentioned in public comment last week, that we go out to the county and that we ensure that the voter list maintenance that actually should be occurring does occur before you guys to go ahead and actually complete the voter list for the next for next year, when we are making a decision on who's going to be in the mayor's seat and who's going to be in District 4 and District 5. Okay. And the reason I'm going to say that again is because we had people that were voting as residents of District 1 and 2 that did not live in those districts and had not lived in those districts for years. We also had people registered as living at a post office box or on the side of a street, and they did not live actually in that district. And that's a problem, because that means that people outside of the district are choosing the representative in a particular district. So that also needs to be addressed. But in this case, with this individual trying to actually get this particular contract, just move it to the next agenda, have the issues that you want addressed in a memo to you, and for everyone in the public, and then make the decision if you are going to require an RFP. It doesn't sound like you need one. Sounds like the city staff is very confident that this is the individual company that you want to hire, but you just really do, in writing, need to provide assurances to the public. Thank you very much.
We'll go to the next speaker, but we're not meeting next week. So Ms. Gott's suggestion is not possible, but there would be a way to circle back on this when we do meet next on the subject. The next speaker and the final speaker on number 13, please.
And that's Mark Chitilo. And Mark Chitilo, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. Mark Chitilo. I've been a participant and an observer through these processes for over 30 years. I initially signed up to speak and raise many of the concerns that were raised by prior speakers. I've been engaged in the county's process, and many of these same issues and allegations have come up. Mr. Johnson's response was the first refutation that I've heard of those concerns. I think there are many questions that really we deserve to have answers to prior to your council's making a decision. In reviewing for this matter, I saw in the council packet, there is no copy of the contract. There's no explanation of the qualifications of the applicant or the contractor vendor here. And there's an open question, I think, with respect to the timing associated with the need for the data and the services that this vendor is going to provide. As I understand the US Census data, it's not going to be available at the level of granularity that we need, at least for that district or for the county supervisorial redistricting process until late in next year. So it's, but I'm not, I nor members of the public don't understand what is the process of the county, I'm sorry, of the city's redistricting and evaluation of the new census data. So I would concur in the request that this item be continued, that more materials be presented, including the contract at hand, a statement of qualifications of the vendor, and a memo or a delineation from staff outlining the process that we are undertaking, the timeline for that, and the role and significance of this data. So as I understand it, the data is of core and central significance, and it's more than just rolling out the data, but actually using their tools to help define boundaries. And if either of the allegations with respect to Voter Rights Act issues or the alignment with one of the political parties which has embarked on a party of systematic disenfranchisement, if either of those allegations have any merit, I think it's important then to look carefully at the qualifications of this vendor, whether there should be somebody else or additional brackets put on it. So thanks for your consideration of our concerns here. And I think we very much want to see this be done right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chitilo. Our city attorney a couple of weeks ago outlined the whole redistricting process. So we have reviewed that.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, if I might help with Mr. Chitilo, you are absolutely correct. He missed the meeting last week where we laid out those basic steps. I appreciate Mr. Chitilo's restraint on making any further unsupported allegations regarding national demographics. Council, this is an issue that I can't pass by without stating the obvious. It's no different when we do it than when Sidney Powell does it. National Demographics is an outstanding organization. Mr. Johnson is not a political operative. He is a demographer. He is a scientist. He is a man who is also capable of communicating to the public in an extraordinarily clear and understandable way. My recommendation would be that you approve the contract as recommended. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kwan. Is there any other discussion? Mr. Casey?
Just, Madam Mayor, I also just want to reiterate what our city attorney said, in that we also have the best reference check possible on NDC, and that is having worked with them in very difficult and challenging times of creating districts for the first time for the city of Santa Barbara. They did a great job for us. I think the public enjoyed working with them. The council at the time was pleased with their work, and we ultimately adopted successful districts. And so I think having a personal reference check working directly with that should go quite some way.
Very good. There's no other discussion. We'll move on to other speakers who are waiting to talk about the consent calendar. Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor and Council, that's all the public speakers for consent.
Mr. Jordan, if you would reissue your motion then.
So happy to, unless somebody wants to grab something, and that would be to move to approve the consent calendar with the date change on item 14.
Great. A second from you, Ms. Gutierrez?
I second.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and take a roll call vote on the consent calendar. And thank you to everyone who participated. We appreciate your opinions. Thank you.
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez for the consent calendar, including the date change on item 14. Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous. We've moved the consent calendar forward. Mr. Friedman, if you would give us a report from the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the Finance Committee, we heard the financials and investment report, and also forward that on to the council. It's on the agenda, as well as the comprehensive annual financial report, which is a very wonky document, but I encourage people to read it. There's a lot of great information in there about not only the demographics and economics of our city, but just a lot of just useful information and understanding how our city is run. I look forward to it every year. And thank you to staff for putting it together. And this is the 32nd year, or last year was the 32nd year in a row that we received an award for presentation, and we have all confidence that we will continue on to 33 years. So thank you to staff.
Thanks, Mr. Friedman. The budget is how we think we're going to spend the money, and then the CAFR is how we did spend the money. So it is worth reading. Thank you. Moving on to item number 15. Ms. Clerk, if you would read that, please.
Item 15, Senior Mobile Home Park Protection Interim Urgency Ordinance. Recommendation that the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopt by reading in full and a 4/5 vote an uncodified interim urgency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara prohibiting the conversion of senior mobile home parks and excessive vacancy rent increases.
Great. Who's our staffer? Mr. Henschke, welcome to the meeting. Take it away.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Dan Hinchke, Assistant City Attorney. I'll present a very brief staff report, I hope. At the last council meeting, we heard a great deal of public testimony regarding the Flamingo Mobile Home Park and the potential conversion of that park from its current status as a seniors-only park to a open park that all residents could live in. The council directed the city attorney's office to work with staff to prepare a potential urgency ordinance that would temporarily freeze the status quo and allow council the further opportunity to investigate the issue and adopt appropriate regulations. We've done that. We've presented to you an urgency ordinance that would do two things. They would establish first a prohibition against changing any park that is currently seniors only as defined in the ordinance as either 80% of the spaces being occupied or intended for occupancy by a person of 55 years or older, or 100% of the spaces reserved for occupancy by persons 62 years of age or older. And what the ordinance would do would be prevent any conversion of those mobile home parks to any other use, including an all occupancy or unrestricted occupancy mobile home park. The second thing it would do, and this is an important additional feature, at the last meeting we heard testimony about the adverse impact of a rent increase when parks are, or excuse me, coaches within the park are sold, the mobile homes are sold, and how that the rent increases adversely impacts the residents by essentially taking the equity that they've built up in their mobile home and transferring it to the owner of the park. This issue was brought up by the council when it considered the mobile home overlay zone on October 13th. You asked us to investigate it and to communicate with the park owners on that. We have begun that process, but the testimony that was given by the residents of the Flamingo Park indicated an urgent need to also establish an interim vacancy control on rent increases. And so the ordinances establishes a 10% cap on rent increases when a vacancy occurs within a mobile home park. The ordinance needs to be adopted after reading in full. What will happen next if the council adopts it is there will be a public hearing on January 26th to consider an extension of the ordinance and extension of the restrictions to the period allowed by the planning, the State Planning Act. That concludes my my report. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions from the City Council on this item? Mr. Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Henske, really the kind of the foundational question I have from this after just watching how we got here, and then there was a letter from legal counsel for Flamingo today in our inbox. Just generically, are we standing on good legal ground to do this? So they meaning Flamingo does something, changes their dynamics at the park. We don't like it. We want something else to happen. I have no problem exactly for the remedies that are authorized under your urgency measure procedures. So in line with what government code is, state government code, and in line with city charter, I have no problem to do that. But are we defensible? Do we think, are we in a good defensible position to do this?
In a word, yes.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you. I hate it when my question is longer than your answer, by the way. Thank you.
We don't mind. Ms. Harmon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have just two questions. The first, similar in a similar vein to Mr. Jordan, Mr. Henske. So my understanding about the legality of these types of ordinances is that we should make them generally applicable to parks of a certain type, and then whatever parks fall under that sort of framework would fall under this ordinance. And I'm not understanding whether in this urgency ordinance, if we do that, or are we doing something that's only and specifically applicable to Flamingo?
We drafted the urgency ordinance to address the problem that was presented. And the problem that was presented was the potential loss of current senior housing opportunities through a conversion of the park to some other kind of use. We did not specifically say this ordinance applies only to Flamingo. What we said is this ordinance applies to any park that has that status, that is converting to a different status based upon the evidence that we heard from the residents at Flamingo. And so with regard to the senior issue, it will apply to any park in town that meets the definitions. We know that it applies to Flamingo. I'm not sure about others. I personally am not sure. I've not investigated. With regard to the vacancy control, that issue is a citywide issue, and the harm that results from the increase in the rent applies to any owner, any mobile home where the owner of the mobile home is the tenant for the rent for the space. And I can tell you from experience as a city attorney in cities that had a number of mobile home rent control ordinances with vacancy control, the impact on the residents is significant. The Supreme Court has validated vacancy control. So we've implemented that because it really goes, it's interlinked with the senior issue and what we heard from the residents of Flamingo. It's a long answer. I hope I answered your question.
No, absolutely you did. And I really appreciate it because I think that distinction between general applicability and something that specifically applies to a single park, is really an important distinction, at least from a legal point of view. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Henschke before we open up public comment? I don't see anyone, Mr. Henschke, so stand by, please. Ms. Clerk, are people raising their hands on this item?
Yes,
Number, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have 3 speakers, James Ballantine, Betty Jeppesen, and Sharon Nielsen. If anyone else would like to speak on this issue, please raise your hand. It looks like that's what we have so far.
Thank you.
James Ballantine. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is James Ballantine. I'm an attorney in Santa Barbara. I've been practicing here for 30 years, and the focus of my practice is mobile home law. I represent mobile home park owners and residents throughout the state. I only have 3 minutes, but I did, as Councilmember Jordan indicate, and I'm glad you got my letter, send a letter this morning or this afternoon, I think. I'm sorry for the short notice and its length. That's a product of the fact that we were never actually given the courtesy of notice about this, even though my client's park is directly targeted by this legislation. We only found out about it, so I had a very short time to get you the information that I do. I have to respectfully disagree with your counsel. When he says this is defensible, I think he's wrong. This is not defensible, and if you take this action today, we think you will be opening up the statute of limitations for your mobile home rent control ordinance and potentially result in the loss of it. Council says that vacancy control have been upheld. They have been upheld. They've also been struck down. In fact, your vacancy control ordinance was struck down 30 years ago by the Ninth Circuit, and we think it'll be struck down again if you decide to reenact it. We would urge you, one of the concerns is that we hear all about that you've apparently gotten a lot of information from kind of the other side of the story, but you haven't heard our side of the story. And we don't really know when information has been provided with you, nor have we had an opportunity to respond. That's an unfortunate way to do process. You've got, in addition to the vacancy control matter before you, you've got the rule change matter. The discrimination. We're not quite sure why the city's anxious to discriminate, but the fact of the matter is that my client did something that it had been planning to do since it purchased the park, which was change the rules to end the discrimination to instead of being a senior park, to be a park for all ages. Being a park for all ages is something that is, well, families need housing. The problem with what the council is purporting to do today is that it's really interfering with the rule change, which is a product of state law, the mobile home residency law, as explained in my letter. And it also is in violation of federal law. I cited a case for you, case very similar to this. You might talk to the city of American Canyon. When they did this, they wound up paying the park owner over $500,000 in damages 10 years ago. We really don't want to be in a position where we're speaking to the city through litigation, we'd rather be included in the process, but obviously that hasn't happened. So I would urge caution on this. I would urge a dialogue with the park owner rather than just simply ramming legislation down its throat that really has some legal problems to it. So anyway, the rest of what I have to say is in my letter. I hope you'll have a chance to take a look at it. Thank you very much.
We'll go to the next speaker, but I will note that the park ownership was notified about what we were doing. Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Betty Jeppesen, then Sharon Nielsen, Michael Sorillo, Spencer Engler Coldren, and Terry Bartlett. Betty Jeppesen, please go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Betty Jeppesen, I'm president of the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association. I believe you would agree that there's a real need in Santa Barbara for affordable housing for families with children. The interim urgency ordinance would prevent the addition of housing for those families. The proposed rule change to eliminate any purported age requirement to live in the park would thereby eliminate any discrimination based on age and familial the park for residency by families with children. The proposed ordinance violates federal Fair Housing Act, allows mobile home parks to discriminate on the basis of age and familial only when the park owner satisfies certain requirements with which the previous owner of yes.
Ma'am, you're going in and out. Let's stop your testimony, hear some others, and have you call back in. Ms. Clerk, it's just not fair to Ms. Jeppesen if we can't hear every word she's saying. Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Sharon Nielsen. Sharon Nielsen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council, especially for having us on your agenda today and for considering this action. And I just want to say that the whole aspect of the keeping it to the 55 plus, you know, is great. But I just want, and also the vacancy rent control. But I wanted to point out that something rather key is missing in the consideration, and that is to keep it an owner-occupied park, because what they want to do is turn it into rentals, and rentals would nullify the rent stabilization. So they talk about affordable housing for families, but it's not going to be affordable housing for anybody because there will be no rent stabilization. So, so in terms of, you know, that's something that needs to be added, the owner occupied. And what's really important about the owner occupied is that that's all well and good, but it's basically rendered useless when they define homeowner as they have done, which is a tenant under a rental agreement. A homeowner should be defined as the person on the title. And this is the way they're getting around it. They're defining homeowner as a tenant with a rental agreement. So that means they can move somebody in as a renter. They're considered the homeowner, and it allows them to rent it out rather than being truly owner occupied. So that's just super key. And I hope that you guys are getting that. And with regards to the vacancy rent control, another thing to be considered, because they already increased it 50% from when they purchased the park, is if that could have some retro action back to where it was then, which was more like 800 instead of 1200. And then just the one other thing that I wanted to throw out there was to see if we could also somehow include in this action the issue of the owners not honoring the sight lines. You know, they've moved one unit in already where the sight lines were not honored. They encroached 3 feet on over the sight line towards the other unit. And I don't know who's in charge or who signed off on that or how that happened, but it's there, and their shed is right on the sight line. It's supposed to be set 3 feet back onto their property away from the sight line. So I love that all this is happening, but there are still some holes, and we want to plug all the holes this time like we didn't before. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. That last item, that last consideration might be something for the state to regulate, but certainly our ordinance might include owner occupied. So if this council decides to put this forward today, Mr. Henschke, can you look at the proposed ordinance now to see where owner occupied would be inserted in case we're ready to do that today?
Yeah. Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, would you like me to answer that question now, or do you want me to wait until after all of the public speakers?
After the speakers. I guess I was just telling you if you need to do some word processing, find the location now where you would insert owner occupied. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Michael Cirillo. Michael Cirillo, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Mike Cirillo. I'm a principal in Pacific Current Partners, as well as my firm is Star Management's responsible for the day-to-day operations of the park. A couple of points of clarification. All of the definitions that we have used in our rental documents are defined within the mobile home residency law. We're not coming up with any one-off definitions trying to play games. Secondly, the park has no intention of becoming a rental-only community. Granted, we will seize an opportunity once in a while when one arises, but we have no intention of owning everything. Housing for older persons over the age of 55 needs to be stressed that it's an exemption to the Fair Housing Act. It provides for a way to legally discriminate against persons based on their familial status. As laid out in the Code of Federal Regulations, at least 80% of the occupied units must be occupied by at least one person 55 years of age or older. Additionally, and very important, the housing facility is required to publish and adhere to policies and procedures that demonstrate its intent, and emphasize the word intent, to operate as a housing for older persons over 55. The contemplation of the change in age restriction was first discussed amongst ownership in 2018 when we bought the park. After internal deliberations, ownership decided to initiate the rule change affecting the age limit in the park. This change demonstrates that the ownership of the park no longer has the intent to provide housing for persons who are over 55 or older. We concluded that due to the lengthy list of requirements to maintain the 55-year-old exemption, it was not worth the business risk for us to continue in this vein. We opted to stop discriminating against persons based upon their familial status. There is a need for affordable housing for all ages, and we're responding to that demand. There is no intention whatsoever to discriminate against seniors and force them to move from the park. We follow the procedure laid out in the mobile home residency law concerning a rule change. That process consists of a meet and confer meeting, a discussion of the changes to the rules, and a notice to the residents indicating that the rules have formally been adopted by management. That meeting was held on November 30th. The final rule document was mailed to each resident a few days later, thus closing the loop on the rule change. The park will now commence renting to people of all ages. At the meet and confer meeting, which was held via Zoom due to the COVID pandemic, we had approximately 30 homeowners participate and had a healthy dialogue going over changes to the rules. And frankly, there was no strong objection to the rule change relating to the age requirements. In fact, there was support for the rule change by some of the residents, indicating that they like children and liven the place up.
Thank you, Mr. Cirillo.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Spencer Engler Holdren. Spencer Engler Holdren, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay. Hey, my name is Spencer Engler Coldren. I'm one of the owners of Flamingo Mobile Home Park. And I just wanted to relay from my experience and my knowledge of the situation, what's going on, and correct some plain misconceptions and inaccuracies that were in last week's city council meeting and in the staff report. And I'd like to note that, as far as I know from what we were told, we were never contacted about the contents of the staff report, never consulted about what was in it. We would have corrected some of these inaccuracies up front had we been contacted. First, I want to be completely clear about this. There has never been any plan, nor is there now any plan to convert the park to any other use besides a mobile home park with resident homeowners. So obviously we've never once thought about converting to another use like apartments or to selling to a developer that would do such a thing. We've also never had thought to turn it into a rental park where we own the homes and rent them out either to permanent residents or as vacation rentals. In fact, you don't have to take my word for it. Proof of this is the fact that the loan that we sought out and obtained for the property has a 10-year term. It's really difficult to prepay, and it has very clear restrictions in it that restrict our ability to own park-owned homes. I mean, we can own a few, but not very many. So we wouldn't have deliberately sought out that loan if we had any plan to convert this to any other use or turn it into a rental park. As for the rule change, I also want to set the record straight and make clear that this isn't something we're suddenly doing on a unilateral basis. This has been a really long time coming. We were intending to do it when we bought the park, and we had discussions with on-site management about it really early on. This would have been in probably early 2019. And our experience as we owned the park, we just became more and more concerned that we would run afoul of federal regulations and no longer satisfy the requirements or that we already didn't satisfy the requirements to get the exemption from the federal laws that prohibit us from discriminating against families and not offering housing to them. So we're just trying to be good actors here and follow the law. And I just wanted to correct the record on those fronts. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Coldren. More speakers, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, our next speaker is Terry Bartlett, then Tom Niederkoffler, then we'll try Betty Jeppesen again, Bradley Hill, Anna Marie Gott, and Jared Gonzalez. Terry Bartlett, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. I'm an attorney in town, and I represented Williams and Jean Hall when they sued the city of Santa Barbara back in the day in 1989. I continue to represent the Hall family today. That suit, Hall versus City of Santa Barbara, went to a trial on the merits. And in July of 1989, Judge Waters, senior United States District Judge of the Ninth Circuit, issued a memorandum of decision following the trial. In that decision, the court wrote, and I quote, "This court finds that the Santa Barbara Rent Control Ordinance does not advance the legitimate state interests of providing low and moderate income housing to incoming tenants and is unnecessarily broad with respect to the legitimate interests of protecting current residents. There are equally effective ways of protecting residents without giving a windfall to the current mobile home tenants at the expense of a mobile home owner when the tenant vacates the premises. Although reworking the ordinance is a job for the City Council and not this court, it seems that allowing rents to be raised when a transfer occurs protects all current residents from unanticipated prohibitive rent increases." The court continued, "Because there is no limit on the amount tenants can sell their mobile home for, the vacancy provision of the ordinance is irrational and unconstitutional. Because a taking has occurred, the ordinance does not substantially advance legitimate public interest. The ordinance will be invalidated. Invalidation of the ordinance is hereby stayed for 2 months from the filing of this document to allow the city to draft a constitutional ordinance. Your predecessors changed the ordinance to allow full vacancy, decontrol, recontrol. And after that, the Halls, Jean Hall, because Williams had passed, and the city stipulated to a judgment whereby Jean Hall waived some $465,000 in damages. I question the ability of your city council to undo what is best described as a consent decree, enforceable against the city on an interim and urgency basis or otherwise. And I welcome an opportunity to have a dialogue with your city attorney's office, which opportunity we have not had as yet. And I am certainly available, can't go anywhere during COVID. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Tom Niederkoffler. Tom Niederkoffler, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tom Niederkoffler. I'm also an owner of Flamingo Mobile Home Park, and thank you for the opportunity to share some perspectives today. I'm very concerned with the breakdown of communications whereby the city doesn't feel it's necessary to provide us with any notice at all of such significant changes to the city's regulations governing manufactured housing communities. I first reached out to the city attorney's office to introduce myself in February 2019. I sent an email inquiring about the then planned mobile home park closure ordinance. That email was ignored and I never got a response. Then 2 months ago in October, we learned about a mobile home park zoning overlay 3 days before the city council voted to approve it. We weren't informed about it because the city had ignored our prior introduction and efforts at communication and didn't seek the input of community owners who were impacted by the new law. They did send a notice about the hearing to the deceased former owner of the park. When we became aware of the city council agenda 3 days before the meeting, I asked for a 1 week delay to the council's vote in order to better inform myself about the proposal. My request was not only rejected, it was again ignored entirely and apparently was not worthy of a response. In the aftermath of those new October restrictions, I was finally able to nurture some relationships with the city. Mr. Kahlon, to his credit, reached out to me and assured me that I would be a valued stakeholder in any future discussions regarding vacancy control and other issues. We were promised a working group where we would be able to meet with relevant stakeholders to propose a solution that worked for residents, owners, city officials, and the public. Last we heard, the attorney was going to reach out and get something on the calendar. He made it sound collaborative and like we were getting a fair shake. Fast forward to last week when Mr. Kahlon left a voicemail indicating that a number of residents reached out to the city about our all ages rule change. I immediately sent an email requesting a phone call. That email was ignored. I had to find out in horror myself when the agenda was posted on Friday what the city now plans to do. The city has reneged on all of its promises to gather stakeholders and now intends to ram this new law through outside the normal due process. I must ask, this topic was not an emergency in October and in our numerous communications since then. What's different now? The answer is nothing other than apparently the city's grievance with our decision to no longer discriminate against families. Time and time again, I've reached out in good faith to be a partner with the city and our residents on improvements to how we can communicate and the rules we live by. Time and time again, my efforts have been ignored by the city. So here we are today. I was promised a seat at the table to discuss the very important issue of affordable housing in Santa Barbara, a topic on which I'm an important stakeholder who has done everything possible to be included in the process. Well, the promise of a seat at the table has been reduced to this, my 3-minute opportunity to speak. My request to the City Council today is this: please honor your promises and the promises of your city officials, which have been made verbally and in writing, to bring together a group of stakeholders to discuss the issue of affordable housing and how to best promote it. If you fail to honor that promise, you're destroying the trust it takes to get a community together to make important decisions that have long-lasting consequences. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Betty Jeppesen. Betty Jeppesen, please go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Betty Jeppesen, President of Santa Barbara Rental Property Association. Excuse me one moment, I'm sorry.
We hear you fine.
Okay. I believe you would agree that there is a real need in Santa Barbara for affordable housing for families with children. The interim urgency ordinance would prevent the addition of housing for such families. The proposed rule change to eliminate any purported age requirement to live in the park would thereby eliminate any discrimination based on age and familial status, and thus open up the park for residency by families with. The proposed ordinance violates federal law because Federal Fair Housing Act allows mobile home parks to discriminate on the basis of age and familial status only when the park owner satisfies certain requirements with which the previous owner was not complying. The current owner does not want to perpetuate this discrimination. Further, to prevent a rent increase to market rate when a vacancy occurs could constitute an illegal taking of property. Finally, contents of rules and the procedure for rule changes in mobile home parks are specifically regulated under California law and preempts the city of Santa Barbara for interfering with that rule change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Anna Marie Gott, then Jared Gonzalez, Crystal Barros, Dan Villano, David Wolfowitz, Jacqueline Inda, and Sarah Patchen. So Bradley Hill. Bradley Hill, please go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council for taking my comments. My name is Brad Hill, and I'm an owner of Flamingo Mobile Home Park. When we purchased Flamingo in 2018, we had a reasonable investment-backed expectation to operate under the current rent control ordinance. Some of you will remember, as was just mentioned, that the city of Santa Barbara once had vacancy control as part of the mobile home park rent control ordinance. It was struck down in a landmark legal case, Hall versus the city of Santa Barbara, that the city lost. When we bought Flamingo 2 years ago, there was no vacancy control, and there had not been for years after the city lost the Hall case. In light of the previous rent control that was struck down by the court, we had a reasonable investment-backed expectation to be operating this property under a rent control ordinance with vacancy decontrol, providing for rent-controlled units that are below market until they turn over, at which time we could raise them up to market. We never could have reasonably expected the city to renege on their prior stance and past legal settlements regarding vacancy control, as they will vote on doing today. Last year, the city passed very stringent restrictions on the ability of a mobile home park owner's ability to close a park. Then 2 months ago, the city passed a zoning change that says that we can't ever use our property for anything other than operating a mobile home park. We want to provide affordable housing, but if we can't get a reasonable return on our investment due to vacancy control, and we can't close the park if we're losing money by operating it, and we also can't change the use of the property to something that will provide a return on our investment, then what property rights are we actually left with? The answer is none, because the sum of these regulatory takings is a property whose value has been taken from us by the city and allocated to others. Regarding affordable housing, enacting vacancy control is the worst thing that the city could do if protecting affordable housing really is a priority. When you artificially reduce rents through vacancy control, it's impossible to ignore that you're going to dramatically inflate home prices when those homes sell, benefiting a very small group to the detriment of the city having real affordable housing. To put numbers around it, within the city of Santa Barbara, data shows that the average sale of a manufactured home in the last 12 months was just over $54,000, $54,136. In Santa Barbara County, where the vacancy control language already exists, the average home sales price in the last 12 months was $333,000, with some homes selling as high as $700,000. But what's really notable here is that the average home sale in the county was the home itself was 17 years older than the average home sale in the city. So the ordinance in the county that the city wants to adopt here is directly causing unaffordability on actual lower quality housing stock that neither residents nor neighbors are likely to desire after the existing tenants turn over.
Mr. Hill, thank you for your comments. Thanks. Speaker.
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott, then Jared Gonzalez, Crystal Barros, Dan Villano, David Wolfowitz, Jacqueline Inda, and Sarah Patchen. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. Your most important stakeholders here today are the residents of Flamingo Mobile Home Park, and they are the ones that you need to be listening to. We already know that it has taken an extraordinarily lengthy period of time to actually get anything approved through the council previously, and this is an urgent matter. We need to ensure that we have this park remain a mobile home park for residents that are 55 years or older, that it is owner occupied, and we need protections as soon as possible. More importantly, if you can do anything that is retroactive that would also be greatly appreciated by the individuals at the mobile home park. We have already heard that someone received an eviction notice already. When we're talking about these particular owners holding a meeting sometime between October and now, I just have to ask. They said they held a meeting over Zoom. Did every single resident actually have a computer? Were they all able to actually have translation if they needed it? I don't know. I don't know any of those questions, and I don't know exactly what they said during that hearing. And I don't know what avenues the residents actually have to fight a change where these individuals have already stated, who own the property, that when they purchased and for at least a year after, they ran it as a 55-year or older residential owner-occupied park. And now they decide they want to change after they purchased the park. And in direct statements by not only some of the owners, but by their attorney, they say that they don't have any intention of actually owning property in the park or those lots, but then that they've already planned to purchase it. And that's a complete contradiction. So they're either owning the park and each individual lot, or they're actually going to go ahead and buy the mobile homes as people leave and own those to rent out. You know, that isn't how this should actually be operated. It's been operated for decades, and if not generations, as owner-occupied. No, the people that don't own the land do not own any of the mobile homes and cannot actually rent them out to people. I think you have a lot of decisions, and obviously this needs to more discussion, but you really need to pass this urgency ordinance today to protect our seniors and disregard all of this BS from the other people saying we need families in the park. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jared Gonzalez, then Crystal Barros, Dan Villano, David Wolfowitz, Jacqueline India, and Sarah Patchen. Jared Gonzalez.
We'll make Sarah Patchen the final speaker, Ms. Clerk. Thank you.
Very good.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Jared Gonzalez, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Jared Gonzalez. I represent Western Manufactured Housing Communities Association, WMA. WMA is a statewide trade association that represents mobile home park owners and operators throughout California. Regarding the rules change on the agenda, I think it's important to note that the action taken by Flamingo Mobile Home Park to change its park is well within its rights and is driven by state law, the mobile home residency law. The mobile home residence law is clear that age restrictions in mobile home parks is at the discretion of park management. A notice was given, a meeting was held, and with support from many residents, a lawful change was made. Having said that, a restriction on the change to all age will not solve the affordable housing shortage in Santa Barbara. In fact, in many ways, it'll actually discriminate against non-seniors who wish to live in mobile home parks. Also, if a senior resident sells his or her home, this type of ordinance would limit those who could purchase the property, as non-senior families are disqualified from buying the home, and making it more difficult for a seller to find a buyer. This would hurt residents seeking affordable housing. For example, a single mother with children who would otherwise occupy a home would not be eligible, and further exacerbate the affordable housing shortage in Santa Barbara, the county, and the state. And finally, on this point, it's an attack on private property rights. It's far-reaching attempt to tell park owners who their customers must be. Regarding the limits of the vacancy control urgency ordinance, the current ordinance provides vacancy decontrol, the ability to charge market rent on a space for a new resident who agrees to the rent before moving in. Vacancy decontrol allows park owners a chance at a fair rate of return, which is important since the rent control ordinance limits space rent increases. By contrast, vacancy control, as opposed in the urgency ordinance, has shown to be ineffective in keeping affordable housing affordable for buyers. It actually erodes it. When the price of mobile home is artificially suppressed by the rent control, the price of the home rises and helps to exacerbate an already low affordable housing stock. Vacancy control would increase the mobile home value for the current owners. However, the next owner, via high sales price, will pay the increase. And at least one court has said housing is no more affordable to the subsequent tenants afterwards than it was before the ordinance was adopted, and that virtually all the economic benefits from lower regulated rents are paid out annually to finance the higher sales price commanded by those dwellings. And the increased purchase price could be beyond the ability of some potential buyers. For these reasons, WMA opposes both urgency ordinance and requests that the city keep its promise to have meaningful discussions with all park owners and stakeholders about these important issues. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Gonzalez. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Crystal Barros. Crystal Barros, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. It's really hard for me to talk right now. I'm shaking. The intimidating tone of these powerful people that it's just overwhelming me right now. Number one, Jared Gonzalez. I think I heard you say that there was support from many residents. I defy you to find one single resident in this park that does not object to these new rules and regulations. That's number one. There has not been support from many residents. Number two, Mr. Niederhofer, and if I've mispronounced your name, I do apologize. You said that there was no problems from the park residents in October. What's different now? Well, we didn't get notified until November. So that's what's different now, the new rules and regulations. And Mr. Cirillo, he said that one of the residents even commented that they like the sound of children's voices and would welcome and loves children. That was me. I love children. I would love to hear their little voices. I grew up as a child here in this park myself. But that doesn't mean I support these changes. Au contraire, not at all. Also, I'm sorry that my voice is so shaky, but it's very troubling to us here. And there was one other thing I wanted to say. Operations Park. Oh, that Star has no intent to rent out everything. They gave us these rules in the end of November. I've got neighbors moving in across the street from me right now, renting today. What happened to the 6 months before these rules become active? So I apologize if I sound harsh or angry. I'm totally frustrated. And that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Barros. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Dan Villano. Dan Villano, please go ahead.
Yes, hello. I don't have my microphone. I hope you can hear me.
We hear you.
Thank you. I'm following Chris, my close neighbor, and I'm trying not to be as upset as she is. I just hope you will vote in favor of this emergency ordinance. It is an emergency ordinance. It is not forever. It is a start in the right direction. I don't like the tone, for instance, Star Management doesn't even have an occupational license, and yet they're trying to run the park. They do not have the City of Santa Barbara occupational license. Star has bought 2 homes this year that I know of. Back earlier this year, they made me an offer on my home. Prior to that, I had a higher offer from a private party. When I told the private party that the rent is now $1,200, they said, "Are you crazy?" So right after that, I got a lower offer from Star. Plus, I got 15 pages of repairs. I'm jeopardizing my tenancy by speaking here today, but I'm not afraid. I went to Vietnam and I'm not afraid of speaking out. They took an age survey after they bought the park. The manager told me it was to prove that we had enough older people to consider to continue the senior park. They took a survey when they bought the park. The homes cannot be sold with an unlimited increase. Those that have to leave cannot leave.
The one bedroom.
The park was originally designed, it's a smaller park. Usually senior properties are small. Senior homes, senior properties are smaller properties. Again, please consider voting for this. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Why didn't you say most of them are one bedroom? I kept putting one bedroom.
Is it Miss Inda who's next, Ms. Clerk?
Our next speakers are David Wolfowitz, then Jacqueline Inda, and Sarah Patchen. David Wolfowitz, please. David Wolfowitz, you need to enter your PIN. I just sent it to you through the app. So we will come back to you. We'll go to Jacqueline Inda. Mr. Wolfowitz, I'll also send it to you in a message in the app if you see that. Ms. Inda, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor, Council, I am here speaking as an Eastside resident. I know that the ordinance, the emergency ordinance you have in front of you is not specific to Flamingo. It actually is an ordinance that goes into effect citywide. I want to urge you to consider this. Senior citizens are protected class citizens, and that is protected within the state and also within the nation. When you create an ordinance of emergency protection, right now you're passing an emergency ordinance to protect protected class citizens, regardless of the specifics of Flamingo Park. Our service in this community is to protect the most vulnerable, and our seniors are just that. Unfortunately, we tend to undermine the kind of needs that our seniors have in front of them and the obstacles that they have to overcome. I urge you to pass what you have in front of you as an emergency ordinance to protect those protected class citizens within my neighborhood and within our city at large. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Sarah Patchen and then David Wolfowitz. Sarah Patchen, please go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you. Ms. Patchen, are you there?
Ms. Patchen, you can unmute yourself and go ahead, please.
Myself. Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll make the point then that I was going to make anyway, is that this technology stuff is really new to a lot of older folks over here. And so in regards to the meeting that was held, which we were notified on in the middle of a pandemic, in the beginning of the holiday season, and in a park where there's a lot of older people that don't know the technology. And also we have Spanish speakers, so there was nothing handed out in Spanish to accommodate the needs of those people. The second thing I wanted to say is at the meeting itself, the meeting was required by the mobile home residency law. Anytime the rules change, the owner is required to call a meeting. The meeting was supposed to be a review and consult, and they certainly did review all of the changes they were making. They went over them. But there was no attempt to consult with us to see, where we stood with the changes or how we felt or what impact those changes might have on us. So the meeting was somewhat intimidating that way. We just, we followed the suit. They had the agenda and we heard what they said the changes were. And then the third and final point I want to make, and I must admit I've been Googling this, but I believe that there was an Older Persons Act of 1995. And the question I asked is, how does the Housing for Older Persons Act of 1995 affect fair housing discrimination laws? And the answer is, from Google, the act contained a provision exempting senior housing from the prohibition against familial status discrimination. The Housing for Older Persons Act, HOPA, signed into law by President Clinton on December 28, 1995, amended the Housing for Older Persons exemption against the familial status of discrimination. So I don't think, I resent the implication that because we're a senior park, we're discriminating against all those families that need housing, because we need housing too, and we need it to be affordable. So I hope and pray that you can support this moratorium. Thank you.
Thanks. Is Mr. Wolfowitz available?
Madam Mayor, Mr. Wolfowitz has said he no longer wishes to speak, so we have completed our public speakers.
Thank you. We'll close public comment. I'll ask Mr. Henschke to come back. He had a response to the request for owner-occupied status. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I recommend that you not consider putting the owner-occupied into this particular ordinance. It's a different kind of restriction than would be included, and we would need to much more thoroughly investigate its consistency with the mobile home park residency law. The action that you're being asked to take is a very typical interim action to address a land use type issue, as well as to address an economic issue. I would like to respond to the allegations that we have not thought through or potentially not thought through the implications of the legalities. Certainly, we are very aware of the Hawley Santa Barbara case, which I would like to point out was abrogated by the Supreme Court decision in Yee versus City of Escondido, which is actually decided several years after the Hall case. With regard to the economic issues surrounding vacancy control and mobile home rent control, yes, those are complicated, but the current ordinance is a moratorium. Though one of the speakers used that word, it's a temporary freeze. The council will have to have a public hearing on January 26th to further consider all of the input and whether to extend the interim ordinance for another interim period. So there will be a lot of opportunity for further dialogue and input. The other thing I wanted to point out is Mr. Kahlon did get a response from Mr. Niederkoffler indicating that he was not available to talk to Mr. Kahlon until Thursday or Friday of this week.
Thank you for that information. We'll start our deliberations. Mr. Friedman, you go first, and then Ms. Sneddon. I'll just go down the line here. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I would just want to start out by saying this is an issue that I know members of the council we're very concerned about, especially in regards to our most vulnerable residents and affordable housing. And in particular, seniors are some of the most vulnerable residents we have for income and other issues in relation to what they're able to afford here. And within our housing element, we actually encourage that we provide senior housing, and we have an area here that does provide that. And so the added vulnerability here that's different than in most cases is that they own the mobile home themselves, but they don't own the land and the rent. And I just want to provide some context to kind of counter what I've heard from some of the public comment tonight, is that nationwide, there is a move to raise the rents on the underlying ground that devalues the mobile home that the residents own. So what happens is that those residents are not able to either sell their home, or when the rents come up, it devalues it. And it puts them in even more of a financial predicament that they're in. And in particular here in Santa Barbara, we don't have a lot of housing opportunities, especially for the most vulnerable seniors. And across the country, changes where the underlying base rent has gone up has led to many going into bankruptcy or homelessness and other types of things. So it is paramount that we understand this issue, that we have an interim ordinance today to allow us time to put a pause on everything and work through the process where we can protect our seniors in housing that they have. And this is an issue that, again, I've been working on this. I know the council members have. It's something that I've been advocating for through our normal processes since I've been in office, because I understand the value that this community, the senior community, brings to the east side and our entire city. You know, and one of the things is that you could hear it in some of the voices and what was said by some of the residents is they are having serious mental health and other issues related to the changes that are taking place. And especially when you add on the world we're in today, and the holidays are coming up of what's been a horrible year, to provide some sort of stability for them over the next couple of months as we go forward and work through this process. That's why we're here. And I'm just gonna add this, that, you know, I've been on the council for 3 years, and I worked at the Board of Supervisors prior to this since 2002. And I gotta say that the argument that somehow protecting vulnerable seniors is somehow discriminatory, it's one of the most infuriating arguments I've come across. And it's a non sequitur. It doesn't make any sense, that argument, to me. It's infuriating. And I've seen a lot of arguments over those years. So I'm prepared to move this recommendation of the staff today, and we're here to protect those we need to protect. And the council, we will find ways to provide affordable housing for our families with our community in other areas. Thank you.
That sounded like a motion.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Sneddon, your comments then?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I see sufficient urgency here for the moratorium. I'm very sensitive to the idea that we're not having due process and allowing conversation and inviting conversation. This allows us to take our time to do that. This moratorium is for here, and then we still will have public hearing and further dialogue. But to Councilmember Friedman's points as well, this didn't just spring up overnight. We have been working on this and working toward this. And frankly, I thought this was already in place the last round. I think it was an oversight on our part not to have this in place already. The residents of the mobile home park saw this coming and told us about this years ago. So it's not out of nowhere that we've suddenly gotten this idea to take this seriously. I do want to also echo seniors as protected status. And likewise, the idea that it's either or, that it's either seniors or families is hurtful to our community. We are a web. It takes all of us. We need our seniors. We need families. We need people to live here without families. We need workforce. It's a whole web of community that we need to be supporting. And I don't think it's helpful to the conversation to be us versus them, whoever the us is and whoever the them is. I'd like to protect the seniors in this particular senior mobile home park. And I will second the motion and will support it with the invitation to have the full conversation moving forward past today.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon and then Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I will echo my colleagues in my support of this motion today. I wholeheartedly support the moratorium and recognize the urgency of this moment. I also just want to acknowledge that the idea to put in place a senior-only overlay is not new. Other jurisdictions have done this. We're really not reinventing the wheel here with having this conversation. In fact, now Assemblymember Bennett did the exact same thing in Ventura County to put in a senior-only mobile home overlay that really mirrors ours. So I just want to make the point that This is not a new and novel step that we're considering taking, and other communities have moved to protect their vulnerable residents, and I'm very grateful that our city is now doing so as well. As my colleagues have said, I just want to acknowledge that here in the city of Santa Barbara, we do have a strong and compelling public policy interest in protecting our most vulnerable residents. That includes our senior residents. And I couldn't agree more with both of my colleagues about the importance of doing so today and continuing the conversation to protect our residents in Flamingo and in all the mobile home parks that may fall under this overlay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, before I give you my comments, I just have another question to staff, and that's on the logistics of a temporary ordinance adoption for the first 45 days, and then the potential extension of that for the whatever that long period of time is. Can you do multiple extensions as long as you don't exceed that second cap? Is that possible?
Yeah, the answer is yes, it's possible to do it the way you described.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I particularly agree with Mr. Friedman's comments. I am committed personally to ensuring that this type of housing demographic is protected. They are one of the most vulnerable in our community. I'm left today, frankly, though, with more questions than answers. And so I will support this. And I know the usual process is a permanent ordinance is not going to be done in 45 days. So our usual process is we go through the two-step tango of the 45 days and then the longer period of time to give us time to actually work through an ordinance. And I would probably be not inclined to, in late January, to extend this for an additional 22 months and 15 days. I would be inclined to put some pressure on staff, both staff and the property owners of Flamingo, to clear up some of the disconnect that we've heard today, are the contradictions between each of them, and provide those answers in a shorter period of time than 2 years or whatever that length of time works out to. And I share, so I guess my caution to my peers is that I'm good for 45 days. I'm good for something after that that's reasonable, like 6 months, but I'm not going to be really good unless we have a really good conversation at the end of 45 days, which in reality, because of this time of year, is really like 20 days because of the holidays. So I'm going to want to hear some responses from staff to the alternative comments heard from the park ownership today. And I'll share Mr. Friedman's, he might have outblunted me this time, but the comments on the choices to be made are more than infuriating. They're actually insulting. Playing off senior housing, low-income senior housing against a shortage of family housing is insulting to us. Senior housing is definitely a at-risk and very needed housing component that we're trying to protect. Equally just contradictory is saying one of my arguments being a private property rights argument, while the other one is that we're trying to meet a social housing equity component of providing rentals to people with families. Those to me are equally insulting and not compatible with the argument that's being made by the ownership. I know we're really well versed in this. I know our legal team is really well versed. I know Mr. Friedman's really well versed. So I'll do my homework with them over the next 45 days and however long that short extension is, I'd also extend that offer to the PCP people and park management or ownership, that I'm open to discussion on any of the perceptions that I've shared here today or their side. I'm not ignorant in this area, but I'm certainly not totally conversant on all the dynamics that play this. But like I say, my goal is to protect this type of housing. And that is my number one concern here. So any resolution has to meet that goal. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments from our city council members? Well, I will certainly be supporting the motion, the idea of setting aside this opportunity for senior housing, low income with security is very meaningful to me in our difficult housing market. The concern I think that people have is that if we take away the requirement for someone of senior age, is that it's open to all ages. And it might not be a family. What happens here is wealthy international students come in, they can pay just about anything to rent. If we're talking about home ownership, it could be a second home. That's what happens. People want to have a vacation home in Santa Barbara. This is within walking distance to the beach. There's a lot of opportunity there for it not to be family housing. So, Ms. Gutierrez, your comments? Thank you. We can't hear you. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My colleagues basically said everything I wanted to touch on. As District 1 representative, I just really want to share to my colleagues how important seniors are to our Eastside community. They play a major role in the lives of the youth and the children that grow up there. I will be supporting this motion, so whenever you're ready, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, you're welcome to say a few words. You don't have to. I think the clerk knows that it's the staff recommendation as laid out here. Ms. Gorman, adopt by reading in full. You good?
I am good, and was the second by Mayor Pro Tem Snedden?
Snedden.
Very good. And I do have to read the ordinance into the record.
Oh, that's right. She has to read it all, and then we vote. And then we'll take a break because it's already 4 o'clock. Thank you, folks, for your patience.
Okay, here we go. It's an uncodified interim urgency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara prohibiting the conversion of senior mobile home parks and excessive vacancy rent increases. The City Council of the City of Santa Barbara does ordain as follows. Section 1, findings and determinations. A, the City of Santa Barbara City has the obligation and power to plan and regulate the use and development of residential property within the city in order to protect the public safety, health, and welfare. The ordinance is necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare for the reasons set below and in the related staff report and public testimony. B, on October 20th, 2020, the City Council adopted ordinance number 5967 that created a mobile home park overlay zone to protect unique communities that provide residents with affordable housing, including housing for low-income seniors. During consideration of that ordinance, the City Council directed staff to investigate reestablishment of vacancy rent control for mobile home parks. One purpose of vacancy rent control is to prevent the loss of affordable housing through exorbitant rent increases between mobile home park tenancies. C, the City Council's vacancy rent control action was premised upon efforts to engage park owners in a discussion about reasonable economic parameters related to vacancy control. However, in light of the public testimony, it is necessary to establish interim vacancy control while discussions regarding permanent regulations continue. D, during the public comment portion of the City Council meeting on December 8th, 2020, numerous residents of the Flamingo Mobile Home Park informed the City Council of efforts by the park owners and management to convert the park from its current senior-only occupancy to an all-age park. The residents expressed heartfelt concern and fear that loss of senior-only occupancy would destabilize them socially and economically. The residents further testified that park management has openly expressed its intention to convert the park to a rental-only park by purchasing homes as they come on the market. In addition, residents stated that park management was increasing rents by excessive amounts in connection with the sale of mobile homes by residents in the park, thereby dramatically affecting the value of the mobile homes and depriving park residents of the equity in their mobile homes. E, the City Council wishes to consider implementing zoning amendments that would protect senior housing and mobile home parks and desires to impose a temporary prohibition on land use actions that would result in conversion of senior mobile home parks. In addition, to further accomplish this objective and protect residents in other mobile home parks from the serious economic consequences caused by rent increases upon the sale of mobile homes, the City Council desires to impose temporary vacancy control for the duration of this interim urgency ordinance. F, the purposes of this interim urgency ordinance are to prevent the conversion of existing senior mobile home parks to other uses and to prohibit excessive space rent increases when spaces become vacant. G, this ordinance is an interim urgency ordinance adopted as an urgency measure pursuant to Government Code Section 65858 and as an emergency measure under City Charter Section 511 and is for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, safety, and welfare. H, in addition, the City Council finds that on the basis of the whole record and exercising its independent judgment, this ordinance is not subject to environmental review pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act, sections 15060C2 and 15060C3, pertaining to activities that will not result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect change to the environment, and that are not defined as a project under section 15378. This ordinance has no potential for resulting in physical change to the environment, directly or indirectly, in that it prevents change to the environment, preventing the completion of the contemplated research and studies. I, the City Council hereby declares that should any section, paragraph, sentence, phrase, or term of this ordinance hereby adopted be declared for any reason to be invalid, it is the intent of the City Council that it would have adopted all other portions of this ordinance, irrespective of any such portion declared invalid. Section 2, interim prohibitions adopted. In accordance with the authority granted to the City Council under Government Code Section 65858 and City Charter Section 511, from and after the date of this ordinance, 1, notwithstanding anything in Chapter 30.57 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code to the contrary, it shall be unlawful to convert a senior mobile home park to any other use. Senior mobile home park shall mean a mobile home park in which at least 80% of the spaces are occupied by or intended for occupancy by at least one person who is 55 years of age or older, or in which 100% of the spaces are occupied or intended for occupancy by persons 62 years of age or older. 2, notwithstanding Santa Barbara Municipal Code Section 26.08.060, no rent increase authorized by Section 26.08.060 may exceed 10%. Section 3, effective date. This ordinance shall take effect immediately upon reading in full, as required by City Charter Section 511, and passage by a 4/5 vote of the City Council in accordance with Government Code Section 65858. This ordinance shall remain in effect for a period of 45 days, unless extended as provided under Government Code Section 65858 and the City Charter. The City Administrator and City Attorney are directed to take all actions necessary or convenient to study, prepare, schedule public hearings, and present to the City Council permanent regulations to implement the intent of this ordinance. That's all.
Thanks. Ms. Gorman, I noticed when you read paragraph H under section 1, I think you said preventing instead of pending. So it's that final sentence in paragraph 8.
Oh, very good.
That's what I heard. Okay. So we're ready to vote then. Thank you.
Very good. And this is item 15, motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon for the staff recommended action. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
I'm sorry, was that yes from Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez or pass?
Yes.
Yes, very good. Thank you. Councilmember Jordan
Yes.
and Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. 7 votes. We will close this item. We'll take a 10-minute break. I'm going to keep time, everybody. We have a big agenda. We're in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. Ms. Gorman?
Yes, item 16, proposed municipal code amendments pertaining to special events in city parks, non-city beaches, streets, sidewalks, and plazas. And it's recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending Title 15 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by adding chapter 15.17 and amending Title 9 by repealing chapter 9.12, both pertaining to special events in city parks and on city beaches, streets, sidewalks, and plazas.
Mr. Hanna, are you ready?
I am, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Rich Hanna, Recreation Manager. I'm here today to present the proposed municipal code amendments to special events. I also wanted to share a little bit about the work effort that's taken place to clarify and improve the special event permitting processes, improve customer service, and establish a streamlined and equitable process that further supports our rich history for hosting special events here in the city of Santa Barbara. Next slide, please. Just a quick presentation overview before we move further into the presentation. So the goals here today will to clarify the special event process, and in doing that, review improvements to the permitting process, discuss key objectives that the team looked at, review the special events ordinance that will be before you today, and then talk steps as it relates to implementation. Next slide, please. So living here or visiting the city of Santa Barbara, I think most can agree that special events are vital to this community. We have a rich history for hosting events here that contribute to the economic vitality of the city, whether it's a special event, a community event, an expressive event, they all contribute to the life and contribute to the economic vitality of the city. On an annual basis, the city processes 178 public special events each year. With the majority of those, 65% of those done through the Parks and Recreation Department and 35% done through the Police Department. The events can be made up of all different types. We have commercial and nonprofit sponsored events. We have athletic, community, cultural, parades, festivals, concerts, block parties, just to name a few. We also have city sponsored and First Amendment events also here in our very vibrant community. Next slide, please. So as the team moved through this process, and it was made up of multiple city departments that have always played a process in the special event permitting, our very first step was really to define what a special event is. We've been using the criteria that you see on your screen today for many years. It just hasn't been as clearly defined. So as we went through this and we reviewed other cities and how they lay out special events, we thought it was important to kind of clarify specifically what a special event is. So any use of city property, whether it's a park, beach, buildings, etc., whether it requires a road closure, use of public streets, transportation, planning, and or extra parking, So when you think of events that are in the downtown corridor as it relates to street closures, additional parking for events that require individuals to park off site and then be transported to a special event, whether or not there's a need for security and or law enforcement to ensure that there's safety for event participants and spectators, whether there'll be entry tickets or participant fees. So concerts and things like that often have entry tickets, whereas a athletic event may have a participant fee. And then any event that is 75 or more attendees would classify as a special event. I would also add that the Parks and Recreation Department also has a rental and permit process for facilities, parks, and beaches that are used for private rentals. And I don't want to confuse the two as I go through this situation. In some cases, the use of some of these areas, although the event is private, may warrant some requirements that are part of the special event process, but not specifically required as a private rental at a beach, park, or in some of our other locations throughout the city. Next slide, please. As part of the special event permitting process, the city has always used a set of special event guidelines to assist an event organizer with the process. These guidelines serve as a way to administratively process the event and ensure that event organizers complete their permit requirement responsibilities for a safe and successful event. The guidelines you have as part of your packet have been streamlined to clarify and improve coordination for permitting special events, but also better assist an event organizer with planning a successful event. These guidelines are more customer friendly compared to the older version, which was well over 60 pages. And sections of the special event guidelines have been PDF'd and placed on the special event website that I'll talk about later to allow an event organizer to just select the sections they need to review without having to read the entire document as they move through the special event permitting process. Next slide, please. So depending on the type of special event, location, size, scale, number of days, and types of amenities, a special event permit may require significant planning, review, and input from multiple departments, as well as external agencies. The departments that are commonly involved here in the city of Santa Barbara within inside of our organization, the Parks and Recreation Department, the Finance Department for business licenses and or insurance, Waterfront Department for activities that occur down in the waterfront or require parking, fire, police, public works, both transportation and downtown parking, and community development for any sort of, they also participate in any sort of coastal events that are in the coastal zone also. And we also get input from the city administrator's office and the city attorney's offices. Outside of that, we also receive input in the special event permitting process from outside agencies such as Santa Barbara County Public Health Department, the Alcohol Beverage Control for anybody that's looking to serve alcohol, and then outside vendors, whether that's a security contract or a trash and recycling contract. The city has historically used administrative guidelines to process special events, and we're really just looking to refine that process and move forward and use an ordinance to ensure that it's seamless and easier for an event participant to move through the process. Next slide, please. So why a special event ordinance? Well, first of all, it honors the valued tradition of hosting hundreds of special events by providing a simplified process for obtaining a special events permit. It provides clarity, consistency, and coordination with permitting and managing special events, both internally and externally. It minimizes impacts to regular and ordinary use of city property. And it also ensures the health and safety of persons either attending or spectating an event. Next slide, please. The ordinance also commits the city to preserving the freedom of speech and expression rights protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 2 of the California Constitution. The ordinance protects the expression of ideas and the right to protest and for peaceful assembly. It also avoids unnecessarily burdening free speech and leaves open ample opportunities for expression. Next slide, please. So as we went through this process and looking to streamline it both for an event organizer, as noted in the welcome letter and special event guidelines that are contained in there, we wanted to make sure that we had everything contained in one section. So as part of this process, We're proposing to add section 15.17, special events in city parks and on city beaches, streets, sidewalks, and plazas, which will be found in the municipal code in Title 15, Recreation, Beaches, and Parks. And as part of that, we'll be repealing chapter 9.12 that relates to permits and regulations for parades, athletic events, and other events requiring the close of streets and other public rights of way. That information will now be found in one succinct location in section 15.17 in Title 15. Next slide, please. So I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the process that staff undertook to make these things. We had representatives from all the departments that I mentioned earlier. They were all involved in this interdepartmental initiatives. In addition to researching cities that are local to us in Santa Barbara County, we looked at City of Carpinteria, Goleta, Ventura, Santa Maria. We also researched other cities, specifically those that have a rich history in hosting events and in some cases, world-class special events, parades, expressive and athletic events. We also looked at for cities that share similar geographic locations, such as coastal cities. In doing this process, we looked at Santa Monica, Newport Beach, Long Beach, San Diego, Santa Cruz, to name a few. We also looked at some other cities that don't share geographic similarities to Santa Barbara, including Fresno, Gilroy, and Sonoma, just based on the large scale of events that they host in their cities. We incorporated what works well from these cities, and we also incorporated these concepts to help clarify roles to improve internal coordination and communication, both with an event organizer and internally throughout the city organization. And we also used that information to develop enhanced customer service with permit process efficiencies. Next slide, please. The process also included a range of community outreach. The department used social media to direct emails and press releases to notify past, current, and future event organizers contained in the current reservation software that we manage. We also reached out to social justice agencies, individuals, and political groups. We used the city's website, the Parks and Recreation website, to host the final draft special event guidelines and any staff reports for any public meetings that we've been doing. And we also used the city's Racial Justice and Equities Initiatives website as well. We also hosted a community webinar on December 9th where we received positive comments. We had over 53 registrants participate or registered for the event, with over 36 actually participating in the event. We received a wide variety of positive comments from longtime event organizers and agencies that are very eager to get on with having events return here in 2021. We received favorable input and support from the downtown organization and Old Spanish Days. We also hosted, we met with the Community Events and Festivals Committee, provided them with a similar community webinar forum. I received some favorable support from them. Again, anything to simplify the process for a special event organizer was well appreciated and something that was supported by both of these presentations. We've also done public hearings, both the Parks and Recreation Commission back in August of this year, and received positive feedbacks to advance this through to City Council here today. And we were also in front of the Ordinance Committee back at the end of October. Next slide, please. So the key objectives to improving special events that the team took away was we wanted to implement a standardized citywide process. As I referenced earlier in the presentation, Parks and Recreation Department was managing events that were related to parks, beaches, facilities throughout the city, or any special event that was immediately adjacent. And the police department was hosting or supporting 35% of those events that really occurred in the streets right of way that may require a road closure. In addition to both departments processing the majority of special event applications throughout the city, there are numerous departments that play a critical role in the event permitting process. We also wanted to enhance customer service for event organizers. So to do that, we developed the comprehensive special event guidelines. We designated a city special events coordinator, and that's going to be Sarah Knowles that works out of the Parks and Recreation office. And we developed a dedicated special events webpage. All of these things provide essentially one-stop shopping for somebody that's interested in permitting a special event and making sure that everything is coordinated through this individual, which should again improve efficiencies throughout the city organization, but make it easier on an event applicant. We also wanted to make sure that we clarified permit requirements for special events as we went through this process. And I believe that we've captured all of those in the special event guidelines and the ordinance that's here before you today. Next slide, please. Additionally, to improve special events, we looked at the use of using Acela. It's something that other cities that we researched use. The city currently already uses Acela in other applications. There's a module inside of Acela that allows us to facilitate online and automate the special events application and permit process, both for review and approval. We looked at creating staff efficiencies. So this process will live in the Parks and Recreation Department and will be supported by our Parks and Recreation Special Events Coordinator. We also felt that it was critical to maintain respective department roles. Although everything will be coordinated through Parks and Recreation at this point, and the use of Acela to share information and get input and feedback from other city departments, it would be impossible to imagine that one person can understand all of the nuances and specialty requirements associated with the other departments that weigh into the special event process. But the use of Acela will allow us to have those departments feedback information, requires that the applicant doesn't have to go and check in with those departments to get information. It'll all come back through the centralized process through Acela or contact directly with our special events coordinator. As part of this, also, we evaluated the need for law enforcement, and currently the city is already using security staff and event volunteers to augment law enforcement services where feasible. Chief Luno was explaining a process that they use in San Diego through a cadet program, which is something that we may look to further explore, which would allow certified cadets to help with road closures during events to actually significantly reduce the cost of an event in the area. But in talking with event coordinators and staff, we also found there was a lot of requests for law enforcement to ensure the safety of their participants and spectators at events. And they really appreciated that the police department was connected very efficiently with the local emergency medical system. So when emergencies did arise, they had a direct portal into those resources rather than somebody calling in through a cell phone and trying to have those resources respond should something go wrong. Next slide, please. One of the other key takeaways that we found as we were looking at other cities was how they process different permitting paths for different types of events. And a lot of times they used illustrations. I think this illustration here that we've designed for our permitting process clearly outlines what we would consider the 4 main types of events that we permit on a year in, year out type basis. I think it's easy for an event planner to follow. It's easy for staff to follow. And then out of this, inside the Acela module, these trigger a significant amount of workflows that staff from other departments can weigh into the process. We looked at first-time events, returning events, city-sponsored events, and First Amendment events, and I'll speak to all of those specifically in further slides. We also wanted to standardize deadlines and the approval process. We are certainly amenable to permits that come in over 300 days, but we felt up to 300 days was reasonable. We would prefer that events don't submit an event permit less than 90 days. There is an exception for First Amendment events, which I'll explain. And the approval length varies on size and complexity, but I wanted to give you just a general sense of the types of permits we process on an annual basis. I would say on average, 90 days is the time that it takes to process a special event. Something like Fiesta would take a full year, and something that's very simple, that doesn't require outside permitting. The person's completed their application, and we have the available city resources. We could permit an event, something simple like that, within 2 weeks. So we're certainly customer friendly on our end, and we feel like all the improvements that we're making in some of the automation will actually help the special event applicant as well. Next slide, please. Additionally, given how much special events contribute to the vitality and economics of the city, the team also recommended developing a dedicated web page, which is currently up and operational on the city's website. It can be found under the business tab on the main header. So when you're on the city's main web page, go to business tab, it'll come up with special events. It also can be found through the How Do I, and it'll come up as apply for a special event permit, which would direct you to this web page. The website plays a key role in assisting an event organizer through the planning process. It spells out the simple 5 steps that are required by a special event organizer to really bring it home to what's the key information that we need. The special event website will also host a virtual calendar that will be populated by Acela. So as an event organizer is looking to when they want to best host their event, they can look and see what other events are going on in the city, or the public can go on and view that also and see what events that may be occurring that they want to participate in, or events that may be in or near their neighborhood or places that they work. We also have information there with locations, so anything that's specific to a special event permit location that somebody may need to know, whether it's parking, electrical, other amenities that they may need. We would have this on the website. We also would be including any sort of permitting fees that links back to the fees and charges document that's approved as part of the council's when they approved the budget. And then we have contact information for all the department representatives that play a key role in this. So if somebody does need to follow up outside of working directly with the special event coordinator, or it's information that's not conveyed through the Acela process, they can go to this website, figure out who they need to call and do that. We also have the quick permitting links on the right-hand side of the toolbar there, and we also have the contact information and how to reach the special events coordinator. Next slide, please. To further clarify the permitting paths of the 4 different types of permits, the first event permit, a first-time event applicant can find the process overwhelming, confusing, and frustrating. So we want to make sure that we provide exemplary customer service and we support them through the entire process. This early support can help them become more familiar with the process and potential costs, whether they're both internal or external. And often somebody that's putting on an event for the first time may be unaware of an existing conflict or impacts by hosting their event, whether it's their event is the week after another fundraising event right down in a certain part of the city, and so their goals of fundraising may not be as successful. Or if you can imagine just the waterfront on any busy weekend, we want to make sure that we provide public access to beaches and oceans. We have the arts and crafts show there. There could be a running event down there. Somebody's having a beach wedding. So we want to make sure that all of those things can be mitigated as we go through this process to make sure there's a balance both for the special event organizer and for people that have other events that are in the waterfront on any given time. And again, for somebody entering this for the first time, it can be overwhelming. Next slide, please. To support this person, rather than have them go into the Acela permitting module and actually create their permit, what we're asking the first-time event person to do is, first of all, I would say is pick up the phone and call us. We'd be more than happy to speak with you and provide you as much information as possible. We also developed an intake web-based form where an event applicant can fill out this simple information that is then sent to our special event coordinator. They can review this, they can actually check in with the other staff team, and then they'll get back and actually help the event organizer through the permitting process. So this is as simple as they fill out their information and it's automatically emailed to the city's special event coordinator. Next slide, please. I think one of the biggest benefits of using Acela as we've gone through this is that special events or returning special events such as the Santa Barbara Triathlon, Night Moves, some of our festivals, whether it's the French or Greek, our now awareness walks, will be able to go into the Acela module and actually clone their application and all the information that they submitted from the previous year, update as necessary, and then resubmit. If the event was to take a year off, they could go back 2 years, get that same information. It's all contained in that same account, regenerate it for the current year that they're planning to host their event. they'll be able to submit that for review and permitting. And our goal here is that it should move them through the special event permitting process extremely fast. The other great thing about a returning event in this process is they can see all of their post-action event notes, which city staff take after we meet with an event applicant at the conclusion of their event. And it also allows city staff to look back and see, especially when we have staff turnover, what were some of the key considerations that we took as part of permitting that event the prior year. Next slide, please. Not unique in Santa Barbara, but we do have a well-respected reputation for hosting large special events that are commonly city-sponsored. These are included in the city's Arts and Economic Vitality Program. They include Earth Day, Solstice, July 4th, Fiesta, and the Christmas parades that we host when we're not in a COVID world. They often receive financial or in-kind city resources, whether that could be street closures, traffic control, staffing, law enforcement, trash and recycling services. So the city-sponsored event will actually benefit from all of the same information that I just discussed for returning special event. So they can actually go in and clone their event year over year and submit that information in, which should streamline their process and improve customer service. It will also have a specific area where the event applicant and city staff can go in and actually list the in-kind services or city resources that the city will be provided. That's something that can be shared interdepartmentally. It's something that allows us to communicate internally to make sure that those things are put in place. There's no confusion if there's staff turnover. And then if an organization is requesting in-kind city resources over and above what's being authorized, then we can involve the city administrator and or their designee to make exceptions to those in-kind city resources so that everybody on the cities, all the internal city resources are on the same page as we permit that event. Next slide, please. We also looked at First Amendment events, and as mentioned earlier in the presentation, the City of Santa Barbara is committed to preserving freedom of speech and expression rights protected by First Amendment. After checking with staff and researching other cities, there was room for clarifying and improving existing processes for what are commonly the two types of First Amendment events. The two types of First Amendment events are spontaneous, which are typically prompted by news or current events. And then there's planned First Amendment events, which are annual or recurring. Two of the larger ones that we process on an annual basis is the Women's March, and we also do the Martin Luther King celebration annually here in Santa Barbara, and they would fall under the planned First Amendment event. Next slide, please. So diving further into the First Amendment events, they often occur less than 48 hours prior to an event. This is for the spontaneous First Amendment event. These events are not required to get a permit, but we have asked for advance notification to help city staff make sure that the event can run successfully. It also helps prevent conflicts with a permitted event. There are times where there's an event that's permitted at a location where a spontaneous First Amendment event may want to gather. They've spent a lot of time and resources and advertisement and other outreach to make sure that their event's successful. We want to make sure that we can communicate that and avoid any sort of conflict. We also want to make sure that we're supporting local businesses and restaurants, especially if the event's in the downtown corridor, just to make sure that they can get their service deliveries or any other operational needs that they may have. And we also want to make sure we provide for the safety of public participants and allocation of necessary resources. A spontaneous First Amendment event can submit an advance notification. It's not required. It follows the same process, except it's anonymous as the web intake form that I explained for a first-time event. And again, it just allows staff to be coordinated in terms of looking at resources and notifying other agencies that may be impacted by that event. Currently, that's done by usually a phone call that's received within the 48-hour window, or information that's shared via social media. Next slide, please. We also have the planned First Amendment events, and I just referenced two of those. These are special events that may require, or that do require a permit, especially if they're looking to have street closures, fencing, stages, vending booths, or other structures that may be involved. These events receive relaxation of insurance and indemnification requirements, and they may not be denied based on anticipated public opposition. And so they'll be permitted just like every other special event, but be receiving relaxed insurance and indemnification requirements, which can also be significantly less financial contribution to secure those certifications. Next slide, please. So in addition to the permit application fee, which the city charges $50, the city has a multitude of special event fees in different departments, and each event is subject to event fees based on their size, scale, and potential repair costs if it's something that's in a large area and requires turf renovation or staking. There's also external fees to ensure the safety of an event for participants and spectators, and I referenced earlier health permits for food vending, alcohol permits for alcohol service, trash and recycling, and security. These fees are at the discretion of each respective permitting agency outside the city. In researching other cities, we found that our special event fees were substantially lower. But to provide a little bit of context for the council and for those people that are following from home, in addition to a $50 application fee, a small one-day event could run as much as $518. The Adelante Charter Dia de los Muertos one-day event is roughly $1,300. Earth Day, which is a 3-day event and the city sponsored, pays a little over $7,600. And then the Night Move series, which takes place in the waterfront each year, goes over 18 Wednesday evenings, pay a little over $1,200 for their permit fees. And when we looked at other cities and put these fees in alignment with them, we found that we were, again, substantially lower. Next slide, please. One of the benefits for implementing the citywide special event permitting process is that the city already uses Acela in several different departments and is using it, and in using Acela have already improved customer service, permit review, and approval time, and benefited from workflow efficiencies. Specifically for this project, the special event software cost, the development was a total of $10,000 that was split over each of the departments that participate in the permit review approval process. And the licensing was $3,000 per additional license. Given that the city is already using Acela and a lot of the departments that participate in the special event permitting process also use Acela for other city business, the number of licenses that we had to procure, I believe, was less than 7 total. And then having these licenses, they can be transferred as staff move on in their careers, and other people can inherit these licenses to ensure there's no additional cost when there's changes in the city organization. Next slide, please. For implementation, we're in the process of the online application and permitting process testing. We've actually tested it internally, both between the Parks and Recreation Department and the Police Department. We're in the process of expanding that out to the interdepartmental team, and we've actually invited some recurring special event organizers to participate in that review and to provide us feedback in terms of when they're entering in their special event applications for 2021, things that we can ask to either enhance the experience or ask the Acela team to change. We have a goal of having that live by mid-January. That may seem a little late given that people are already planning for their events in 2021, but I'm sure large-scale special events, given the current state of COVID, are more than likely to be somewhere in third quarter, so March, April, or beyond. We've already activated the designated special events webpage, so that can be found on our website right now. All the information there is current, can actually help somebody start that process. And as with any sort of implementation, we make sure we do a robust community outreach campaign. So that would include implementation guidelines to all staff and advisory groups. We'd be doing email, mail, social media for all event organizers. We'd also be looking at putting information on the city's media campaigns and all city platforms. Next slide, please. So the recommendation before council is that council introduce and subsequently adopt an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending Title 15 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by adding section 15.17 and amending Title 9 by repealing chapter 9.12, both pertaining to special events in city parks and on city beaches, streets, sidewalks, and plazas. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hanna. That was very comprehensive, and I like where you're going with this, that when COVID is subsiding, we'll have special events again, right?
Looking
I'll
forward
start
to
with
it.
the question. Yes. Are we still in competition with Hawaii for wedding destination wedding site?
Madam Mayor and council members, I couldn't answer that because they're not permitted the same way as it relates to a special event. However, I will say that I think prior to COVID, we were permitting well over 115 weddings here in city of Santa Barbara using our parks, beaches, and our facilities. So I would like to think we're still competitive, but I couldn't vouch for that 100%.
Okay. Well, it's not part of this, so thanks for letting me just be cheerful. Any questions? And I don't see anybody popping up. You had such a thorough presentation, but we can see if there's members of the public that want to make comment. Ms. Gorman, anyone raising their hand there?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, we do have one public speaker, Anna Marie Gott.
Thank you.
So we'll pull up our timer. All right, and Ms. Gott? Ms. Gott, I just sent you the pin. Here, let's try it this way. Okay, Ms. Gott, you can go ahead. Ms. Gott, if you can unmute yourself. Alternatively, it looks like you're logged in twice. The other way, you can enter the number, and I'll say it here twice, pound 12865 pound. Again, that pin is pound 12865 pound.
Well, maybe we can catch Ms. Gott on the next item if she's the only one who wanted to make a comment.
She just sent me a message saying that she's calling now, but it's not connected at this point, or she's in but has not entered her PIN, which is what she needs to do in order to be heard. Oh, I think we're in.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Gott.
Good afternoon. I apologize about that. That's what you get when you try to use your cell phone to actually watch on GoToMeeting as well. So I just want to make a few comments which you guys might not be aware of. And one of the first thing is that we are really not protecting the residential uses that are associated with the downtown as well as the commercial zone. If you take a look at the actual ordinance itself, it's allowing for an unlimited number of special events. There is no ability for anyone to prohibit an event if there are too many that are in a particular area at a time. And I'm not worried about, something that happens right on the coast at a park or Spanish Days. I'm talking about the smaller events that have been occurring. If any of you recall, last year we had EOS corner off their entire lot and then throw a band in the parking lot out and have like a battle of the bands last year for 3 days. There is an apartment building on the other side of the fence from EOS. There have 4 to 6 apartments in that location. And so they had to have bands playing at an unbelievably loud decimal until 10 and 11 and 12 o'clock at night. So we are not actually considering what the use is in relationship to some of these locations. And we're not saying, EOS, you can do this once over the course of the year. We're not saying that you can do it twice. We're saying that anytime you actually go ahead and follow the procedures for a permit, you will get a license and no one can appeal that process. And we won't even tell anybody how to get that license revoked if they don't follow all of the rules. And we don't say that you must now replace all of the parking so that we don't have an issue with parking anywhere in the immediate vicinity. I don't think this has been really thought out enough, because the residents who have problems with very small events like that cannot actually appeal a decision. And more importantly, we have certain requirements regarding coastal development permit, regarding a dance permit, regarding music that actually might require an appeal period and noticing and a public hearing. And none of that is really mentioned enough in this ordinance and in the guide to actually protect residents. And having a multiple events late at night is a problem and an ongoing problem. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Gorman, anyone else raising their hand?
No, Madam Mayor and Council, that's all the speakers on this item.
Okay, we'll close public comment, and we do need to take a vote because it's a change to our municipal code. Mr. Gutierrez, you want to start us off?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank city staff for doing more outreach to the community after our ordinance committee meeting. I just want to say that it's very much appreciated the amount of effort that they showed to let the community know about these changes and updates.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, and then Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I'll just, I'll make the motion to approve the staff recommendation, and then I have a couple comments if there's a second.
Second.
A second
Thank you
for
so
Ms.
much.
Snedden.
And so just a couple brief comments. And one, I had the pleasure last Wednesday or a week ago Wednesday of sitting through one of the stakeholder webinars. And I just wanted to compliment Mr. Hanna and Ms. Knowles, both Knowles. And I thought they did a really good job. It was very similar to the presentation we saw today, but also with stakeholders that could ask questions about any little nook or cranny for the thing. And I thought this has been very well laid out. The answers were available and really good for the most part. Any that needed more information, clearly staff was getting back to those people. And to me, one of the biggest benefits from this is the complaint I've heard in the past that a customer has to go to multiple locations to get a permit that involves, say, closing a part of a street or taking over some of the public right-of-way. And this solves that problem by putting the ownership of the process in one place in the Parks and Recs Department with this new position. And I think that will take such a burden off the public of having to walk or visit around to multiple places, try and get the attention of multiple people. It becomes a one-stop shop, and that person is responsible for taking care of that customer. It's a huge improvement, and so glad we're doing it. So thanks again to Parks and Rec staff for doing a really good job, both with us and the public.
Thank you. Ms. Snedden?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to echo that, but also in response to some of Ms. Gott's comments and some other comments that have come up. We're a festival town. We're an events town. We're a free speech town. I cannot wait until we have all of that fully back in action. And if there are multiple events in a weekend, that's fantastic as far as I'm concerned for Santa Barbara. And this streamlines the process, makes it more transparent, makes it easier, and I'm very appreciative to staff for making this change and also for addressing Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez's concerns, and they went back and looked at it again and really paid attention to that and made some changes. So I'm very happy to move this forward.
Thank you. Any other comments from our council before we take a vote? I'll be supporting the motion. Looking forward to partying again for sure. Ms. Clerk?
Very good. This is for item 16, a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Snedden for the staff recommendation. Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Mr. Hanna, thank you so much, and all the other departments. our police department, everyone else who worked on that new program. Grateful. Thank you. Moving on to number 17, Ms. Clerk, kind of switching gears for the public who's watching and participating. We're going to water.
Very good. Item 17, Enhanced Urban Water Management Plan Update and Draft Water Supply Recommendations.
Thanks. So Mr. Hagmark, welcome to the meeting, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Murillo, council members, Joshua Hagmark, Water Resources Manager, and here today to talk, or this evening, to talk about long-term water supply planning. We have been, I think, a community that has solidly done our long-range planning, and this is yet again another example. We will be embarking, or have been embarking, on a 30-year outlook of what this community needs, working closely with our community development and 27 stakeholders within our community to help us shape that vision. Today, we have a presentation to kind of go over all the analysis that has been done, the public comment and feedback that we received, and ultimately some recommendations. Next slide. Our presentation today is about 35 minutes. We're going to do our best to move through it pretty quickly, understanding you guys have a heavy agenda tonight. And we'll do our best to move through it quickly, but we're also here to answer and go deep if you have any questions on that. Just want to let you know, we have, aside from the meeting we had with you last month where we talked about the Water Conservation Strategic Plan, we have also been engaging with the Planning Commission. We've had 4 meetings with the city, with the Water Commission, and 5 meetings with our Water Vision stakeholders, and of course our Water Vision Month, where we engaged with the public to try and get feedback. So I'm really excited today. I'm going to turn the presentation. We have 2 presenters, Dakota Corey, our water supply analyst, and Jeff Seitel from Water System Consulting. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dakota Corey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hagmark. As Mr. Hagmark mentioned, my name is Dakota Corey, and I'm the water supply analyst for the city. Next slide, please. So first, I'll give a brief project overview. You might remember that I was last here to speak to you about this project in April, so it's been a little while since we've had this conversation, and I'm excited to say that we've done a lot of work on this project since April. So we'll go a quick overview of the project and the processes that we've been following. Then I would like to give an overview on our stakeholder engagement process. And from there, I'll hand it over to Jeff Seitel from Water Systems Consulting, and he'll present the results and recommendations of all the analytical work that we've been doing. Next slide, please. So as you know, the city of Santa Barbara has one of California's most diverse water supply portfolios. And what I mean by portfolio is the collection of various water sources we have available to the city. Our diverse water supply gives us immense resilience in times of drought, as we've seen in our last and most recent drought, as we can call on different water supplies as they're available in times of need. But it also makes planning for the future more complex. Each supply has various costs and benefits and strengths and weaknesses. And so putting all those together to come up with an optimal plan for the city's water supply future is challenging. And that's exactly what we're trying to do with this plan. Next slide, please. So the goal of Water Vision Santa Barbara, which you'll probably also hear me refer to as the Enhanced Urban Water Management Plan, I use those terms interchangeably. We've branded our Enhanced Urban Water Management Plan as Water Vision Santa Barbara, is to develop an equitable, resilient, environmentally friendly, and cost-effective plan that sets the vision for the city's water supply and management for the next 30 years. So this plan does have an outlook of 30 years. Typically, the city reviews its long-term water supply plans every 10 to 15 years. So we will probably revisit this in the future before the 30 years is up, but we are looking all the way out to 30 years. Next slide, please. So how does Water Vision Santa Barbara differ from planning efforts in the past? First of all, the city is facing new and more complex challenges in regards to its various water supplies, including climate change. Also, this effort combines two previous efforts that the city did independently. We had our long-term water supply plan, which was last updated in 2011 and was typically updated every 10 to 15 years, which provides the policy basis for our water supply decisions. In addition to that, every 5 years, the California Department of Water Resources required us to prepare an urban water management plan that was largely based on our long-term water supply plan. This Water Vision Santa Barbara combines these two plans for one coherent water supply planning document for the city, which will both meet the requirements of the Urban Water Management Planning Act, as well as set policy for the long-term supply in our city. There's a couple other things I'd like to add to this slide. This is the first time that we've evaluated our future water supplies based on a triple bottom line analysis, which means we're not only looking at cost of our supplies, but we're also looking at social and environmental impacts. And finally, with this plan, we've adopted a comprehensive stakeholder engagement process, which I'm going to explain in further slides. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the 5 steps to Santa Barbara's water vision, or basically the process that we're following to complete this project. If you move from left to right across the slide, you'll see our 5 steps. And if you look at the bottom of the slide, towards the middle, you'll see an orange "We Are Here" arrow. And so this shows us that we've done most of the analytical work and the heavy lifting to both analyze our existing water supply portfolio and develop future portfolio options. And we're coming to you tonight with some preliminary recommendations as a result of that effort. You'll see that we are right on the cusp of transitioning to 4, which is to finalize our future water supply portfolio. On the lower third of the slide, you'll see all of the opportunities that we've been engaging with the public throughout this process, including our stakeholder workshops, which I'm going to describe in more detail in just a minute, water commission meetings, as Mr. Hagmark mentioned, and city council meetings. We do plan to continue to engage with the public throughout the process and final plan adoption, which is anticipated in June 2021. Next slide, please. And so now I'd like to transition away from the overview of the project to a summary of our stakeholder engagement process. And as I explained earlier, it was really important for us to have a very engaged conversation with our community and a transparent process as we planned our water supplies for the next 30 years. Next slide. So the 2 groups of the public that we've specifically been addressing for the last several months are, one, our Water Vision Santa Barbara stakeholder group, which, as Mr. Hagmark mentioned, includes 27 members of the public from diverse backgrounds. We wanted to capture all of the various uses and users of our water supplies to make sure that we're really incorporating each of their values into this planning effort. The stakeholder group included a diverse range of members, everything from some of our large water users like the City College, to environmental groups, to human right to water representation, the local business community, including the Chamber of Commerce, etc. And you can see the bullet list there under stakeholder group of some of the guidance that we've developed through this stakeholder group. They've participated in 5 virtual workshops, and I'm going to go over a summary of some of the outcomes of that effort in just a minute. We also engaged with the general public, and this is anyone and everyone who wanted to be a part of the process and wasn't included in the stakeholder group. And as Mr. Hagmark mentioned, we did have Water Vision Month in the month of October, and I'll also summarize the results of that effort in future slides. Next slide, please. So one of the first things that came out of our stakeholder group was this idea of community values. And you'll see on the lower half of the slide that there's a diverse variety of community values that was supported by our stakeholder group. I won't read through all of them, but you can see that they vary from things like sustainability and environmental protection to affordability and access for all, including our most vulnerable, to transparent decision-making and diverse water supplies. From these community values that were agreed upon by the stakeholder group, we synthesize them down to our 5 pillars. Next slide, please. And here you'll see our 5 pillars informing Santa Barbara's water vision. And really these are a culmination of those community values that we just looked at into 5 succinct pillars that really lay the foundation for the planning effort moving forward. And you'll see later in this presentation that these 5 pillars were incorporated throughout our analysis, both in the creation of thematic portfolios that we're analyzing for the future and in the criteria we use to evaluate our portfolios, which focused on those social, environmental, and financial criteria. So I'm going to go ahead and read the 5 pillars here because they are so foundational to our efforts moving forward. 1, the cost of water is affordable, equitable, and just. 2, our water supply is reliable and resilient, including to the effects of climate change. 3, our water decisions responsibly support human and environmental health. 4, the community's water is valued and conserved. And 5, our water decisions responsibly support quality of life. Next slide, please. Another item that we tackled within our stakeholder group were specific calls of action to City Council as our policymakers around water supply. And the group kind of partitioned itself off into 3 different categories that are pretty unique from one another, but all came up with pretty well-defined calls to action. And so I'll just discuss those briefly. On the left, you'll see that we want to identify mutually beneficial storage partnerships throughout the South Coast and Central Valley to improve drought resilience. So one thing that we found as we were evaluating our current water supply portfolio was that our biggest threat, as we kind of all know at this point, is drought. And one of the ways that we can protect ourselves from drought or prepare for drought in the future is to have more places to store water that we have that's extra in wet years. So in California, it either kind of rains or it doesn't. And so in some years we have plenty of water and no place to put it. And in other years, we could use all of the stored water that we can get our hands on. And so this is really just looking at identifying additional storage for water in wet years. The second call to action was to prioritize water use efficiency, 1, through targeting customer education and incentives, 2, through reducing water system losses, and 3, through equitable and just rates that encourage efficiency and discourage wasteful use. So water conservation and water use efficiency was a very large theme that was prevalent throughout our stakeholder workshops. And the recognition that in the city, we've partnered water conservation with accessibility and affordability within our water rates, in that our least expensive water goes to our most, excuse me, efficient pass. Our stakeholders an ethic of conservation with our water supplies. Finally, City Council should incorporate structural representation of vulnerable populations into all city commissions and processes. This really came from the work that we've done to incorporate all kinds of different and diverse voices into our stakeholder group, and a recognition that our decision makers and our commissions that help decision makers make decisions really can stand to have those voices directly on city commissions and being heard so that they can help influence policy moving forward in the city. Next slide, please. So I just want to point your attention quickly to this slide. It is hard to read. It's just a tiny snippet of 80 different comments that we received from the stakeholder group on a wide variety of topics relating to water use. And basically what we did is we synthesized each of those comments. We identified whether or not it fit within the scope of Water Vision Santa Barbara or the Enhanced Urban Water Management Plan. And then we prepared a city response to help the person who left the comment understand either 1, what the answer to their question is, 2, where they can find information or otherwise be more engaged in that issue within the city. And the whole list of questions and comments, there's over 80 of them, is on our project website, which is santabarbaraca.gov/watervision. So if council is interested in looking at these individual comments, that's available to you on our website. Next slide, please. So now I want to talk a little bit more about what we did with the general public. I just finished up my presentation on our engagement with the stakeholder group. And now I want to talk a little bit about Water Vision Month and our engagement with the general public. Next slide, please. So for the month of October, we hosted 3 different types of activities or opportunities to engage with our project. And this slide actually just provides a summary of the outreach we did to let the community know what we were doing and to try to help them come to us and participate in our project. So on the left-hand column, you see all of the different outreach opportunities that we use to get the word out about Water Vision Month, including newspapers and radio in both Spanish and English, the City News and Brief email newsletter, our Water Resources e-newsletter, and social media posts, both in the form of Facebook ads and individual posts on some of the city Facebook accounts, as well as a bill insert in the October water bill. And you can see on the right-hand side of the column of this slide, the reach of each of these outreach opportunities. So this isn't necessarily the amount of people that came and participated in our Water Vision Month, but you can see that we did reach out to tens of thousands of people and invite them to participate. Next slide, please. And from here, we'll be jumping into the specific engagement opportunities that we had for Water Vision Month. The first one was a series of videos that the public could engage with at their own time and on their own pace. And on the bottom of the slide, you'll see that we created 4 videos specific to the water supply planning process. And you'll see the little icon with the eyeball, which shows us that risks and uncertainties facing our water supply was the most popular video with 71 views. Other topics that we covered in these videos included what goes into creating a future water supply, why our community needs a water vision, and how stakeholders are informing our water vision. In addition to these videos that were specific to the project and our goals, we also had 3 videos on specific water sources available to the city, including desalination, the State Water Project, and Gibraltar Reservoir. And you can see by far, again, looking at the little eyeball icon, that the desalination video was the most watched video with 123 unique views. These videos are being translated into Spanish. Unfortunately, that took longer than we had hoped, but they will be they're still available in English on our website and will be available in Spanish shortly. And we intend to get the message out to our Spanish speaking community that they're available and encouraging them to continue to engage with the project. Next slide. Besides the videos, the other opportunity for engagement during Water Vision Month was a social pinpoint ideas wall. And what social pinpoint is if you can kind of picture a digital whiteboard with all kinds of individual sticky notes that you could stick on that whiteboard. And within those sticky notes, you could leave comments or questions, and you could have a dialogue. And it's really kind of a social media platform. So once somebody leaves a sticky note or a comment, other people can engage by liking that comment or responding. And you can see that we had 514 total visits to our social pinpoint board from 144 unique visitors. And you can see that the average time spent on the site was a little over a minute, which may seem short, but if you think about how we engage with social media, kind of thumbing through Facebook, that seems fairly appropriate. In the middle of the slide, it shows the category totals that people most engaged with the social pinpoint board. And you can see that by far the most important category was ideas and suggestions, followed by what I value most in orange, and top concerns or questions in yellow. Finally, our third opportunity for engagement was a series of lunch and learn webinars that were hosted in real time by city staff and translated in real time into Spanish. And we had 4 different topics, and these topics came directly from our stakeholder group. These were issues that kind of came up again and again as we were engaging with our stakeholders. And we recognized that some of these topics just really require a deeper dive, and the public has quite a bit of interest in them. So we developed our lunch and learn topics based around those conversations. And you can see our most important, our most registered for topic was where our water comes from, with 22 registrants, and then followed by methods to optimize water resilience and reliability with 18 registrants, and the basics of water rates, 13 registrants, and our water conservation strategic plan with 9 residents. So overall, we had these 3 opportunities to engage. The social pinpoint board was also available in Spanish through Google Translate. And the process in general was really rewarding. I participated in all of the Lunch and Learn webinars, and the engagement and the back and forth we had with the participants really seemed valuable and thorough, and a nice way to move forward and engage with the community in the future. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to go ahead and hand the presentation over to Jeff Seitel from Water Systems Consulting, and he's going to go over a summary of our portfolio analysis, including the recommendations.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay? All right. Thank you,
Yes.
Ms. Corey. My name is Jeff Seitel. I'm the WSC's project manager for the city's Enhanced Urban Water Management Plan. And my portion of the presentation this evening will provide a high-level summary of our analysis, including the city's existing water supply portfolio and comparison of potential future water supply portfolios to meet the city's projected water demand. I will also cover the key recommendations that came from our analysis, which will be detailed in the city's Enhanced Urban Water Management Plan. Next slide, please. So earlier in the presentation, you heard Ms. Corey describe the 5 pillars informing Water Vision Santa Barbara that were developed in collaboration with the Water Vision stakeholder group. These 5 pillars serve as overarching guiding principles for our work, but we also applied a triple bottom line approach to evaluate the social, environmental, and economic costs and benefits of different water supply portfolios. This is also called a TBL analysis for short, and that's the terminology that I'll use for my presentation. So a TBL analysis is a widely used and adopted approach to help the city develop a balanced view of your long-term water management decisions, reflecting the unique values of our community. Next slide, please. So now I'd like to provide a recap of the analysis we conducted of the city's existing water supply portfolio. First, the city has available water in wet years that can be better utilized. When we evaluated the city's existing water supply sources across a simulation of historical hydrology, we found that in most years, the city has available water that exceeds demand. That means the city can store, transfer, or sell that water, depending on the circumstances, to best prepare for future drought or to offset current costs. Second, during extended drought periods, the city's existing supplies are insufficient to meet projected demand if existing supplies are impacted by some of the risk factors we identified, such as reduced deliveries from Kachuma or reduced deliveries from the State Water Project. Therefore, the city will need to consider additional sources of supply to meet those future demands. And third, the biggest variables affecting the city's long-term water needs are supply reliability for the city's existing supplies and post-drought rebound of water demand within the city's service area. And we'll talk more about that here in a minute. Next slide, please. Now I want to provide an overview of some of the key findings and outcomes from the existing portfolio analysis. Next slide. First, the great news from our analysis is that the city's past and current planning has put the city in good position for the future, and you heard Mr. Hagmark mention that earlier in the presentation. The city's current supplies, if not reduced by factors outside of the city's control, meet the city's projected demand. Next slide, please. Second, Water Vision Santa Barbara identified rate affordability as a critical issue facing the city's ratepayers. The city remains committed to keeping water affordable for basic health and safety needs, and a rate study is currently underway, which includes evaluation of a new low-income assistance program. Next slide. Third, investments in major new infrastructure can be deferred until needed, based on the factors I described previously. And that's a big deal when it comes to affordability. Next slide, please. Fourth, if demands grow by more than 15%, then a new source of supply will be needed. Next. Fifth, desal is an important supply for preparing for, responding to, and recovering from an extended drought. As the city's other supplies are impacted over time, then desal operations become increasingly important. And finally, operating desal prior to drought better positions the city to provide reliable supplies without the need for an extraordinary conservation during a drought. Next slide, please. So next I will provide a summary of the key recommendations from our future portfolio analysis. Next slide, please. So the most important, what we're calling a core recommendation of our work, is an adaptive management plan. The adaptive management plan outlines phases, triggers, and corresponding next steps to assist the city with adapting to future conditions as supplies and demands change, including outlining the investments needed. Next slide, please. Now let's dig a little deeper to see how the adaptive management plan works. This graph is a simplified representation of the conditions that affect the city's water supply decision-making. The y-axis shows the city's total demand, including the Montecito wholesale contract and non-potable demand. And the x-axis shows potential reduction in existing supplies due to risk factors outside of the city's control. Next slide, please. So what the graph now shows is the various phases of the adaptive management plan, from phase 1 through phase 5, as a function of total demand and availability of the city's existing supplies. Phase 1 shows existing conditions. Here the city will monitor supply and demand conditions closely, particularly the potential post-drought demand rebound. The city will also move forward on recommendations to better use the water it already has, which I'll describe more in a few minutes. In phase 2, the city would begin planning for a new supply for implementation, which would be implemented in phase 3, including an update to its evaluation of desalination expansion versus potable reuse, considering potable reuse regulations at that time, and updated desalination operational costs and expansion costs. The city would also explore if higher conservation is feasible and cost-effective at that time to offset the need for additional supplies. In phase 3, the city's response will depend on if phase 3 is required due to increasing demand or increasing supply. If an increase in demand is the driving factor for phase 3, the city would go ahead and implement the preferred new supply. If supply reductions are the driving factor, the city could instead run desal full-time, regardless of lake levels, since that additional water is needed to meet demands during non-drought conditions. In phase 4, the city would implement both a new supply and operate desalination at all lake levels. It would also identify additional new supply opportunities for phase 5. And if the city ever reaches phase 5, it would implement new supplies beyond those identified in this plan, such as additional desalination expansion, potable reuse, or higher conservation. Next slide, please. So what if drought demand rebounds to pre-drought conditions? That could push the city into phase 2 or even phase 3, necessitating the need for a new supply source. Next slide, please. Based on the triple bottom line analysis we conducted, expanding the city's existing ocean desalination plant to 5,000 acre-feet per year is currently the best performing new supply. If you recall, the TBL analysis incorporates economic, social, and environmental considerations to compare the various supply alternatives. However, as I described previously, the city should reevaluate that recommendation once it enters into phase 2 of the adaptive management plan to fully consider the current regulatory environment, in particular with respect to potable reuse, as well as implementation and operational considerations for expanded desalination and potable reuse. Next slide, please. The second key recommendation from our analysis is that the city should be continually preparing for future drought by optimizing use of its existing supplies, including conservation in normal and wet periods. The city's biggest water supply challenge is providing sufficient supplies to meet demands during an extended drought. Extraordinary conservation may be needed during an extended drought when supply availability is reduced below current levels and demands increase. This risk can be minimized through strategies to maintain storage in Kachuma, maintain groundwater levels at pre-drought conditions, and to participate in regional efforts to store state project water. Next slide, please. So this graphic, if you remember from our earlier presentations, this graphic shows all of the city's current water supplies. And as shown, state project water is delivered to the city through a series of aqueducts and pipelines that are connected to the San Francisco Bay Delta. The regional wholesaler that is responsible for delivering the city's state project water allocation is the Central Coast Water Authority, or CCWA. The city should work closely with CCWA to evaluate opportunities to increase the reliability of its state project water supplies during drought, including potential banking or long-term water purchase agreements. Next slide. And finally, we recommend the city make ocean desalination an active part of its portfolio to support drought preparedness, response, and recovery. We are recommending the city operate desalination unless minimum thresholds are met. And the minimum thresholds we've identified include that projected supplies are sufficient to meet demand without using desal or tapping into the city's drought supplies, such as stored groundwater and supplemental water purchases. Groundwater basins are at non-drought levels, that is, they have fully recovered from the last drought. And Kachuma Lake volume is greater than 180,000 acre-feet, or about 90% full in the spring of each year, which typically corresponds to about 140,000 acre-feet or 70% in the subsequent fall, based upon historical use and releases. And this approach helps avoid supply shortages that would necessitate extraordinary conservation above and beyond the city's baseline conservation programs, which embrace water conservation as a way of life. Next slide. So that concludes my presentation. I appreciate your attention, and our team is available to answer any questions that you have.
Thanks. You say your name, Seitel?
Yes, Seitel.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Seitel, Ms. Corey, or Mr. Hagmark? Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I have a few questions. There'll be more for discussion, I think, after the public comment. The first thing I just want to say, Ms. Corey, Mr. Hagmark, staff, team, you have done a phenomenal job with outreach. I think it should be the model for how we do outreach in the city. It has been really gratifying to be a part of and watch that unfold. And even with COVID and the extraordinary efforts you've made, just really thank you. And to the WSC team, this presentation is so much improved over what we grappled with on Water Commission, much clearer, and thank you for responding to that, because that was, this is great. I'll go with that. This is great. I think I'll start with, I just have two questions at this point, but I'm sure there will be discussion after public comment. And it's just really about terminology and a little bit about policy. So first, and I'm sure Councilmember Jordan will have comments about this as well, the extraordinary conservation. On that last slide where it says proactive operations help avoid extraordinary conservation. And it's a little bit my understanding that extraordinary conservation is sort of our new normal and has been for a while. So just around that definition of extraordinary conservation, I'm assuming it's the 30% conservation, and we've been doing that as a community for a long time now, and it has sort of become our new normal. So is the implication there that if we went to desal that we would expect to use that much more, or is that with the 30% conservation as a new normal preventing further extraordinary conservation? So
Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Sneddon, great question. And it's actually a nice cue up for our presentation to City Council in January, because we'll be bringing back our water supply managers report. And part of that is we're getting rid of that extraordinary conservation. We're now settling in and saying this is the community's normal, and saving that extraordinary conservation when we again need to go to our community and ask for unusual behavior. So I think that's the intent of that, was to really define that unusual. And what we're saying basically is we are pivoting from that. And we'll be presenting that to Water Commission this week. On Thursday, we'll be presenting that kind of, we're done saying extraordinary conservation. We think we're now into normal, and we'll have a long conversation about that. But then saving that word, like we save drought. We don't, just because it's dry right now, we're not saying we're in a drought. There is certain ramifications to saying drought, and we want to have our community poised to respond when we ask for it.
So I suppose my question is, in the slide 30, when it says help avoid extraordinary conservation, and it's in quotes, this is really just, for me, is that reference to beyond the new normal, or is that reference to now what we call extraordinary conservation?
Ms. Corey, you want to take this one?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So it's the first answer. It's what's beyond the new normal. And so you can imagine we just came out of a pretty severe drought, and we did have to ask the community to cut back more than our normal conservation as a way of life. And in the future, there is the possibility that we would have to ask the community to cut back again and again as kind of a temporary response to a drought situation, above and beyond that new normal.
Okay.
And we are developing a water shortage contingency plan where we hope that those cutbacks wouldn't be as severe as they were during the last drought. We're planning to have them only be 15% or less.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess about the definition of active part of our portfolio for desal, and that's also page 30. And when you stepped through the figure with the phases on slide 25, I think I'm understanding you saying that it's not until phase 3 that, and if it was phase 3 caused by supply reduction, that then desal would kick in. And I'm not sure, I think I understood that, but with this, when you call it an active part of the supply, a part of the portfolio, that to me sounds like always on. And maybe I'm misunderstanding that.
Let me start that, and Ms. Corey can continue with that. When we say active, for example, groundwater is an active part of our supply. However, we have not pumped any groundwater for the last 18 months. State water is an active part of our supply. We have not taken any state water for the last year. So saying it's active makes it part of, I guess, on a regular basis, we're going to be making decisions on how that facility is operated. And in this report, we've identified some thresholds in which we would consider. I think when we get to phase 3, Ms. Corey can kind of clarify on this. It's the idea that it would always be on. We'd be in a situation where our supplies had diminished or demands have increased such.
That's what I understood. Okay.
Okay.
So I think issues with the word active, because the desal plant is something that gets activated, you might want to just use a different word than active, like maybe it's a considered part of our portfolio. But to call it an active part of our portfolio makes it sound like it's always on. Even though the text of all the reports say otherwise, I think calling it, I understand what you're saying about groundwater. And I just want to be really clear here for myself that policy direction is not to just turn desal on and keep it on. It's to have it be part of a diversified water portfolio and as a last resort. I think that is, that's the direction I would like to give, and I'm looking to colleagues to see what they would like to say also. But I think calling it an active part maybe causes confusion there. And then this is a question that came up at Water Commission, and I'll ask it here because I think it should later be part of the conversation. Is the status of recycled reclaimed water? Do we use all of it that's produced? And what would that take to use all of it? Because that's another area where I'm going to hope to give direction that we need to use all of it before we go to desal. So if you want to speak to that now.
Yeah. Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Sneddon, yeah, I'm really excited about where we are with recycled water. We do have a small amount of capacity left, and I do want to say that because we are coming to the City Council in January with an agreement with our neighboring agency, La Cumbre Mutual Water Company, to sell them up to 100 acre-feet of recycled water a year, to them, 100 acre-feet a year, which will leave an excess capacity of about 250,000 gallons a day that we could potentially find for a new user, which is roughly another 100 acre-feet of excess capacity, which is not a lot. And again, the big driver for that is the peaking summer demands. So as part of the recommendations here, if we dive into all the recommendations, one of them is to look at the 2009 recycled water planning document that we had and update that. When we looked through it, it looked like we've basically got most of the identified sources of recycled water, but potentially there are other sources. So we want to update that document and just see where we are. But I think we're approaching right now kind of the threshold of what our recycled water plant can handle. We do have some capacity, but it's fairly limited.
Great. I would really like to have that be policy, that we use all of our recycled water. Thank you. And really to emphasize again, so phenomenal what you do to balance this diversified portfolio. You really care for the city, and thank you for that. And I think just as we move forward, policy direction that I think that the Water Commission could look for from us as a council as we're thinking about this is on that issue of desal as a baseline or as a last resort, and then also on that recycled water issue as well. But really phenomenal work. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Friedman, and we have Mr. Morrow has joined us. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sedna answered or asked some of the questions I had. I just had a couple of follow-ups. The first is something that caught my eye on it, but it was the issue of desal going when Kachuma is it's at 90% of capacity or higher. Can you explain to me? I'm a little unclear on that because at first it made it seem to me that once it's at 90% versus 100, then desal would kick in or be on standby, but that's pretty high for Kachuma to get to 90%. So I'm just trying to understand what the metric is for Kachuma before desal goes from the drought buffer to more part of, well, active is not the right word now, but part of our supply.
Ms. Corey, will you take that one, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Mayor Murillo and Councilmember Friedman, that's a great question. And I think we actually have a backup slide that gives kind of a visual of how this works. If we can forward to the end of the presentation, there's a couple of graphs. But basically, the idea with using Kachuma lake levels as a trigger for whether or not it makes sense to put the desal plant in standby mode really has to do with how we use our Kachuma supplies and our carryover water. The city benefits when we have extra storage of water in Kachuma because we never know when the next year is a drought year. You know, we could be in a drought again right now. It's, you know, looking kind of dry. Thank you. I'll explain this slide in just a second. But what happens is when we're running desal, it allows us to store more of our Kachuma water in Lake Kachuma as a backup in case we do start falling back into a drought. And so looking at the lake levels as a potential decision point as to whether or not it makes sense to operate the desalination plant really ties our two sources, desal and Kachuma water, together into a more optimal decision point. And so one thing to note is that 180,000 acre feet of storage does seem like a lot, like the lake is pretty full. That's a decision that's made in the spring. So in April, when we have to come up with our operating policy for the desalination plant. And by the time we've gone from spring through summer to fall, that's when our peak demand and usage is. And so actually the lake levels drop quite a bit. They can easily drop from 180,000 acre feet of storage to 140,000 acre feet of storage over that dry year, or those dry hot months. And so really what that's doing is by making that point decision at the 180 acre feet level of storage, we're prepping ourselves for coming into lower lake levels and a potential drought. And so I had this slide brought up because you can see on the left where we're showing desal as a drought supply, which is how we currently operate. We turn it on once we've realized we're in a drought. These are complicated graphs, so let me just explain really quickly what we're looking at. We're looking at individual years and our water supply portfolio. And so each color on the bar and the graph represents one of our different water supplies. There is a key on the right-hand side of the slide that shows you which of those supplies exist. And so really, if you pay attention on the left-hand graph to both the Navy and the Navy hash marked slides, those are our Kachuma supplies. And the hash is Kachuma carryover water or storage in Kachuma. And what you can see is when we operate desal just as a drought supply, once the drought starts to fall off, which is to come on, which is represented by storage levels in Lake Kachuma, which is the black jagged line that goes through the graph. So you can look at it's about 2040, I believe. You see the oncoming of the drought. the lake levels plummet and we activate desal. And then what I want you to see is during that drought period there, the supplies that we rely upon become groundwater storage, state water project, supplemental water purchases, and desal. And then if you look in year 2044, there's some black and white horizontal hash marks. That's that extraordinary conservation that we were just talking about with Councilmember Stenin. And so that's when we're really, you can also think of it as a water shortage. And that's really where we're asking our customers to cut back their water use because we don't have enough water to supply them. So then if we move to the graph on the right, you can see that we operate desal intermittently depending on the levels in the lake. And what that does is we move over to that drought again in about 2041. You can see that we use a bunch more of our Kachuma carryover water, and we have more water stored in Lake Kachuma going into the drought. And so when we do have the lake levels drop precipitously in 2044, we have just groundwater and desal to rely upon, and we don't run into the situation of having to purchase supplemental water or enact extraordinary conservation for our customers. And so really the idea here is if we can start to use desal as not just a drought supply, but a drought preparedness, drought response, and drought supply, we can really optimize the use of all of our water supplies, including our Kachuma supplies, so that we're better, we're more resilient when a drought does come upon us. That was kind of a long-winded answer. I hope it helped.
No, it definitely does. It shows that we basically are able to keep our Kachuma water longer. So the other question on this is there a cost to put the desal activated on even on standby versus not having activated?
Councilmember Friedman, there is a cost. It's kind of baked into our current agreement for operating at full capacity and operating in standby. And so, I mean, if you're interested in those numbers, I'd be happy to go through those with you. So there is a pricing for that. I also wanted to kind of add to this. We also have to recognize that we're now in this agreement with Montecito in which we are guaranteeing them delivery of water. So that they're like a customer, again, that we have to provide. And so a lot of those guarantees are tied to the operation of the desal plant. So we do have a lot more scrutiny on when we operate it and how frequently operate it tied to that agreement. So I want to be careful how we talk about that, because if we cannot make deliveries to Montecito and we're not operating the desal plant, we find ourselves in a tricky situation because we have made that obligation. And so we have some significant legal exposure in those cases.
Fair enough. I just wanted to understand because the 90% of Kachuma caught my attention.
Yeah.
There's two more questions. One is, how are new housing mandates being taken into consideration from the supply end? Because we just learned that we have somewhere in the vicinity of, I think it's 9,300 new units are proposed for the city of Santa Barbara. I know they take less water, but it's still a significant portion. So how does that take into consideration the modeling?
Want to take that, Ms. Corey?
Sure, no problem. Councilmember Friedman, that's a great question. We worked really closely with community development staff when we were developing our water demand projections for this plan. That was an effort that was started in our water conservation strategic plan, which we brought to you in September, and then was further explored for this enhanced urban water management plan. And so all of our new demand projections are built upon growth projections that include the new housing requirements as are being used with community development. We also took those demands to the Planning Commission and got their feedback on our approach, and they were really supportive of our approach too. So those have been accounted for in our demand projections.
Great. I just wanted more for the public to understand that this considers those metrics. So that's actually all I have for now. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Sneddon, you're back. Can't hear you.
Sorry, follow-up question, since it came up with something that Councilmember Friedman said about the Montecito water agreement is not for desal, it's for excess water. And I'm just wondering if any part of this, I mean, I'll say I would like Montecito to use their wet water first, their stored water, their other water, before they're counting on the desal water. So that's just another reason for me to consider not having desal be considered a baseline, but it's excess if we need it.
I think the best way to describe it is the city is not provided any relief from those deliveries unless desal is operating. So we run a much higher risk if we're not operating. If we're operating that plant, then and something catastrophic happens, there are elements of relief that can be provided to the city in those situations. If we are not operating the plant and something happens, the city is still obligated to deliver that water no matter what. So I think that's the exposure that we have if we are choosing not to make desal a more integral part of our water supply.
But just to be clear, it's not a water purchase agreement of specifically desal.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
I don't see anyone else popping on. Mr. Hagmark, maybe you can just clarify for us, because before we go to public comment, you're asking us to give policy direction on draft water supply recommendations. And so I like your 5 pillars. Is it these 3? Can you just clarify what it is you're wanting us? Is it the
Mayor
key
Maria,
findings and outcomes? Those, yeah.
Yeah, we probably could have been clear. Inside the staff report, there are many recommendations that came out of it. And I know it's a lot to dig through, and I do apologize. There's probably, I don't know, 15 recommendations or more that come out of the study that are in the report. And we're looking at this point to see if there are anything that the council takes issue with, something we need to have more conversation with the Water Commission about, because we'll be meeting with the Water Commission in January on that. And we just wanted to check in on where we are with those recommendations. And if there isn't any significant issues, a lot of them are just like renewing our recycled water study just to make sure it's good. That's a recommendation, and so we just wanted to check in, I guess, to make sure we're in step with the council, and if there's anything we need to tweak prior to bringing it back in February.
Okay. I don't see any other council members popping up for questions, so I'll ask our clerk if any members of the public are raising their hand in the GoToWebinar function because they want to make a comment on this item.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have, let's see, the chair of the Water Commission, Arturo Keller, and we have a few public speakers as well, Jacqueline Inda and Hillary Hauser and Molly Traub.
Mr. Keller should go first, and I don't think we need to time him since he's representing the Water Commission. So,
very good. Mr. Keller, please go ahead.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Arturo Keller, Chair of the Water Commission. First, I want to express my gratitude and support to the Water Manager, Mr. Joshua Hagmark, and his staff, in particular, Ms. Kathy Taylor and Ms. Dakota Coy, for really an outstanding and very professional, transparent, and inclusive process. I mean, I think this has been really an outstanding job that they've done in putting together this process, particularly being inclusive under the current circumstances. Everyone, I think, in the Water Commission expresses the same thoughts. To develop a long-term watershed management plan, considering all the uncertainties that we have in terms of climate change, state water, which has a lot of variability and unfortunately not reliable when we need it the most, and Kachuma also having all the effects that we have. All of these different challenges that we have makes it difficult to do so, but it must be done. And I think the most important message out of this planning process was that we need to be first prepared for adaptive management. We really need to be ready to be able to respond to the challenges that we're going to be facing in the future, and to be ready with a very diversified portfolio, which means that we need to sort of start thinking about, whether the word is active or not, need to think about diesel as something that we include within the portfolio for, regular use, during times where we need to be preparing for droughts. We just don't know when the next big drought is going to come. We've seen, all of a sudden a drought of 7 years. It could be longer, and some of the scenarios that were looked at were droughts that were even much longer. So we just have to be prepared for all of that. The other one, and of course, we need to be ready to prepare for the needs of our community. The last point I wanted to make is that portable reuse was also considered as an option, but in reality, it's still many years away from the moment we can actually use that as a reliable thing. We don't have the technology, we don't have the regulations, and so I don't think this is really a viable option, probably in at least a decade. So again, we need to keep ourselves informed and ready to think about that, but it's not something that we're gonna be having. The other, of course, we would love to see more reclaimed water being used, but we need to think that it's not a one-to-one replacement with potable water. Reclaimed water cannot currently be used as potable water. So that's just something that we need to sort of keep in mind, that as much as I would love to see more reclaimed water used for many different activities, for example, at certain times of the year, once we finally do get rainfall, we probably will not be using as much reclaimed water until we get into the drier months. So thank you very much for the time, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Public comment now? Thanks.
Very good. Our public comment speakers are Jacqueline Inda, Hillary Hauser, and Molly Traub. Jacqueline Inda, please go ahead.
Mayor and Council, I am speaking on behalf of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to encourage the fact that this process was such an open and transparent process. We were honored to have the opportunity to be a part of the task force, and this gives really access and voice to all of the small businesses in this community. It also gives access and voice to all of those community members that support the Hispanic Chamber. And so I just wanted to echo on behalf of the chambers the process that this took place and the value that took place and is honored within these statements, which is inclusivity within all of the commissions and committees of the city. And I know that we didn't ask to be a part of this task force. We were actually reached out to, which says a lot, because in the marginal community that we represent, that's usually not the case throughout the county. So I appreciate the effort of the city of Santa Barbara to continue to connect with all of our marginal communities and the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Inda.
Next speaker is Hillary Hauser. Hillary Hauser, please go ahead.
Am I here?
Yes.
Thank you, Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment. And I've got notes all over the place from what's been said, so I hope I can keep it together here. I want to thank Joshua Hagemark and Miss Dakota for doing a great job. And they're sick of my broken record. My broken record is that we have not explored the recycled water situation enough. When this plan goes back to the Water Commission, I would really like to have the Water Commission explore this too deeply. I heard just now that our capacity is limited. Why? What? My understanding is a lot of recycled water is going out to sea. And the reason that it's not being used, it's expensive. But then the moving target is La Cumbre is buying a lot of recycled water, and that will bring the unit cost down. And so that means that more recycled water could be affordable to use. This problem is really regional. We're producing desal to give to Montecito, and Montecito is using potable water to water the cemetery. The cemetery is desperate for recycled water. They would take it all. We need to use all of our recycled water. It's too far down on the water portfolio, in my estimation. The state has required a 28% increase in use of recycled water. I want to know what the problems are and why we have purple pipes. We don't have to build new ones, but we have to use them on places that are already there. We're talking about putting artificial grass in a place of a park where the recycled water is already. I would like the Water Commission in its meeting on this, where this is going to go back before it comes back to you for approval, to really get into the economics of the recycled water. That are we limited? Can we use more of it before we start using desal to water the cemetery, for example? So that's all I have to say. I appreciate being part of the Water Vision Committee, but I have to say that I feel pretty much, Heal the Ocean feels pretty much in a corner, that we are at the last minute. We got to look at this. Thank you.
Okay, we can have a discussion about that. Another speaker, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, our final speaker is Molly Traup. Molly Traup, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on what we saw this evening being presented here. My name is Molly Traup, and I'm a Science and Policy Associate with Santa Barbara Channel Keeper, a local environmental nonprofit whose mission is to protect and restore the Santa Barbara Channel through education, fieldwork, science-based advocacy, and enforcement. And we also have been happy to engage with the Water Vision process that the city has, as the city is embarking on outlining its water management plan for the next 30 years. This is important work. And I'd like to highlight and really emphasize the recommendations of the technical team that they've included as important to pursue regardless of the portfolio chosen, including reevaluating recycled water. And these recommendations highlight there's still much work to do and options to pursue prior to potential expansion of desalination. And one of the key recommendations of the analysis that you saw tonight is to make desal an active part of our water supply portfolio to support drought preparedness, response, and recovery. And Channel Keeper has concerns that changing the status of desal in our water supply portfolio could have regulatory and legal implications that have not been sufficiently analyzed and incorporated into the technical analysis. We wish to continue highlighting the fact that the environmental impacts of the desal plant were only evaluated in the plant's capacity as a temporary facility in 1991 and later as a permanent water supply facility to serve intermittently during drought periods. And thus, the environmental impacts of desal as a permanent and ongoing water supplier, as suggested and expansion, have not sufficiently been reviewed under CEQA. And we believe that revising the long-term water supply plan to incorporate the significant change of status desal for the city's water supply would require new EIR. The discussion at Water Commission meetings a month or 2 months ago around the impacts of the brine discharge and intake on the marine environment highlight types of environmental impacts that need to be analyzed more sufficiently in a subsequent review. And at the meeting, we heard the intake monitoring study could cost up to $1 million. A full CEQA required to implement some of the city's portfolio options would have additional associated costs, yet alone potential costs of facility upgrades that may be required to comply with state policy. Without incorporating these regulatory steps and mitigation measures potentially required to change the status and capacity of the desal plant, the triple bottom line analysis used may significantly underrepresent the cost of desal expansion. So we strongly encourage and urge the Commission to request that these regulatory and environmental costs be appropriately assessed before moving forward with incorporating desal as a long-term water supply.
Okay.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else on the call, Ms. Gorman?
No, Madam Mayor, that's all the public speakers on this item.
Okay, we'll close public comment. And Mr. Hagmark, Ms. Corey, so I did read about recycled water, it looked like there was 200 acre feet. There was some kind of capacity you were looking at. And then tonight I'm hearing that you might have an agreement with La Cumbre. So tell us about that. And do we supply water to the cemetery now?
Madam Mayor, yeah, Council members, lots of, it's all this stuff coming together all at once. So I don't want to get quite ahead of you, but the City Council did authorize staff to negotiate with La Cumbre Mutual Water Company, and we finally did reach terms on that. Those terms are coming back in draft to the Water Commission this month and to Council next month. So yeah, it's kind of the timing that's kind of weird. We're excited about it. It's I think good for the community. It's going to be a good revenue source for us. It's more fully utilizing the capacity we have in recycled water system. It's helping a neighbor, taking some pressure off of the shared groundwater basin that we use. So we're excited about that. The cemetery, I believe she's referring to the Montecito Cemetery, has been kicked around for a long time. And I've been very clear with the Montecito Water District that when they are ready to talk recycled water, they need to request that of City Council. And if City Council wants staff to dig into that, we'd be happy to do so. It's outside of our jurisdiction. So it really takes an initiative on their part to start that conversation.
Okay, so let me just try to, I mean, Ms. Ned and then Mr. Friedman will go, but I'm looking at the top recommendations here. You want us to give you opinion on utilizing an adaptive management plan, always be preparing for future drought by capitalizing on available water supplies, including conservation in normal and wet periods. And then this is the big one, right? The main recommendation is to make ocean desal an active part of our portfolio. Okay. And Ms. Nedden had some strong opinions about that. I think maybe that's our discussion point, but okay. So Ms. Nedden, you've taken a little bit of a bite out of the apple already, but go ahead since you're first in line there. And then,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I have a question also for staff. So, and I think this is, at what point, so when it came to Water Commission, there were the 9 possible portfolios. And then there was a lot of discussion about how some of them were actually really close to each other. And then like saying prioritizing, if I'm looking in the staff report here to page 7, like prioritizing, minimizing environmental impacts, I think I remember was pretty close to option 8, which prioritizes expanding desal, or option 9. And I just want council to be aware, and I think I just feel this responsibility as liaison too, that it wasn't sort of decided at Water Commission to recommend one of these portfolios as is here. And I'm not seeing the discussion here about which portfolio. So my question to staff is, when it goes back to Water Commission, will we reconsider all the portfolios again? I think we're in this sort of thing where Water Commission didn't want to give policy direction because they wanted it to come to council. It's here at council. I would really like council to give policy direction back to Water Commission so Water Commission knows what to do with it. And I'm just trying to confirm here that what we're seeing is what's being presented is option 8, basically. But the others are still in play, right? I mean, it's still.
Well, and I think to clarify what they are, so, and I apologize, we're going to get into some details here, and is we went through and we came up with these portfolios. Some were themed portfolios, some were minimum environmental impact, some were lowest cost portfolio, and ultimately local. We wanted a portfolio that was focused just on emphasis on local water. And then what we did is portfolios 7, 8, and 9, where we took the best attributes out of the portfolios that were themed, and we created kind of these hybrid best portfolios. And out of those, portfolio 8 scored the best. And one of its attributes is that it emphasized recycled water. It emphasized conservation, but it also recognized that if some of these worst case scenarios play out, that there's the potential that we might need to expand the desal plant from 3125 to 5,000. So that is portfolio 8, and it scored the best in the ranking across all of those. And again, it was a hybrid, so it took the best out of those. I don't know, Ms. Corey, if you have something to add to that, but that was the idea behind that. And it ultimately gives staff some understanding of this is our plan, because as we recognized during this last drought, once you're in the emergency, now's not the time to do the planning. So we want to kind of lay out this roadmap that absolutely we're going to push conservation. Absolutely we're going to try and utilize all our supplies before we have to spend money on expansion of the desal plant. So adaptive management remains a core fundamental of this. But at the end of the day, what we need to do is make that tough decision. And I'd like to kind of set that framework now before we get into an emergency disaster is, okay, we're going to go into it like we did this last time. We're going to ask the community. We're going to be leveraging everything we can. We're going to be buying water on the supplemental market. But we now have to ensure, because of our agreement with Montecito as well, we need to ensure that we're going to have water to deliver to our community and our obligations to them. That desal is our next available option. It's basically the expansion is our new drought supply. And so that's where I believe we need to go. And I guess I'm looking for feedback if that's not where the council wants to go.
So I'll make my final statement here, and then I'll move over. Thank you, Mayor Murillo. So just adaptive management, absolutely. Desal as the last option, and I would really like to change that word from active part of our portfolio, because to me it says activated, to considered part of our portfolio, or available, some other term than active, just because to me it really implies activated at all times, and your description of that is different from that. And then the minimum reserve thresholds, I think that's worth looking at again at Water Commission, at what those are. And then I absolutely want to make it part of our policy that we're using all of the recycled water that we can, because that makes potable water available. And I hear what you're saying about the agreement with Montecito, but if they're using potable desal water because it's convenient and there are purple lines available for recycled water, I don't really like that option, that we would be encouraging that. So I think I'd like it to be policy that we're using all of our recycled water, and also policy that desal is used as a last resort, not as a first option. Thank you.
Okay, we're clear on your position. Thanks. Mr. Friedman, and then Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I just want to again thank our staff and our consultants for your excellent work on this. And it was a great process that was very inclusive, number of hearings, and a very, very complex. And I know that it took a lot to get to where we are with the different charts. Myself and Mayor Pro Tem Sten have been in a lot of meetings with you. So in particular, I want to thank all of you for the tremendous work that you've done. I'm pretty much in agreement with Councilmember Sneddon. I'll make my comments brief. The adaptive management, of course, I think that's important that we are adaptive to the changing conditions. I would like the minimum standards to be looked at. I just still think that the 90% level of Kachuma is, till we start bringing desal, or at least planning, is high, because it's pretty much going to be, it's there when it's full. So it's like almost in 1 year, we're going to be using it at almost perpetuity at that level. So I want to see if there's a different threshold that we could have on it. And then the other issue that came up is yes to the recycled water and using that. And Montecito, if you're hearing, and this is you need a little go from us to try to see what we can do about the cemetery, by all means, reach out to us. And then the last issue, when it goes back to Water Commission, that I'd like to look at, and I don't know to the extent that it was done here, it may or may not have been, is the use of CCWA, the State Water Project water. The reliability is going down over time. However, there's some amendments in the contract right now with the state that will allow for more options for us to buy and sell water. So we might be able to actually get more water out of it in the drier years based on these new amendments. And we're looking at water storage so that in the wet years, we can actually do some groundwater storage. So I know that was a part of it, but those amendments are so recent, I don't know how much they were incorporated. So if that can be looked at as well going forward, because those amendments are going to be very major in terms of what we're allowed to do, especially in the drier years. So those are my comments. In particular, desal is kind of the last resort, and then CCWA, what we can do with these new amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Mr. Hagmark, you know my number one request on any new graphic coming, right? You alluded to it earlier, and that's that it's been a long time coming, but I'm happy to hear we'll be losing any designation of conservation, any designation of extraordinary conservation in that bar graph. I'm actually looking at one right now. I'm not really sure what it is because it ends in fiscal year 2022, but of course, it's showing 18,000 acre feet. It's showing the couple 3,000 or 4,000 extraordinary acre feet of conservation every year. And it is also extraordinarily clear to me that our new normal has got to be about 12 or 11. And our ask, well, first we say thank you very much for the past, but our ask in the future is a graphic that makes sense to people like that one does, but that says any ask in this time is we plan only on producing 12,000 acre feet a year. And our ask is if we can't make that we're going to ask for conservation. And that sends a much better message on why you shouldn't water your lawn or why you shouldn't wash your car in your driveway or all the other thousands and thousands of reasons that we use up water. So I'm happy to see we're going in that direction, and I will be watching for that item when it comes back. Then I just kind of have a whole page of notes in no particular order. I like your explanation of Portfolio 8. There's way too much information to really choose and get down into the rabbit hole of how you get to any one of these. So I'm kind of trustworthy on that. I also don't have any problem with that graphic on the screen regarding desalination and the word active part of our portfolio. Changing that to something that's called consider it is exactly what you just explained. It's not ready to go when we need it unexpectedly. And if it's active, it is ready to go when we need it unexpectedly. There's always going to be these tensions there's tensions in everything we talk about, but there's going to be these tensions across price, environmental, and water supply. And I think we accurately and appropriately meet those tensions by what you've described in the staff report and the direction you're going. If you happen to go the other way, I'm going to advocate that you're going to have to show that that direction does not lead to an increased cost trying to reverse it, and does not lead to an increased cost in other water supply sources as a result. To say, put it in some type of mothball, bring it back out. So it needs to be a ready and alert asset for us. And if held in some kind of status, it needs to be ready to turn on at a moment's notice. Love the adaptive management part. Happy to hear the question on new housing development in the city. The last time I saw stats on that a year or two ago, which maybe they've increased a little bit, but it was less than 1% water use growth a year. So a 0.01 number less than that of water growth per year. And I get pretty excited sometimes when people try and use that as a reason to reduce housing without looking at the numbers, and I'm happy to hear that was answered. I also am looking forward to more potable reuse. I don't think anybody said this today, but I still believe it's true, is that, you know, if I have a choice between potable and recycled, I'm pretty sure you're selling me potable much cheaper than you're selling me recycled. And so that's one of the dynamics we need to either figure out to fix, or that's just a reality until the other water sources cost catch up with recycling costs in today's technology. Then I think this is my last one. Oh, and also to both you and staff, I love that input summary and responses kind of mirrors an EIR report where they talk you through the class 1, class 2s, and all the replies to those kind of things. I think that's a real cool thing, all 80 of them. I'm gonna go have fun looking at them sometime in the appendixes or wherever they're hidden online. But I love the fact that you did that and addressed it as either part of, not part of, or will work for, or not quite there yet, or whatever it is. I think that's a really great part of the way you did this process. Another thing I like about this process is you're actively and visibly moving towards including social equity in our water policy, and actually starting to say those things and exhibit those issues and make them a stated part of our water policy, that it's not just environmental, it's not just availability, maybe it's not even just price, but it is actually part of a social equity dynamic that plays a role in this community. And so super, super happy to see that. Then finally, the only other thing that I would advocate for, which you've heard me do this before, and that's that we get to my opinion, you've heard some other opinions already, but my opinion, that's when we actually get to a policy point where we can make a statement that we're just not going to use our groundwater. I think we have two major groundwater basins. So one is obviously going to be under attack from sea level rise. As sea level rise rises, it will put a threat on that particular basin, the basin that's closer to the ocean. And I think it will be less and less of a source, or it will require so much more monitoring, or it'll be attractive to want to use it, while hoping that the numbers of saltwater intrusion don't go up. And I'd just like to get out of that business. I'd like to find other sources or other ways to meet our little bar chart that don't include groundwater. The Foothill Basin too, I'd just as soon get out of there, but I'd kind of also like to use it because it's away from there. But I realize too, we're stuck in this lack of a basin plan, I guess, there that involves other users and who's using what, and we're only one of the straws in the ground, and that needs to be resolved. So I just think it's bad practice generally, looking way down the line, decades, whatever, that we're actually using groundwater. And I think we need to make that probably, in my view, our last choice in a water source. That's all on my list, and I think this has been a great process. I love the document and the attachment you put out. I just think you've done really, really well on this, and I'd just like to commend you and all the staff. Get a chance to say Dakota, hi Dakota, because it's always one of my favorite names. Sneak that in before the mayor gives me grief. But looking forward to seeing this when it comes back after it's been mulled around a little longer. I think this is going to be a great product. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So, okay, I don't see anyone else popping on, but okay, Ms. Harmon, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very, very brief. Excuse me. First, going to start by echoing my colleagues' thanks. I really appreciate the just magnificent process, really, truly. And as Councilmember Jordan, I think all of my colleagues said, you have really centered the fact that water, access to water, cost of water, these are equity issues. And I could really feel that that was a priority for you and for communication with our community. Just really, really wonderful stuff. So very much echoing their thanks. I think I'm generally in agreement with the positions that my colleagues staked out, Councilmember Sneddon, excuse me, Mayor Pro Sneddon, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon in particular. Thank you, appreciate it, it's late. I also just want to note, for me, in terms of taking a strong position tonight, you know, it's a lot to take in. I am really personally very much looking forward to watching and hearing from the Water Commission and what they have to say in February. To me, we task them with making recommendations to us. They are the experts. And so I just wanted to put it out there that for me personally, I really look forward to their input, and that will be very important to me. So wanted to give them a little shout out there. And with that, I really appreciate the work and just seconding my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you for a wonderful public outreach campaign. We heard from Ms. Inda, and others have told us what a good process that it was. You know, I'm looking at this statement on the screen, and, you know, if you just took the word active out, it wouldn't be sounding like activated, but Ocean Desal is part of our portfolio. We knew that when we recommissioned it. I've been here the longest. I can tell you it was a big discussion. It was a big decision to make. And then when we made the decision to share it with Montecito, the water and the cost, we also made a commitment to the facility and to its operation. So I'm not as hesitant to use it as a regular source and to rely on it. And I'm the only one who really talks about some of the environmental challenges that it gives us in terms of energy use and the intake and the brine. We know that, but we live in a world where we have drought. And so I'm supportive of the adaptive management, that recommendation 2, it's getting late, and then this one. And I guess I'm just wondering if that's enough of a direction for you. It was kind of planning commission style where everybody just get to speak their mind. But if I look at what's on the agenda, we received the update, okay? Some of us have provided policy direction. And I did ask you a question, you know, outside of the meeting about potable reuse. You told me that's in the future. So everybody, right, and this is what you said in the surveying, is that everybody loved the idea of recycle and using, you know, water, reclaiming it, but that we're a long way away from the big process. But, you know, we heard Ms. Hauser. So I think you have your direction to reuse as much as you can. We're waiting for the state on the laws that are going to govern, you know, the difficult process of
potable reuse.
Potable reuse. Thank you. So do you have enough from us now? Do we need to have a vote? Or what are your thoughts, Mr. Hagmark?
Mayor Murillo, I feel like we've gotten a lot from you guys tonight. That's really helpful. I feel like, you know, we're really close. And I'm hoping that this next month we can hash out the remainder with Water Commission and come back to you with a strong recommendation that's also supported by Water Commission. That's my goal. Ms. Corey, did you have anything else that you would want any clarification on?
No, I think you explained it well. Really, the point of this presentation tonight was to just get some initial feedback from council and really, you know, as Mr. Hagmark mentioned, make sure we were on the right track and there weren't any major red flags. It does look like we have some things that we can still hammer out with Water Commission in January. And then I think setting the goal of coming back with recommendations that you can take a vote on in February is where we want to head.
You know, I did forget to say one thing, that when the drought was at its worst, we were looking at water according to how much it cost. So remember when we were buying it from far away, that was pretty expensive. Was that more expensive than desal? I'm just, maybe that could be one of the factors, is when we get down to it, if desal is cheaper than buying it from the rice farmers north of Sacramento, then maybe that would be the way to go. So I'm just throwing that out there because we lived through that, didn't we, Mr. Hagmark?
We did.
That terrible
was a
drought.
difficult time. That was a very difficult time.
And what did we learn? What did we learn about cost? Okay, so that would be my
I appreciate that, Madam Mayor. And yes, and I think the challenge is that water even going to be available for us next time? There's a lot of things changing in the state water system. And I think there's an emphasis on local. What can we do to make sure that we can take care of ourselves? You know, we're doing that with our energy grid. We're wanting to try and create more renewable energy here. Same thing, we want to try and figure out how we can utilize more of the water that's here locally. We have control over it and not be as dependent upon a much more complex system.
Okay. Then we'll thank you and the consultants. And if you have what you need, I don't think we need to take a vote. And we'll see you when you come back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your work. Ms. Corey, you of the coolest name of the meeting, Dakota. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll close this item. And I think we'll start the next item. And if it seems to be going long, then we'll take a break in the middle of it because we are getting close to that take a break for our interpreters time. But let's go ahead and start in on number 18, see how far we can get. And see, we're switching gears again to library issues. Ms. Clerk.
Very good. This is item 18, proposed transition from Black Gold Library Catalog to standalone Santa Barbara Public Library Catalog.
Ms. Weta, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Molly Weta, the Library Services Manager, here to talk about our proposed transition from the Black Gold Library Catalog to a standalone Santa Barbara Public Library Catalog. Next slide, please. Currently, our catalog is shared with all Black Gold Library jurisdictions. This includes both the database that manages our holdings and our patron data on the staff side, as well as the public-facing catalog that patrons use to search for available materials. It currently includes all materials available at all of the libraries that are members of Black Gold and is managed by Black Gold staff. As you can see there, during our current pandemic, when we're not able to share materials, there's a complicated system outlined on that screenshot of our catalog that tells you how to navigate to your own local jurisdiction's holdings, which I'll reference again later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So first, let's take a step back and talk about what is the Black Gold Library Cooperative. A cooperative is a collection of libraries whose jurisdictions share borders. Every library in California is a member of a cooperative, but Black Gold is unique in that it shares a catalog. The cooperative is governed by an administrative council, with each library director having an equal vote on policies, regardless of the size of their service area or the financial commitment that they make to the cooperative. The Black Gold Cooperative services currently include our integrated library system, which manages our public-facing catalog and the database, as well as the networking for the public internet and for our ILS database. And they also liaison with vendors that we share digital resources. The Black Gold Library staff consists of a systems administrator, an IT administrator, a cataloger, a director, and then clerical staff. Next slide, please. So why do we feel that we need a new catalog? This isn't a new idea that we've had at Santa Barbara Public Library. If you look at the detail on that timeline, you can see that we've been investigating ways to improve the user experience of our catalog all the way back since 2016. In the fall of 2016, we took a proposal to be reviewed by the Adult and Reference Services Committee of Black Gold Libraries of a discovery layer, which is an add-on to your integrated library system that improves the display, makes it more user-friendly of the public-facing catalog. And we looked at a product called BiblioCommons, which is really the standard in the market, like the most expensive and the best functioning overlay. But at that time, the Black Gold, other member libraries were not interested in moving forward with that proposal. So if you speed ahead to 2017, we, as part of the Black Gold Operations Committee, reviewed integrated library systems, looking at potential upgrades to the current Polaris integrated library system versus other options on the market. And at that time, Santa Barbara Public Library staff were really interested in an open source product called Koha, and we were proponents of that at that time. Ultimately, the other jurisdictions were not interested in that product, and we supported a decision to move forward with a mobile enhancement to our current Polaris catalog that was supposed to give us full mobile functionality to really be able to take the library out into the community, check out books more efficiently at outreach events and other efficiencies. And we really haven't fully operationalized the mobile options with that. We discovered after implementation that it wasn't compatible with iPads, which is the easiest way for us to take the catalog out into the community and so forth, but we've been using that product. We also continue to experience frustration at both the staff level, and we heard frustration from the public with the usability of our current catalog, just using it to search for materials and find what's on the shelves in the library that they were visiting or the library that's most convenient for them to pick up their materials at. We also began in 2019 and through 2020 to really investigate at the Black Gold level what the core services of the cooperative should be. And we also began a study here at Santa Barbara Library on what is the cost benefit analysis of our continued commitment to Black Gold and at what level we wanted to remain committed to it, as we've seen increasing costs over the last several years. Then during the pandemic, as I mentioned before, we were faced with making changes to the way that we operated and served the public at a time, and making changes to the catalog proved very difficult and slow. And that was in part because they're not managed here locally by our staff. So something as simple as updating the hours of availability of when they could call and we would answer questions, or the hours that we would be available for pickup of materials, or how to place requests for delivery of materials when we were shipping materials were slow. So we were behind the curve on updating the public about our services because we didn't really have full control. So next slide, please. Again, due to the pandemic situation, we did a survey both in the spring and the fall of 2020 asking about what was most important for our patrons in terms of library services and how we could best serve them at this time. And even though it was focused more broadly on that, we received many comments from the public about how frustrating the catalog experience was. I can't get into search for the titles of books. I don't find the library catalog easy to use. I'm putting in the name of the book and the author at the same time, and I don't get a straightforward search. It's confusing about what the locations are. I'm having trouble figuring out what each sign or icon means regarding the types of ways to access your reading and listening services. So these are just a small sample of the feedback that we get from the public that we've been recognizing over the couple years, but became even more apparent when we're serving virtually all of our patrons either over the phone or through email or chat. So with that, next slide, please. So this brings us to our proposal for our new standalone catalog. We would like to transition to Koha as our integrated library systems with the addition of the Aspen Discovery Layer. These are both open source products that are used by hundreds of libraries, both public and academic, across the country and throughout the world. This plan was approved unanimously by the library board in November. In order for us to move forward with that this fiscal year, we would need to begin soon. Migration would start in January of 2021, and there are several intermediate steps in order for us to be successfully launching this in July of 2021 at the beginning of the new fiscal year. And our phase 2 of this project would be to look at interlibrary loan integration after further investigation of the options for resource sharing. Next slide, please. The benefits of the new catalog include a mobile responsive design. We know that most of our patrons are accessing information through mobile devices these days, and currently our catalog does not have a full mobile responsive design. Right now, due to the pandemic, the app that we've been promoting to customers for years, you can't even place a hold on an item because of the way that we've segmented our catalog currently. We also want to have a better overall user experience with a clean, modern design that's easy to navigate. We want to offer easier searching and filtering of the results in the catalog so patrons can find what they're looking for. With our own catalog that's independently managed by us, we would also have the option of including all of our digital materials in addition to those that we share with the Black Gold offerings. For example, Santa Barbara Public Library purchases additional copies of Overdrive titles on top of what we contribute in funding towards the Black Gold shared Overdrive catalog because we have so much demand from our patrons for that here. This product would also offer native Spanish translation as well as other languages. And another key important part of it is better statistics and reporting for staff analysis. We're committed to serving our patrons locally based on their needs. And right now, the level of detail that we can get from reporting with our current ILS managed by Black Gold doesn't adequately allow us to dig into those numbers and find out what they're really looking for. For example, right now, we can't distinguish between a checkout of a material by one user versus an automatic renewal, which is a great service that we offer to patrons that they don't, if nobody else is waiting for a book, it'll automatically renew. But for statistical purposes, we'd like to be able to look at those issues separately. Our new catalog would also offer purchase suggestion integration. Currently, if you want to suggest a title that's not owned by the Santa Barbara Public Library, you have to find a different form on our website. This new product would allow that to be seamlessly integrated into the catalog, and it would also let them be notified when it is purchased. There are many other ways that we would be able to customize the catalog for SBPL patrons. Currently, there's not 100% agreement across Black Gold on the way that we categorize collection codes and use shelf locations to both describe the type of item that patrons can find and where it's located. And by operating this catalog independently, we would be able to better customize, better serve our local residents here. And I'm prepared to kind of do a quick demonstration of the current way that our catalog operates versus the way that you would do a search in the new ILS with the library that has the same system. If I can go ahead and share my screen. All right, so here I am at our blackgold.org catalog. If I wanted to search for a title, say Little Women, and just put in the title like a normal patron would, you would notice that you don't see the physical book by Louisa May Alcott on the first page of results. We see different movie adaptations, a movie companion. We see the audiobook available on Hoopla, and we see a book available electronically through Inky, and we see a nonfiction book about it. Nowhere on this first page of results do you see the book by Louisa May Alcott. I just want to read this book with my children together, and I'd have to know how to go over here and filter to successfully find it. Versus if I come to this library, which has Koha with the Aspen overlay, I click Little Women, search the catalog, and it shows up really clearly. First results is Little Women by Louisa May Alcott, and it's got a federated search function which shows you the book and where it's located versus the audiobook, the digital audiobook, the ebook, and it shows you the different platforms that it's available on. So this is really simple for patrons to find exactly what they're looking for. And you can see that the other less popular versions of that are further down in the search results. I'm going to stop sharing there and go back to the presentation. All right, wait for those slides to come back up for y'all. Next, I would like to talk about our Black Gold Library cooperative membership and what this change would mean for that. SBPL would still remain a member of the Black Gold Cooperative after this change. We would still participate in digital resource sharing through Overdrive, RB Digital, and Hoopla. As I mentioned, we began investigating options to improve the user experience way back in 2016, and other libraries weren't interested in changes at that time. We looked at different options versus the discovery layers and the ILS. Here, I'll pause just for a second while she pulls that back up. And I'm on slide 8. All right. And to just reiterate, we began investigating these changes with Black Gold Cooperative, putting forth suggestions for improvements to the user experience to the catalog back in 2016. Currently, San Luis Obispo Library, the largest library in Black Gold, is also planning to move forward with a standalone catalog. They're on a similar investigation timeline as we are, presenting this to their stakeholders as well. So they haven't made a final decision, but are on that path. This would have significant financial impact to Santa Barbara as the next largest jurisdiction. So that's an important point to remember. Also important to note with our Black Gold Cooperative membership is the reason that we are the only cooperative in the state of California that has a shared catalog is because back prior to 2011, there was state funding through the California Library Services Act for sharing resources. There was a financial incentive, so I got a credit at Santa Barbara Public Library for every book I shared to a library outside of my jurisdiction. So the costs of this interlibrary loan between systems was accounted for. But that funding was discontinued in 2011 and is why we've been seeing increased pressures on our budget over the last decade. Next slide, please. We are still reviewing interlibrary loan options and resource sharing. SBPL is committed to sharing resources. We think that libraries are best when they cooperate, but we think that there are better ways to share resources that are more efficient and cost effective than the way that they're currently being done. Right now, SBPL is a net lender of materials. We're committed to meeting the information needs of our local patrons with our own collections, which is why we would like better access to data about how our collection is being used so we can be more responsive to our local patrons' needs. We have been investigating IL options for continued sharing of print materials with Black Gold libraries that we could offer without sharing a catalog. So we still want to resource share with other county libraries. And we're committed to that solution, but SB County and other Black Gold libraries would have to make a decision about joining another system with us. So it would be, their ability to do that would potentially depend on their choices. But with the different interlibrary loan options that we're investigating, we could also provide access to libraries beyond the Black Gold Cooperative, including academic libraries that would have more specialized collections. And that would be a service enhancement for Santa Barbara patrons. Next slide, please. So these are our analysis of the cost of the different systems. So with Aspen and Koha, we would have a year one cost of $58,800. And then after implementation, installation, and training, for year two, that would be $29,620. We have kept the software after year one, where it's just the annual subscription, would be $20,000. And we calculate the staff time it takes to ship books between our central and east side locations that are city libraries at about $9,000 a year. Currently, with our Black Gold ILS, we estimate costs are about $156,000 a year. This includes the Black Gold salaries for the ILS management, so the positions that are direct, our portion of the cost of the positions that are directly responsible for the catalog maintenance, which we anticipate only increasing over time as our Black Gold costs have been increasing. We estimate that the staff salaries for shipment of items in total, so including our shipment here internally with city libraries versus all of the staff time that it takes to provide interlibrary loan services to other Black Gold libraries at being $86,000. And then our Polaris annual costs, our portion of that at Black Gold is about $29,500 a year. So we estimate that there's a net savings in especially staff time that could be better served serving our local resources if we were managing our interlibrary or ILS independently from Black Gold. Next slide, please. So the implications for this budget is that we're not asking for any additional funding for this project. It would be paid through the reduction in our Black Gold costs. And we hope that in the long term, this would minimize the impact of the increasing Black Gold costs. And that the savings from shipment that could be directed to other public-facing activities. So we could offer more early literacy classes, train more adult literacy volunteers, all of those value-added activities that our community really needs. We would have more time for that. Or they could be directed to support a new interlibrary loan option that there are various software systems that we could participate in with other libraries to offer access to collections beyond our own. Next slide, please. The county and funding implications. So currently our county per capita is $7.80 per person, or about $739,000 a year. So this change, we presented a similar presentation to this to the County Library Advisory Committee last week. So they're definitely aware of this process that we're investigating. But this change would not impact our current agreement for countywide library services. Of course, this funding formula has been under review since the loss of the state funding I mentioned in 2011, and there's currently a county ad hoc governance committee that is reviewing that agreement. So they're definitely aware of that on there. Next slide, please. All right, so as the county is reviewing the impacts of this change to the rest of the county libraries, we're recommending that the city of Santa Barbara will no longer prioritizing subsidizing the collection material needs of libraries in the rest of Santa Barbara County versus the user experience and collection needs of our own local Santa Barbara city residents. That's the direction that we would recommend to go. We've been seeing increase in local control across the county for library services, and we think that this is in line with those other decisions, and we would recommend as the best way to serve our local patrons. Next slide, please. So ultimately what we're asking for today, what we're recommending is that you approve the transition to a standalone library catalog. I do want to be completely transparent in the fact that the Black Gold Administrative Council held an emergency meeting at 2 p.m. today that we were unable to attend due to being on this meeting, where they voted to add the Aspen overlay system to the Polaris catalog, which we don't feel is the right solution for us locally, or that it has been completely vetted at the Black Gold level. It wouldn't solve a lot of the issues with the local control that we identified, the collection codes and being confusing. There's going to be more elements of customization. It definitely doesn't address our concerns with increasing Black Gold costs, as Polaris costs are increasing. So adding this additional service without the cost saving on the Koha implementation, we wouldn't really recommend. And we're not 100% confident that the Black Gold staff would be able to manage these two systems. As I mentioned, Polaris is a proprietary software and Aspen is an open source product. So Polaris doesn't really have a lot of incentive for helping us make this open source product work with their integrated library system. And we're unaware of any library in the country that has the Polaris catalog with the Aspen overlay. So just wanted to be transparent about that. But ultimately, we feel that we have an entire team of staff here at Santa Barbara Public Library that have spent 6 months researching and investigating this decision. And we're very confident that moving to Koha and Aspen independently on our own is the best long-term solution for library services in the city of Santa Barbara.
Thanks, Ms. Weta. Mr. Friedman, you can start with questions, and just remember we probably have public comment, so go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. I'll reserve comments till later. Well, I'll start on the first. My first question is, so part of the costs that are coming up, you mentioned San Luis is leaving Black Gold, and their county is approximately 14 libraries, so they're a major player. So what is the effect and the pressure that puts on us, maybe in terms of cost and collections pressure that it would put on the city of Santa Barbara?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman. So to clarify, San Luis Obispo hasn't said that they're going to be leaving Black Gold. They're on a similar path to us in that they would remain a member of Black Gold, but at a different tier. So they would be having an independent ILS as well. And they were looking at the same product as we were, kind of independently coming to these same conclusions. And that hasn't been finalized yet. But if that were the case, if they also had a decreased tier membership with less contributions to Black Gold overall, the catalog being a significant portion of what we pay for our Black Gold membership, Santa Barbara is the second biggest member of the cooperative. So our proportion of the costs of Black Gold overall will go up significantly. I believe Library Director Jessica Cadiente could speak more specifically to the details of what those implications would be, but they would definitely be significant. First in just what we're paying, and then the stress on our collections. So San Luis Obispo has the largest collection budget, the largest holdings of any library in Black Gold, and that would, without the access to their materials, the other Black Gold libraries would be relying even more heavily on us than they do now. So that would mean longer wait times for our patrons, potentially, especially for popular materials.
Ms. Cadiente? We can't hear you. Can you, oh. Ms. Gorman, can you unmute our library director?
Very good.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman.
There you go.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Murillo and Councilmember Friedman. Molly Weta is correct in that we would see an increased demand from patrons if SLO was to leave the Black Gold Cooperative. But I think it's important to understand this investigation really started independent of the San Luis Obispo decision. I cannot speak today whether or not they will leave this fiscal year, next fiscal year with the catalog. And really the points that Ms. Weta was making this evening are independent of SLO's decision. That does add a layer to it. If we had known for sure today that San Luis Obispo was leaving the Black Gold catalog, we don't have that information today. And so the decision that we have before you is really based on the points that Ms. Weta made in the presentation. So if there are any questions specific about the San Luis Obispo departure that I can answer, I'd be happy to.
No, I think that kind of covers that. If should they go in the future, there will put added pressure on us in terms of our materials and our
Absolutely,
costs.
they have twice the holdings, the physical holdings of Santa Barbara, and they put about $1 million into their collection budget annually. That is more than all of the rest of the Black Gold libraries combined outside of Santa Barbara.
Thank you. And then the other question I had was the county per capita funding totals about $739,000 a year for us. And I know it's been reviewed and it's constantly being reviewed, but is there a concern that there could be a change to that funding, either partially, if we were to make this move, either a reduction or elimination? Is there a concern that that could come up with the Board of Supervisors later this year when they do their budget?
I think that would be, yeah, go ahead, Jessica.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedman, I think that that is a question that we ask any day with the county funding, as it is a general fund revenue source from the county to the city of Santa Barbara for our libraries. In conversations at the Library Advisory Committee, many of the members of that group, which are stakeholders from the various zones throughout the county, were not in favor of this change because it separates our catalog and collection from the very seamless access of a shared catalog. And so the local control that they have sought isn't reflected in their catalogs. They aren't looking to enhance or grow their holdings. They want to remain using ours. And so that is a sticking point for the county. And in terms of talking with the staff at the county, they understand and support that this is the best decision for the city of Santa Barbara, but really the question being, you know, the regional approach to libraries, should that continue, is the question. So to answer your question about the funding, it's really an unknown, but we are discussing at the funding level and the governance, and we have been for the last several years at the county. And the county has continually given more to its unincorporated libraries or to the libraries that aren't considered city libraries. The city of Santa Barbara has seen a status quo funding of the per capita for the last several years with no increase or cost of living increase for our patrons.
Thank you. The presentation answered most of my other questions, and I was going to ask about the emergency meeting today, which I heard about, but you answered that. So I don't have any other further questions right now. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Sneddon, questions from you?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple questions, because I have a lot of confusion actually with this, and I've had a Black Gold card for 40 years active the whole time. There seem to be two things. One is the search engine itself is cumbersome, and I'm with you on that Little Women search. I mean, I have searched for things myself and been very frustrated by the search engine. But then the other is the regional access to the same catalog of books. And I guess I'm having a hard time delineating the two. Like, so on one hand, is it true that we haven't done anything to sort of separate ourselves from the regional cooperation? It's been sort of other library systems that have decided to break off. And can you tell me how many cards do we issue compared to regionally? How many Black Gold cards? Like, how many are within the city? And maybe you don't know that exact number, but just relatives.
It fluctuates. So I could get those numbers right off the top of my head. I don't have the other jurisdictions library card issued right off the top of my head. But when you're going back to yes, our search engine is cumbersome to search for materials. And a lot of that is the function of it being a shared catalog. So there may be 5 different versions of a book like Little Women in our catalog. As they've been published over the years. And each of those records are unique, have a unique bibliographic record. So sometimes patrons the first one that they come across is one that is not on the shelf at their current location, but there could be one. So it really takes staff assisting patrons with accessing those types of searches, or patrons just being frustrated. And it is still possible to share materials regionally without having a shared catalog. And that's going back to how I said Black Gold is unique in that it does share a catalog. And in most other libraries, the way interlibrary loan and resource sharing would work is that you have your own home jurisdiction's libraries catalog. And if you don't find what you're looking for in there, you may suggest it for purchase first. It may be something that they had at one time and then it got lost and not replaced. But if you indicate that you're interested in that, the library may very well purchase that. And then it would also have another layer of functionality with interlibrary loans. So access to another catalog, a different layer of it where you could go out to and be directed. And on some of those products that we're investigating for interlibrary loan, that is just an extension of your catalog. So it's still something that a patron could do on their own and request with their regular library card. Others, it's more behind the scenes and something that staff are mediated. So there are benefits to both those different options that we're investigating. And we feel that that is really the standard for resource sharing in most libraries in the country, and that is more efficient and better use of our resources. So we still want to share regionally. There's also the potential of us to offer a solution that would allow people who don't have Santa Barbara library cards, if they visit our library in person, a way to check out materials from our location without shipping them to other jurisdictions. So these are all options that are on the table. And we want to foremost look for what's best for our own local Santa Barbara patrons to get them access to the best materials and the most materials possible. And then the second concern is how do we most effectively share regionally? If that kind of speaks to your question.
Yeah, so we really have two things before us, but there can be combined into one, just completely standalone. But it's possible that we could still be regionally connected, but just have a different search engine. Or it's possible that we could have independence regionally.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay,
on that
thank you.
timeline that's on one of the slides, one of the points I didn't really go into depth is that we previously investigated Santa Barbara was in favor of joining Link Plus, which is a cooperative of California libraries that would allow for that catalog extension. There was even grant money on the table to support Black Gold moving in that direction. So there are a lot of Bay Area libraries that are a member of that cooperative and other libraries throughout the state. And they were not interested in that at the Black Gold other member libraries at that time, where we thought not only is this going to give us access to more specialized collections of academic resources that none of the Black Gold libraries really provide, but that we would potentially have funding to smooth any costs of adding that service, and that ultimately it might be more effective way for us all to share materials without having a shared catalog.
Thank you. So this is exploration of all of that.
Yeah.
Just what we're talking about. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Casey, if I can ask our city administrator, obviously we caught the attention of the Black Gold leadership. We heard they had a meeting today, but do I understand that we've been contacted by a couple of the county supervisors who want us to take a pause on this and get some time to have discussion and collaboration? Mr. Casey.
Yes, Madam Mayor and council members, that's true. I've heard from two county supervisors, one directly, one third hand, and also from City of Goleta, who all wanted and are requesting us to slow down a little bit and engage with them to see if there's a better solution out there. I think they recognize that we think this is a good system for our patrons within the city of Santa Barbara, but they're concerned about the regional impacts, and so they're asking for us to engage with them in a conversation about that.
Right, and so I think we could go, Mr. Casey, to public comment, and we can find out who's out there to give their opinion or to ask questions. And Ms. Weta, I really appreciate that you and Ms. Caliente are looking out for our Santa Barbara patrons and library patrons. And it's unfortunate that there was more cooperation and unity at one time, and as different libraries have decided to go their own way, it's created a situation where I hope we can continue to collaborate. So if you would stand by, I'll ask Ms. Gorman if there are anyone with their hands raised in the GoToWebinar function.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, we have 3 members of the public with hands raised. We have Lauren Trujillo, then Christine Schmidt, then Milt Hess. So Lauren Trujillo, please go ahead. Lauren Trujillo, go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Lauren Trujillo, and I'm the Foundation Director of the Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation. I want to thank you all for your support and consideration as you continue to lead our community. The Santa Barbara Public Library provides people with information, networking, and technology expertise, and vast numbers of programs across numerous disciplines and interest areas. Additionally, as public spaces where all are welcome, the library offers people opportunities to meet and socialize with others in the community, whether at a children's story hour, an English as a second language class, or a teen game night. In this year of uncertainty, our library has continued to offer critical services and has given our community a sense of normalcy. While up against budget cuts, staff changes, and a global pandemic, our librarians have also found the best path forward with an independent ILS to better serve Santa Barbara. As the library shared, the new ILS will improve the patrons' experience and increase staff efficiency. Many library staff members interact daily with a wide range of the public, and as a result have insight into community needs. The Santa Barbara Public Library has over 600,000 patron visits in a typical year and checks out millions of physical and digital books to the community. The city of Santa Barbara funds 78% of the library's annual operating budget, and the county provides another 12%. The County of Santa Barbara, as Molly Weta shared, per capita funding is at $7.80 for the City of Santa Barbara libraries. California's per capita average for library funding is $38. The library is making this move to an independent ILS to protect and improve its services with current funds. SBPL won't be able to maintain basic operations if they continue to function on limited funding and are asked to subsidize all the surrounding branches with Black Gold. The necessity of leaving Black Gold is the result of the status quo budget / cuts given to the library over the years. Now more than ever, the need for library services is growing, and the budgets to support the library are remaining status quo or decreasing, hurting our most vulnerable community members. Long-term sustainable revenue is needed to give Santa Barbara the library it needs and deserves. Without a realistic plan for sustainable support from the city and the county, the Santa Barbara Public Library will have to reduce hours and services, widening the gap of access to information and equity in our community. I ask that you acknowledge the realities facing our community and support the elevation of our Santa Barbara Public Library and the library's decision to move to an independent ILS. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Christine Schmidt and then Milt Hess. Christine Schmidt, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Murillo and City Council members. I'm Christy Schmidt, Assistant City Manager for the City of Goleta, and I'm speaking on behalf of County Library Zone 4, which includes the City of Goleta and the greater unincorporated areas of the Goleta Valley, Hope Ranch, Isla Vista, as well as the Buellton and Solvang libraries in the San Ynez Valley. And we'd like to urge you to delay consideration of this item until the collective libraries in the Black Gold Cooperative and the County Library Advisory Committee have had a chance to further explore alternatives. County staff and the County Library Advisory Committee only learned last week that the Santa Barbara Library staff would be presenting this item today. The County Library Advisory Committee, which advises the County Board of Supervisors on library matters, has not had the opportunity to fully discuss and respond to this proposal. The County Board of Supervisors is a major funder of the Santa Barbara Library and its role as a member of the county library system, and has not had the opportunity to consider its support for this idea under the current funding model. And there isn't a Black Gold category of membership right now that would encompass the proposal that's coming from library staff. But removal of the City of Santa Barbara from the shared library catalog is an enormous issue for the integrity of a countywide library system that served county residents for decades. It would be inconsistent with this long tradition of regional cooperation for Santa Barbara to proceed at this time. I'd like to address a few of the specific points in the staff report. Staff have told you that the Santa Barbara Library is a net lender in interlibrary loans. This used to be more significantly true as a relic of the former unified management of the system. However, last year, as reflected in the Black Gold annual report, Santa Barbara loaned over 64,500 items, but they also borrowed 61,500 items, which is not a large gap at all. Further, since the City of Goleta took over management of Zone 4 libraries a little over 2 years ago, we've made steady progress in increasing our contribution to the shared catalog and have significantly reduced the lending deficit. We're committed to continuing this trend. In recent months, the Black Gold libraries have been exploring moving to the same catalog platform the Santa Barbara Library staff wish to move to. And our staff was at the meeting today of the Black Gold, and the group agreed to move to the Aspen overlay. This will improve the patron experience and be fully customizable by the member libraries, while still allowing all of our residents to benefit from a shared catalog. Significantly, the County of SLO Today committed to remain part of the shared catalog with this modification. And then finally, the last thing I would say is that, again, Santa Barbara patrons borrowed from other library systems over 61,000 times last year. And were the catalogs to be separated, the Santa Barbara Library or their patrons, if you're going to allow your patrons to borrow from other library systems, would need to pay a third party at an estimated cost of over 15 minutes. Okay, With that, I just want to
wrap
say
up your thought. Yeah.
thank you. For years, the Black Gold Cooperative has provided equitable access to resources across our county library system, and we hope you'll invest in the time in trying to preserve the regional cooperation.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Milt Hess. Milt Hess, please go ahead.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Murillo, members of City Council. My name is Milt Hess, and I am chair of the city's library board and Santa Barbara's representative on the County Library Advisory Committee. The library board gave its approval to this ILS proposal at our November meeting. I've been aware of the constraints imposed by Black Gold for as long as I've been on the library board. This proposal offers benefits to both the public and the library staff, and it will reduce costs for the Santa Barbara Public Library. But, there's always a but, in this case, the but is the impact on the rest of the county library system. When Molly Weta and Director Cadiente gave this presentation to the County Library Advisory Committee last week, the response of several members was, will we still be able to borrow materials from Santa Barbara? I didn't hear any of them express a desire for a holistic approach to ILS that would benefit the whole county. Santa Barbara has been outvoted on every significant proposal we've made to the Black Gold community. So at what point do we say enough? There are a number of interwoven problems with the county library system: an inequitable funding formula, inequitable use of our library's resources, and inefficiencies in Black Gold operation and administration. A new ILS will not solve these problems, but perhaps it's the lens that focuses attention on them. The ILS decision represents a fork in the road in our relationship with the county library system. There are at least three possible alternative paths. One, we go it alone, implement the new system and be done with it. Two, we once again submit to majority rule and continue using the costly and substandard Black Gold system. Or three, the rest of the county libraries decide to join us in replacing Black Gold with a new ILS. Clearly, I would prefer to have the others join us. But first, we need to hear them ask to participate. And Mr. Casey's comments suggest that maybe they're starting to ask. So I encourage you to authorize our library to proceed with the plan you have before you. But in parallel, we need to encourage the rest of the county library system to join us. Perhaps the threat that we may go it alone will motivate them to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Ms. Gorman?
Madam Mayor, no further speakers on this item.
We'll close public comment and let's have a discussion then. I don't like the word threat. Ms. Schmidt said something about regional cooperation, and if there's still an opportunity for us to have discussions with our colleagues at the county or Goleta and elsewhere, maybe we can find some collaborative solution. But my ears are open. Ms. Harmon, you're in first position there. You have the floor, and then Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess first I'll start by expressing my appreciation to Ms. Weta, Ms. Cadiente, library staff for putting together this presentation, for doing this work. Really, I'm so excited by the work you're doing to modernize our library, to find efficiencies in our library system. And I have to say, I really think this is how we're going to bring our library into the modern era with us. It's how we're going to ensure the longevity of our libraries for future generations. So I want to just really acknowledge that and say unequivocally how much I support a lot of what you've presented today, and in particular to our county partners who may be listening. I want to just acknowledge that I think so much of this not only is the direction that we need to go, but that it's inevitable. So I want to be very clear about that. And and hopefully our partners will be listening. I also do want to acknowledge Ms. Schmidt, and I've spoken to a number of folks in Zone 4, the Goleta library system. They really have made a significant effort to try to even the proverbial scales a little bit, and I think it's important that we acknowledge that. I also just want to say, I think, that regional cooperation, I think, is one of the most important and maybe most underutilized tools in a local government's toolbox. Regional cooperation allows us to magnify our impact, to reach so many more people together collectively than we ever could have reached on our own. And I think our library system, though of course it has serious problems, as I think we've all acknowledged, is kind of a shining example of what regionalism can do. And I have to just maybe admit my bias here. I grew up in Lompoc, and the regional library system was so formative to me. Having access to those materials just opened up my worldview, and to be able to borrow materials was so central in my life that I'm having a hard time, frankly, considering taking that away. And I think that's not really what libraries are about. And so while I do want to protect access for our neighbors, I think out of respect for the role that libraries have played in our Central Coast regional cooperation efforts, I would really like to do, as I think, Madam Mayor, you suggested, and press pause on this and try to move forward a discussion with our regional partners. Again, just highlighting that many of the things that have been described by our library staff, I believe, are inevitable. I can't say that more clearly enough, that I want to see us transition to something that works, and something that works well for everyone. But I really want to make sure that we do so in a way that preserves access for the most people on our Central Coast community. So if we can hit that pause button even briefly to have that conversation with our regional partners, I really would support that approach this evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman, our library liaison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo the sentiments and the statements of Councilmember Harmon. As some of you might know, before I was on council, I served on the City Library Advisory Board for 10 years and formerly on the Public Library Foundation. And so libraries are near and dear to me, and understand the issues that are being raised. And I first want to say that staff has made. First, I want to thank staff for the presentation, all the work they've done in our Library Advisory Board and all those taking part of it. And Ms. Wood, I think you did a great job on your presentation. I know it was one of the more high-profile ones you've done. So a very excellent job tonight, and appreciate you presenting the information in the way that you did. So back to the point about the library, and I think our staff has made the case that this system that they're proposing is right for our residents on a number of ways, just the user experience, enhancing the library services, and then cost effectiveness over time. However, I do think that in most other areas of government, we are trying to be more regional in our approaches to how we're solving issues, whether it's looking through Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, through transportation, whether we're looking at sea level rise issues with the Beach Erosion Authority, or others. There's many others where we're really looking at regional approaches, because really these services don't stop within our own borders. And so I think at this point that we should go back and engage and answer the questions and have a dialogue with our regional partners, and with the understanding that this system is where we want to go, and we also need to look at the funding issues. And I appreciate the efforts Goleta has made over the last few years since they managed Zone 4 to try to address these. Because I also think that if we don't do this, one, we're going to end up long-term as funding gets more difficult over time for our libraries. We're going to pit library against library, which is exactly what we don't want to do. And so with that, I think it's important that we work together to see if there's a way to bring everybody up into this new system, because it will benefit all residents of the county. And I think this is one where we have that opportunity. And the last part of it is that we've been in this shared governance of libraries since 1964, so that's almost 60 years. So any major significant change like this, I think it deserves another look and another conversation before we move in that direction. So with that, as part of where we go with the recommendation, I don't need to make the motion now, but I would think that we would direct Mr. Casey and staff to go back and engage with the others jurisdictions in the county to address the issues of upgrading to this system in particular, and addressing funding issues that are long withstanding, and in particular the county per capita. I am disappointed that a decision was made today when we couldn't even be there, and it was made in an emergency meeting, because I think that based on the discussion we're having now, it kind of maybe might have prevented that emergency meeting. But I think that's part of the discussion we can have. And I'm not going to put a timeline on when this is to come back, because I think that we could really leave that up to Mr. Casey to come back in a reasonable amount of time, not open-ended where we're just pushing this off. So I would ask Mr. Casey to consider that and then come back when you think in the new year, when we could come back with some information on this and see where we still stand with our opportunity to go to a new system, and whether it's us or maybe a collaborative one. So I don't know if that needs to be a motion or if we can all speak to that, but that's what I have for now.
All right, let's see what other people have to say if they want to pop on. I can tell you that I'm persuaded to go with the standalone library catalog, but I am willing to hit the pause button and have conversations with our regional partners. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
I just have a question for staff. Has the county contribution to our local city libraries, have they decreased over the last, like, let's say 4 years?
So we'll have Jessica Caliente explain that. It's complicated.
I'm just going to be very blunt. I just want to know. Because I know that our libraries are being used, or, you know, Ms. Harmon just said, Lompoc will borrow some of our books. And I want to know how much is the county contributing to our city library, since we are like this working machine that feeds off to the rest of the county. And just understand a little bit more, and for the public too, to understand why this, you know, you guys are making this presentation.
Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Gutierrez, it's kind of complicated. So the first answer to your question about the per capita, it has stayed status quo for the city of Santa Barbara, the $7.80. So no increase, no decrease over the last few years. While the county has given not per capita increases, but one-time monies or continuing monies to other libraries that are in our zone, such as Carpinteria and Montecito. And then in terms of the, could you ask your second question? I want to make sure I answer it clearly.
So the first question was about if monies have decreased support from the county to our local city libraries. And the other one was, I wanted the community to understand how our city libraries feed to the rest of the libraries in the county, and why you guys came to us with this presentation, like, hey, let's stand alone. So the public understands a little bit about how our local libraries are very important to the county at large.
Absolutely. So the county gives a per capita $7.80 to every single resident within the county. And we're all broken into zones. So zone 1 is represented by the city of Santa Barbara, and then we serve Montecito and Carpinteria as part of our zone. And there's no standard or requirement for any zone to put X number of dollars into their collection budget. And so the city of Santa Barbara chooses to place value on its collection, and we maintain a very high collection budget in comparison to other libraries. And yes, the Goleta Library has worked to make improvements and advances in their collection budget, but are still not even half of what we are currently providing the county. In addition, because we're such close borders with our neighbors, Goleta, we often have the inequities that our chair has discussed in his public comment. We have a lot of users that live in the Goleta zone that will use our libraries, and Ms. Weta could probably speak to that even more. She really digs into that data. But overall, it is a countywide system. However, there's no standards or requirements for us to support at any level, any program or collection budget. Ms. Weta, do you have anything to add?
Yes, in regards to the borrowing of materials from other jurisdictions, which we do, I'm not disputing those statistics that we both borrow and share. We think we could more effectively manage those sharings, and in many cases there may be we're borrowing a book from another library that we do own a copy of, or there are copies passing in shipment back and forth to one another. So it's our current way of managing the shared resources isn't the most efficient or effective. And we do invest a considerable amount into our collections over what the other library jurisdictions do. I mean, just for example, if you dig into the state of California library reports, for example, the city of Santa Maria has about 5,000 children's books per capita. We have 12,000, so we have a lot more in children's materials that circulate far more frequently. We also have a lot more newer materials than a lot of the other library jurisdictions. So it is complicated, as Ms. Cadiente explained, and that there's no requirement that any library invest a certain amount per capita into their collections so that it could be more equal. And there's no guarantee that we're sharing resources in the most effective and efficient manner. So while we absolutely believe in resource sharing, that is the fundamental to library services, is that you get more in return if you share resources. We don't think that the current way in which that is done, which is unique in California, is the best way to do that. And that's why we've been working for the past several years to propose alternatives and improvements with the other libraries in the Black Gold Cooperative and in Santa Barbara County.
Thank you for that information and for your presentation as well. Mr. Casey, I don't know if this is a little bit too aggressive, and maybe I'm saying this because I'm new, but when you go and negotiate or talk to our county leaders, is there any way that we can ask for more money since we're doing all this work? Is that a possibility?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Alejandra Gutierrez. I can always ask. I think it's unlikely. You know, I think maintaining the status quo is probably our best outcome just in this fiscal climate and the pressure the county has on some of their smaller libraries about, you know, operating costs for libraries is going up. And as I think Mr. Hess and the other person from the Library Foundation, there's been a countywide discussion about trying to find a consistent revenue stream to support libraries across the county. So I think they're dealing with challenging resources. So I think the option of us getting more is unlikely, but I hear your request and I will express that.
And thank you for that. But I would like for you to deliver the message of what they just explained. You know, all the work that we do, we are kind of the central library for the whole county. And yes, we understand we're going through a budget crisis and keeping libraries open. It is a challenge right now, but I think it's really important that they value the work that we do for the county at large.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Gutierrez. You make two really good points. One, I think Ms. Weta did a really nice presentation. In the very beginning, one of the things she mentioned that I don't think people appreciate is that we used to get reimbursed by the state for being in this cooperative Black Gold sharing option, and that the state cut that funding off in 2011. And so it's been a financial carry to stay part of that cooperative since then. And as our budget challenges get worse and we look at reductions, and we're looking at more reductions next fiscal year with another COVID budget, The challenge on the library is how do they become more efficient? And they think this is more cost efficient and a better service to provide to the customer. And that's why the library committee recommended going forward with it, and we brought it with you here as well. So we'll share that story with our county partners as well.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other opinion out there? If it sounds like we're moving in the direction of supporting this new proposal, but we're willing to have discussions through Mr. Casey, I would volunteer myself as well if you wanted to have an elected person in the room to help with the conversation and building collaboration. So Ms. Weta and Ms. Cadiente, thank you so much. Ms. Good, okay. We'll leave it at that. And as Mr. Friedman said, there's not a time frame except whatever our if we're looking out for our East Side Library and our downtown library, that would be my guidepost on when we bring this back to the City Council. So we'll close this item. We'll take a 5-minute break for our interpreters and our technical staff. We're in recess. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item 19, cities actions to address homelessness, including update from Santa Barbara Alliance for Community Transformation with a request for $50,000 in additional fiscal year 2021 funding, an update from CityNet with a new state PLHA contract. And that's it.
Ms. Doubles, welcome to the meeting, and you have the floor. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Laura Doubles, and I'm the Housing and Human Services Manager for the city. Thank you for having us here tonight. We have two of our homeless partners, CityNet and SB Act, that will also be speaking a little in the presentation. Happy to be here tonight to address some of the issues and the efforts that the city has made in addressing homelessness. Thank you. Next slide, please. And next slide. So a little bit of background to get our audience up to speed here with homelessness. Back in September of 2018, the council had declared a homeless shelter crisis. And we have had a couple of point in time counts since then that the county actually does for the region. And in January of 2020, our current point in time count was 914 individuals. And I'm here tonight to actually just give you a real understanding of all of the millions of dollars that the city actually does invest in annually to address the homelessness issues throughout the city. And these are in both public services costs, as well as the grants and funding that we give to local nonprofit service provider agencies. Next slide, please. So during fiscal year 2019, we actually we put in an application and we were awarded $2 million in HEAP funding. And we created a new, very innovative, multidisciplinary mobile navigation center. We partnered with Cottage Health, CityNet, Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara, and PATH and our PD. We all came together and addressed our top 50 most vulnerable homeless individuals in the city. And we've been doing a really good job. That's going to be ending in June of this coming year, 2021. Next slide, please. So what we have what we had done in 2019 was street outreach and housing service. And we brought in CityNet, which was a brand new partner of ours. They do a lot more professional street outreach for homeless individuals. They are very specialized in real service resistant types and developing trust and relationships, and have been very successful in moving a lot of them off the streets and into housing. In fiscal year 2019, our investments in our direct costs and grants were a little over $5 million. Next slide, please. The city's services that we provided are listed here on the screen. Next slide, please. And a little bit more of all the services that the city actually does provide to respond and address to homelessness. Next slide, please. And this is a really good column depiction of what these city grants are actually put to. Next slide, please. And our activities during the fiscal year 2020 is when we created our new citywide homelessness collaborative with SB Act and SB Foundation as partners. And we work towards developing a homelessness strategic plan. In fiscal year 2020, the city investments actually moved up quite a bit to over 5.7 million. As you can see on the screen. Next slide, please. And we were also asked to do a report annually for the grand jury. And we have done that, and we will be doing that annually and posting that onto our city website. This screen shows the website address, as well as just a picture of the first part of it, to show you what this report shows. Next slide, please. So that one was for our city costs, and this one now is for the city grants. And this also is the website that you can access those. Next slide, please. This was our accomplishments in fiscal year 2020. This was for the city. Next slide, please. And also the accomplishments for the grants that were given. As you can see by these two slides, there was an awful lot of really good work that the city has done. A lot of investment and a lot of individuals were touched and served in the city for homelessness. Next slide, please. And now the activities that we are doing currently for the fiscal year 2021. We actually have a new source of funding that's coming from the state. It's called Permanent Local Housing Allocation, or PLHA. It's set to begin January 1st of this coming year, which is just a few weeks away here. And it will actually give us new funding to help support 2 new CityNet teams that will be providing street outreach and housing services throughout the city, citywide, as well as adding a new RHMP. So that's our rental housing mediation program, a new specialist to help us prevent any more homelessness through that program. The CDBG also was distributed another $1.3 million and our council has chosen actually to put that to rental assistance. That was the CARES Act funding that came forward because of the COVID pandemic. And that was actually to help us further prevent more evictions and possibly more homelessness. So the first round served about 85 households, and the second round, which is quite substantially more at a little over $1 million, we're estimating at approximately 240 more households to be served. Next slide, please. And also our police department has entered into a new co-response unit, and they formed in a collaboration with behavioral wellness through the county. And this team responds to calls involving persons experiencing a mental health crisis. And as you can see on the screen, the police officer has to undergo 40 hours of training in crisis intervention training and a clinician with extensive experience. They de-escalate volatile situations and connects community members to services. Next slide, please. And some of the accomplishments that we've done, we cleaned the Milpas and Cacique underpasses. I was just informed actually that 7 of the 9 individuals that were underneath there have actually moved into permanent housing. So that was very, very successful there. The council instituted a no sit or lie ordinance in that area. And that was due to infrastructure restrictions, causing it to be a very public safety and health hazard. We cleaned our creeks to preserve waterways, and we have cleaned the beach fronts and initiated a 90-day plan for cleaning on those. Next slide, please. And our SB Connect Home, which was actually formed from the HEAP grant. Their statistics are on the screen. That was a very, very successful program. We actually were 1 in 8 institutions that actually got onto a national survey for that innovation of a multidisciplinary team. Our SBAC collaborative, they had formed, they were working steadily on trying to do a strategic plan for our city. And they have created, at this point now, 3 regional action plans and working groups, and they'll be going into that in just a little bit. Next slide, please. And this screen actually shows that we do have a website page, a web page for reporting, either encampments or homeless individuals in need. And the address for that web form reporting is shown on the screen, as well as the hotline number as well. Next slide, please. And now I'd like to bring on SB Act so that they can provide you all an update. Rich Sander is the executive director. Barbara Anderson, Chief Strategy Officer, and Jeff Schaefer, Director of Initiative. Welcome. Thank you.
I just popped on to welcome people. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor and City Council members, thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to present for you. In our presentation, we want to cover three things mainly. We want to share with you highlights from this past year. We want to share our detailed common agenda, which is really our strategic plan. And three, how it's implemented both now and next year. So next slide, please. Next slide. So for highlights this year, so at the beginning of this year, we put together our steering committee, which is some of the brightest minds who have the most experience in homelessness. We brought them together from businesses, nonprofits, government agencies, and foundations. We moved them together to really formulate the strategic plan for the city of Santa Barbara, and we're going to share that with you. And we were able to do this while still maintaining our commitment to public and private funding. And that's really important for us, that we not only get funding from the city of Santa Barbara, but also private foundations and even private donors, so that we're able to maintain a neutral presence in the community, speaking on behalf of everyone and looking at the issue as a whole and not beholden to any one funder. Next slide, please. And then COVID hit this year, and there was a variety of things that came to our attention. The first of which is that we really saw a need for SBAC to step in and coordinate. Now, luckily, we already had brought together all of these agencies in partnership already. We were able to then redeploy and activate the groups that we were already working on towards focusing on strategically addressing the issues that came up with COVID. And so you can see from the slide, we really started coordinating information sharing and just unique needs that came up as COVID progressed and what that meant for people living on the streets. Luckily, and through a lot of work, we were not only able to complete this year's scope of work with just a 2-month delay because of the COVID response. Next slide, please. So we're just going to take you through what's gone on from 2019 through 2021. So if you remember, in 2019, we first partnered with the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara Foundation to really focus on the collective impact model of leadership. And that is, you can see it's collective impact is a strategic planning process to address homelessness. And if there's anything you get today, we really want you to see that for the past 9 months, we've been working with all of these great leaders to really put together the strategic plan for the city of Santa Barbara. So we have a roadmap and a direction of where to go. And again, we did this with this public-private partnership so that we could be a backbone agency and that we were able to be a neutral convener and speak on behalf of the issue and not holding an agenda of any one organization. Next slide. In 2020, we formed the steering committee, and that met monthly to create and co-developed the strategic plan. And that was our long-term strategy over the next 3 years. So it's really important that you see this strategic plan is a 3-year plan. We want to get it on the ground running with measurable outcomes and deliverables to see that we're moving and actually addressing the impacts of homelessness. But while that 3-year plan is happening, we also developed regional-based efforts called RAPs, or Regional Action Plans. And we're going to share a little bit with you about both of the strategic plan and the Regional Action Plan on what we're doing immediately on the ground now to address the impacts of homelessness. And next slide, please. So in 2021, we're going to begin implementing the strategies that we came up with in our strategic plan. And those will be refined, as you see, through working group meetings. The regional action plans are actually focusing on 60 and 90-day plans, depending on where they're located. And those are throughout the city at the waterfront, the east side, State Street, different areas that the impacts have different needs. And in all of this, it's really important to note that there is a structure of accountability, reporting, and collaborative learning. What that means is that everything, this entire process is being held to a tight standard and an accountability where we can see within not only these 60 and 90-day plans, but in 3 years, we want to see the visual impacts of homelessness addressed, but also data-driven numbers to show that what we've been doing has actually accomplished something, and the city of Santa Barbara is different because of it. And with that, I want to invite Barbara Anderson to begin sharing a little bit about our common agenda or the strategic plan. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Rich, and thank you, Mayor and City Council members. It really has been a privilege to work with SB Act as well as our Act on Homelessness Collaborative over the past year to create a very detailed strategic plan. And I've had the privilege of working with over dozens of organizations in strategic planning and business planning. I've also worked on community system-wide planning processes. And I will say, this to me has been a unique experience in that we were facilitating this process during a global pandemic, as well as public health crises proclaimed around racial inequity, as well as dealing with the economic recession as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And all along the way, we had sustained engagement and participation from our steering committee, as well as all of our collaborative partners in our working groups and regional action plans. And we had every opportunity for feedback and for insights to be shared, for expertise to be shared with us. And we appreciate the opportunity from the City Council to really create a planning process and facilitate a planning process that wasn't top down. It really is a community-led, community-driven process where we were able to align priorities and really focus on what we feel are achievable goals over the next 3 years. So as Rich mentioned, our approach is collective impact. It's a research-based and evidence-based approach for effective coordination and collaboration in strategic planning. And so part of collective impact is the creation of this common agenda, or in other words, a strategic plan. Next slide, please. So the guiding principles are just on the onset how we work together and how we make sure that we have an inclusive process that's well facilitated, where feedback is incorporated, and everyone feels like they have been able to have an opportunity to provide input, have that input be incorporated into our priorities, as well as to create a really continuous communication to make sure that we're assessing progress and that we're learning together. I wanted to point out one key piece, which is the steering committee was focused on doing a small number of things extremely well. And this was because of experiences from previous planning processes that were very extensive and comprehensive and long-term, but were not able to be sustained for a longer period of time. So we've had a 10-year plan, 5-year plans, et cetera. And it really was the focus of the steering committee to make sure, can we use resources that are available now, leadership that's committed and engaged right now, residents and business owners and neighborhoods that are feeling that impacts and having immediate solutions being facilitated right now. So that now is 3 years. And this is what we want to share with you in terms of the high-level goals and strategies that have been outlined by city departments and staff, nonprofit service providers, faith-based organizations, again, business-serving organizations, business owners, as well as residents. Next slide, please. So the problem definition, again, our mission statement over the next 3 years. So our community members in the city of Santa Barbara are experiencing housing insecurity and homelessness, and the effects are widespread. The Act on Homelessness Collaborative is committed to reducing and preventing homelessness and its impacts in the city of Santa Barbara by working in partnership using a variety of innovative solutions. Again, this is our North Star. This is what we're focused on. This is what we're all aligned towards. And this is what we're working to address over the next 3 years. Next slide, please. These are our high-level goals. And again, there's only 4. They are still lofty, although there's only 4. But we wanted to make sure, again, that we were able to focus the attention, engagement, and resources that we currently have to goals that we know are realistic and achievable within a designated period of time. So we have increasing the number of affordable housing units. We have strengthening the capacity of organizations that provide housing placement to increase housing retention. Creating a culture of diversion and prevention among partners to, again, reduce the number of individuals that are entering homelessness, And lastly, strengthening the coordination and availability of outreach and case management. So I'll get into each of these a little bit further, but this is exactly what the topic is in front of the City Council today in terms of coordination and collaboration, increasing investment, and the ability for us to bring partners together and to have these really critical, important conversations, as well as expanding the outreach and case management capacity of CityNet, which is a close partner in working to achieve our goals over the next several years. Next slide, please. So goal number one, again, increasing the number of affordable housing units. So per the recent countywide strategic planning process around homelessness, the city of Santa Barbara has been noted to need 232 units of permanent supportive housing to address the number of individuals that are currently in our homeless management information system. So 232 affordable housing units in terms of need, but we also know that there's a requirement in terms of the regional housing needs allocation that also needs to be met. So we're looking at this being a shared responsibility across districts. I think we've all heard in the last several years that there are neighborhoods that feel that they have taken on a disproportionate amount of the burden of addressing our crisis of homelessness. We believe that all neighborhoods and all districts need to commit to addressing the challenges and a complexity of homelessness, and that we want to make sure that we're housing our neighbors. You know, we have a lot of individuals that are familiar with a particular neighborhood. They know their resources, they know the people and friends around them, they know where to go to get a cup of coffee, and they know where is the safest place for them to sleep. We want to meet them where they're at in those neighborhoods and make sure that, again, if there is an opportunity, that we're housing them permanently in those neighborhoods. We also want to make sure that we're strategically using opportunities before us, and thanks to the City Council opening up a lot of the opportunities around ADUs and AUDs to look at these as permanent supportive housing solutions for a lot of individuals experiencing homelessness. Next slide, please. Goal number two, it's simple, but it is the most, I would say, time-consuming and requirement in terms of capacity of organizations, making sure that individuals, especially those who've experienced chronic homelessness, that once they're housed, they're successful in that housing environment. So it really does take a village to make sure that those individuals are successful, that their needs are met, and that those supportive services are sustained for a long period of time. So you see a couple of specific deliverables noted here, but a lot of this is making sure that we're addressing individuals of concern, that we are funding appropriate levels of supportive services once individuals are housed, and that we're ongoingly working with partners to make sure that we're addressing the needs. Next slide, please. Goal number three is reducing the number of individuals entering homelessness. We know this is going to be especially important moving into 2021, when we know that the economic recession impacts to our neighbors are going to be even more dramatic. This is really highlighting and prioritizing diversion as a practice that is low cost and high impact. And when we use the terminology diversion, primarily we mean reunification with family and friends, job opportunities, other housing opportunities in the region, outside of the region, and outside of the state. Next slide, please. Goal number four is outreach and case management services. So unless we know the name of every individual experiencing homelessness, as well as what they need and what they want, we're never going to be able to end homelessness for those individuals. So it's expanding capacity to make sure that we're able to do this, we're able to build trusted relationships, and we're able to work with a number of agencies, all with those individuals in mind and their specific needs in mind. And this is where the Neighborhood Navigation Center concept has come from, and that we need more than one provider working together to make sure, again, that we're able to address the needs of those individuals experiencing homelessness, as well as measurably and visibly reduce the impacts of homelessness in our neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So the last piece of the common agenda is the plan for learning. And we saved you all of the detailed slides on our evaluation plan, which has specific metrics identified for each of our strategies, as well as our high-level goals. This has all been co-created and co-developed by our steering committee and approved as part of our regular reporting process. But please know that we are practicing developmental evaluation, which is multifaceted, flexible, and adaptable to the needs of our collaboration, and that we will be reporting regularly through our working groups, our steering committee, and as well, of course, to the City Council, as well as our other donors and foundations that are committed to this collaborative process moving forward in a way that is completely transparent and specific to assessing our progress and making sure that we make shifts and adjustments along the way. Next slide, please. So just another note, that we will have quarterly steering committee meetings. Again, this is our leadership team that has diverse perspectives and organizations representing all of those who are committed to reducing homelessness in our city, as well as really creating a pathway for how can we assess progress in real time using the data that's available to us. So we want to make sure that every investment that's facilitated by the city, as Laura just so beautifully pointed out, millions and millions of dollars are going into address homelessness, but how can we show that in terms of impact? An impact in our community in general, as well as in our neighborhoods specifically. Next slide, please. So as Laura mentioned, we not only have created a 3-year plan, but we've also created the structure by which we're going to be implementing strategies specific to achieving these goals. One of the core part of this structure is working groups, and we have 3 working groups. Next slide, please. We have a working group around homelessness prevention, housing and shelter, as well as lived experience. And these working groups meet monthly, again, on the specific strategies as noted in previous slides to achieve those 4 goals over the next 3 years. So what we're looking at is, as we implement a strategy, we're learning together what's working and not working, and we're making any necessary adjustments in that strategy to be able to, again, achieve the success that we need to achieve. We're also looking at an opportunity that if a strategy is being implemented successfully, how can we raise additional resources to scale that strategy to reach more people? The last part of this, which is also critical and very much a part of our guiding principles, is making sure that we are incorporating those who are living the experience of homelessness in everything that we do, as well as our overall decision making. Again, unless we know what the system is like and how people are experiencing it, we're not able to, again, systemically shift and make improvements along the way. Next slide, please. So again, just a simple visual showing what the work of the working groups will be doing and how SBAC will be facilitating those conversations with monthly meetings, coordination of partner agencies, collecting and analyzing data for learning, and making sure, again, that we're reporting on impacts in terms of achieving progress to those goals, as well as assessing, refining, scaling, or exiting strategies as needed. So I'm going to turn it over to Jeff to talk about our regionally based work.
Thanks, Barbara. And I want to thank you. I want to thank the mayor and city council members, city staff, members of the public for staying engaged here. And I'm the anchor leg presenter, I think, so I'll try to keep it lively and upbeat. You can go to the next slide. I'm going to be talking about the regional action plans. We knew at the start when we started working to solve homelessness for the city and create this common agenda strategic plan that would take some months to develop. And so we needed to work on the ground as quickly as possible. And we knew there were things that needed to happen. And so we created these regional action plans at the start of our work to begin to work directly with our partners and those experiencing homelessness as quickly as we could. Next slide. So you can see by this slide, we have 3 regional action plans, and then we have what we call the Neighborhood Navigation Center. Barbara spoke to much of what we're trying to accomplish through these, but it really is the boots on the ground coordination of partners around trying to help individuals and families who are experiencing homelessness unsheltered into the services. So one of our main goals is to get our city staff, our service providers, our neighborhood partners, stakeholders, our business members, and our people experiencing homelessness who are still out there, which there are far too many, to be on the same page with what we're trying to accomplish. So on any given week through these East Side, State Street, Alameda Park Neighborhood Navigation Centers and Waterfront RAP session, there are approximately 100 individual partners that are on these calls or active in the work throughout the whole week. The idea of the RAP, as I mentioned, is that we really want to make sure that we're meeting people where they're at. So all of these meetings are basically 1-hour check-in sessions. Once we get more to our strategic plans being put in place, they can move to a 30-minute check-in session. You can go to the, oh, before I move on, I don't want to forget because I see him right there on my right. I want to bring in Brad Fieldhouse now. He's the president and executive director of CityNet. He is, CityNet is our primary go-to partner when we talk about the Neighborhood Navigation Center and the RAPs as far as case management. He's going to talk about some of the effective work they've been able to do the past year and what we're hoping to do more of in the future. Brad, I'll hand it over to you.
Great, thanks, Jeff. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. As Jeff said, my name is Brad, and I'm the Executive Director of CityNet, comprehensive homeless services agency that gets the privilege of working here in Santa Barbara. And I'm also a member of the SB Act Steering Committee, and obviously am fully engaged and in full support of their efforts to get us all to work together so the left hand and the right hand know what we're doing, and ultimately those resources are aligned and leveraged on behalf of those in our community that are experiencing homelessness. So as you know, and as Laura Doubles shared a few minutes ago, detailed in her slides, we are currently part of the Santa Barbara Connect Home project that's primarily focused on the top 50 utilizers of emergency services here in the city, but we're secondarily focused on providing additional outreach and case management services all throughout the city. And as Laura laid out, tonight's funding consideration for CityNet with the PLHA funding will allow us to provide continued outreach and engagement services on behalf of the city of Santa Barbara. And this funding will help us transition and ultimately replace the HEAP grant funding as the Santa Barbara Connect Home project finishes strong over the next 6 months. Connecting the dots for tonight's presentation, though, between the Connect Home project and the SB Act regional action plans, I wanted to share a few quick updates that connect these geographical regional focuses that Jeff is referring to here and our broader Connect Home work and show how those integrate. So besides the actual and ongoing work, myself and our regional program supervisor, Emily, her name on the screen there, it says my name, but it's actually Emily Cabal, attend and we participate in these weekly RAP meetings on a weekly basis. And so the reality is coordination and partnerships like this are essential and critical for effective work on the ground. So just a few steps, and then I'll turn it back over to Jeff, and we'll be around for questions if there are any later. Some questions. So of the 77 permanent, these are permanent street exits. So of the 77 street exits that we've been able to experience as a collaborative under the SB Act Connect Home project, 16 of those have come directly off of State Street. Many of those were in direct partnership with the ambassadors. We work with the ambassadors on an ongoing communication cycle, and so they are our eyes and ears on the ground, and they refer to us, and we work great with them. So 16 from State Street. Another one was from the beachfront, which is a brand new, as you see, emerging RAP within the SB Act infrastructure. And that actually happened within the past 2 weeks. And this particular case was initiated by a community activist, and then it was facilitated by our partnership with the Santa Barbara Police Department and CityNet, and we were able to help get that person housed. And finally, a stat in relation to sort of the East Side and the Cacique Bridge outreach effort that took place earlier this year. We've shared this story actually previously at a council meeting and in a number of our SB Act meetings, but our work was actually, it's still not finished yet on this effort, even though it happened a long time ago. Our work and our partnerships with a bunch of different agencies, providing bridge housing and ongoing case management ever since that outreach project. We were working with 9 individuals. And as Laura alluded to earlier, we're happy to report that as we stand here today, we've been able to provide, again, permanent housing for 4 of those 9, with 3 more very, 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 very close. We're kind of finishing up some COVID-related final steps of that process. And very soon we're looking forward to having 7 of those 9 that we partnered with on that day, or over those couple of days, permanent solutions for those formerly living under the Cacique Bridge. So 16 from State, 1 from the waterfront, and 4, soon to be 7, from the Cacique Bridge over these various RAP areas. We consider it a privilege to be part of the broader effort here in Santa Barbara, and we're looking forward to continuing these efforts if the funding is approved tonight. Jeff, we'll toss it back to you and we'll hang around for questions.
Thank you, Brad, and Emily, for both being on the call with us. You can see why we believe in the RAP model. If you can go to the next slide. You know, why regional action plans? It's something that I've learned in over time working in Santa Maria, Lompoc, and Santa Barbara, is that when you work in a specific neighborhood and you bring partners around, those experiencing homelessness that care about the issue, and generally everyone that I've worked with, for the most part, business owner, neighborhood stakeholder, they care about people on the streets. They just get overwhelmed sometimes. So when you actually involve them in the solution piece, they're excited to join in and bring resources. So a few other reasons is individuals experiencing homelessness generally stay within the same 8 to 10 block region. So that means if we're going to meet them where we're at, we need to have case management teams, holistic case management coordination in all of our key regions to have the highest impacts, which is why we chose to work within some of the parks, State Street, East Side, and now the waterfront. The other thing we wanted to do is make sure we're not just imposing our solutions upon people. And we want to work with people experiencing homelessness. We want to be able to build trust. We want to be able to be true with our expectations, to not let people down. So we know that we need to sustain case management in all these regions over time, because what we kind of see and what CityNet has illustrated through their work is that if you have CityNet staff or behavioral wellness or public health or Home for Good, whoever it is during the outreach, if they can connect with the same person 5, 6, 7 times in 1 week, it goes a lot further than if it's just a 1 month check-in, you know? Looking for that open window opportunity when somebody's actually ready and they say, yeah, I have somewhere to go to be home with somebody else. I do want to go into a shelter. I would like to go into detox. You've got to be able to move right when that moment happens, right when that open window occurs is within 24 to 48 hours. If you move that quickly, that person tends to take these services. We also have seen that we find that we think neighborhood partners and business owners understand the homeless issue, understand the solutions, know that we don't have any shelter, we have very limited shelter bed availability, those kind of facts they aren't necessarily aware of, nor do they necessarily know their lane if they want to bring resources. As I mentioned, we have approximately 100 individuals involved in these throughout the week, and they bring their expertise, their energy, their resources, oftentimes their funding toward the issues. So if we're going to build public-private partnerships, we really need to involve the business community and the neighborhood stakeholders in our solution work and show them that it works, and then they get behind it. That's kind of what we've experienced through the RAPs, is that most of our partners are behind our common agenda, our strategic plan, and they attend our RAPs because they believe we can make a difference by working together. We also finally, I do want to reiterate that we're creating deliverables. So starting in January, as CityNet ramps up again, receiving this new funding, we're going to begin to create 90-day deliverable plans for the RAPs and the Neighborhood Navigation Center. So next slide, please. So this is kind of how we're hoping to sum up our work for the regional action plans and our Alameda Park Neighborhood Navigation Center. We're working with CityNet and other partners to help 100 people exit homelessness in 2021. So the goal really is 20 plus individuals in each region. Emily has put together data for me already on how many clients there are in each region that we can build more rapport with and also bring more resources to. And that's going to kind of be our starting point. We're also going to use what Barbara had mentioned, reunification diversion as a primary strategy. As the data shows, a lot of people in these regions have been homeless for 1 to 2 years or less. So we see that as a great opportunity. So you can see reunification, permanent housing, transitional housing, emergency sheltering. We have both, as even Brad mentioned, street exits are some temporary, but ultimately we want to see them permanent. We want to see people exit homelessness and be housed. And what I really appreciate about all of our partners is we are creating this mentality, which is whatever it takes. There are too many people out there, too many families out there, and too many families and individuals on the edge of losing housing. We need to step up now. We need to work together, and we need to assist more people. And we believe we're building a great foundation and great partnerships to build capacity over time to do a great job on this based on our wonderful community who wants to see this happen. Next slide. I'm going to pass this over to Rich. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jeff. Now, what's really important, and I just wanted to reiterate what Jeff said, is that we really created a plan with the city where everyone can engage. Now, we have on a high level a systems approach with our leadership team, with our steering committee that comes together and creates the plan. We have specific issues being addressed with our working groups. And then those who care about helping their neighbors and their neighborhood, we have RAPs. So we created this collaboration as a whole, where no matter who you are and in what aspect of the city that you're engaged in, you're able to come alongside of us and engage in this partnership. So that leads us to our funding request. Now, in 2019 and 2020, the first year that we implemented this, it was a partnership with the City of Santa Barbara for $100K and the Santa Barbara Foundation for $100K. Next slide, please. Now, for 2020 and 2021, where we've been at is that the City of Santa Barbara came in at $100,000, and we've begun raising private donations through a lot of our partnerships. So you can see in the first Act on Homelessness column, Grace Housing came in, the Hanley Foundation, the Tobes Foundation, and private donors. So we ended up raising $140,000 for the Act on Homelessness Collaborative. We also, in addition, what happened with COVID-19 is that one of the biggest issues that we saw with people on the streets were with the closings of businesses, as well as the CDC guidelines to close and not have meal sharing programs continue. There was a lot of people on the streets going hungry, and we knew that we needed to act, and we needed to act quickly. And so we worked in partnership with the Julia Child Foundation, the Natalie Orfila Foundation, the Ziegler Family Foundation, social venture partners, and private donors to acquire $72,000 to create the Community Food Collaborative. Now, that CFC mainly came about just by bringing all of these partners together and solving for the food crisis by not only buying from local farms and fisheries, but employing people from recently laid off chefs to make meals for people on the streets. So we wanted to engage the entire food chain and keep that process going while also feeding people who desperately needed it. And that was a majority of our stakeholders' time throughout this process. We also received a $15,000 grant from the Santa Barbara Foundation for COVID-19 coordination and all the work that we've been doing. But it's important to note that everything in the blue and green column has been in addition to the scope of work that we were presented with the city. So next slide, please. So what we're coming before you today is that the city of Santa Barbara has contributed $100,000. We have raised about private funders for an additional $40,000. So we do have a total of $140,000 for our Act on Homelessness Collaborative. We're still in need of about $60,000 to meet our budget requirements for this year. We are asking for a $50,000 budget adjustment and increase to our contract for this year, specifically because of the impact of COVID-19. And we're going to raise the last $10,000 from private donors throughout the end of the year. And so that's why we're here today. And we thank you so much for your time. We're now making ourselves available for any questions, and we really hope that we can continue this partnership and see it through the strategic plan over the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, all of you. And Ms. Doubles, did you have something to add to close? There.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was just going to advance the slide one more, just for the staff recommendation. I'm sorry, two more, I guess. So this is the staff's recommendation, is that the council authorize the interim community development director to execute a funding agreement for an additional $50,000 with SB Act, and also the new 1-year contract in the amount of $330,000 in PLHA funding with CityNet. And that concludes our presentation. We are all here for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks. Can I say before I go to Ms. Sneddon, the thing that you didn't take credit for, Mr. Schaefer and Ms. Doubles and SB Act partners, was that when we have hotspots or complaints, we send an email to you all, and you're able to go to this street corner, and there's an individual who needs something. and then you contact the person who filed the complaint or has the concern, and you scoop them into your RAP meetings, and you just engage everybody. And I don't think you quite articulated that, but for the public who are listening and telling us, oh, there's so many new homeless people on the street, you do respond to people in crisis. And so I wanted to add that to the conversation.
Thank you.
So Ms. Sneddon, did you want to start off our questions? Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Just first of all, I just think one of the best things we've done for homelessness as a city is supporting and funding SB Act and CityNet. You guys have been delivering on a promise that you made to us that you would be a centralized location of coordination, and you have really delivered. And it's really heartwarming, actually, when you have those numbers of people who you have brought home. It's just to start with that, just such gratitude, really. For your integrity on what you're offering and what you're delivering. I do have just a couple short questions. Are our homeless numbers going up or down? How are we overall in the city?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Sneddon. I don't know if Barbara Anderson, I know that they take a lot of data that they keep track of, would like to answer that, or I'd be more than happy to.
Yeah, we've had an increase every year for the past several years, and that increase has been slight, but notable. And I think for us, what we really wanted to do is make sure that we capture accurate baseline data at the start of our 3-year plan. So we worked in partnership with CityNet as well as volunteers through our regional action plans to take another capture of baseline data in our neighborhoods. So we captured data on the east side, State Street, as well as the waterfront, saw a total of number of individuals at 340, with a good portion, a percentage of those, 44%, at the waterfront, State Street experiencing 35% of that, and East Side 21% of that. So overall, not being able to kind of deduplicate based on specific client names, that's a 5% increase from the last time that data was captured a year prior. But we also know and are kind of waiting to see the impacts because of the economic recession, and potential lifting of an eviction moratorium, that count could go up, and we are prepared to do another count next fall.
Thank you. And then do you know, how does that number compare regionally? Like, I know people think that we're having such a really high increase, but compared to other areas, is our increase as high as other areas or not?
So again, because we're the only city that has done a recent count, it's hard to make a direct comparison. So the last data set we have is the 2020 point in time count, which again saw an overall increase that was slight, but still notable. They won't be doing another point in time count because, again, of the COVID-19 guidelines and being able to protect volunteers and facilitating that count. So we will not have data again until the city of Santa Barbara, again, prioritizes that next fall.
And is the count people who are on the street? It doesn't count, say, housing insecure or people living on couches, but it's not their home, or that those numbers aren't counted in this?
No, and actually our working group on homelessness prevention is looking at available data sets, and it would be a concerted effort for us to understand better those who are vulnerable to homelessness. The Urban Institute actually did a recent study based on several data sets that were available at a national level, not just including census data, but also those who filed for unemployment and have sought out rental assistance and unemployment assistance programs, that we have 3 census tracts in the city of Santa Barbara that notes almost 2,000 individuals that are vulnerable because of COVID-19 to fall into homelessness. So we share that data with our working group to just give us some sense of what the overall need is. And Laura and her team are also working with United Way, understanding that we've had over 350 applications for the rental assistance program, and all of those individuals and families are vulnerable as well.
Okay. And then what do we need more of, shelters or beds? Or do we have enough beds? Or the perception, I think Mr. Sander alluded to it a little bit, or I'm sorry, Mr. Schaefer, that people think we have enough shelter beds. Could you just put that in perspective?
So the county actually did a really tremendous job at looking at the available shelter beds, as well as the permanent supportive housing units, transitional housing available, as well as other permanent housing opportunities in the city in comparison, again, to the individuals that have been inputted in the coordinated entry system and HMIS. So based on that last calculation, we needed 262 emergency shelter beds. So that's in the city of Santa Barbara. And again, that's total need in addition to the beds that we have now in our current emergency shelters. It was also noted that we need 120 units of transitional housing and 232 units of permanent supportive housing to meet the current need.
Thank you. So then if every person on the street right now wanted a bed, there would not be available. Okay.
Not even close. No.
Not even close. Okay. Those are my questions at this time, other than I guess a comment at some point if letting us know what the role of public-private partnerships might be. I know we have people who contact us who say, you know, I have funding, or I think I want to find a place and support a shelter, or my instinct would be to funnel them to you. But just if you want to just mention what the role of public-private partnerships might be.
Absolutely. So Jeff is engaging and facilitating and taking the lead on the regional action plans. So if the commitment is specific to a particular neighborhood, that's absolutely where we can channel them. If we're looking at how can I help in homelessness, please direct them to SB Act. You know, for us, not only are we kind of holding the center of the strategic plan for the city and in terms of where we need resources, where there are gaps and how we can channel them, but it's really my commitment, having come from philanthropy, to make sure that we're as transparent and accountable as possible to any investor or investment that comes in through homelessness, that we're reporting out on the impact of that investment. So we'll channel it to the right place and make sure that we're measuring and allocating what the impacts are to that specific dollar amount.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Mr. Jordan, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Caught me yawning. You know, and I guess I'll just get this out of the way. It's extremely frustrating to be here at this time of night, and I think in this day of the month, the last meeting of the year, to talk about this subject. This subject certainly merits a much longer conversation of intelligence than you're going to get tonight. Probably could take a whole 2 o'clock afternoon meeting subject to get out the information that needs to be put out, the questions that need to be asked, and so I don't get to set these things, but just my 2 cents. So I'm already feeling intimidated by how late it is and how long I want to talk. I have just a couple questions for Ms. Doubles and then a couple for the SB Act people. So Ms. Doubles, the way I read the PLHA attachment that talks about meeting the requirements of that funding is we're going to do the CityNet thing. We're proposing to do the CityNet thing for $330K of the 453, and the balance of that, so $120,000, a little more than $120,000, would be the cost of one full-time rental mediation person. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor and Council Member Jordan, actually, it's roughly around 100,000. It's the salary plus all the benefits and all of that we have to calculate in there. But the other portion, it's right around 20,000, I believe. There is an allowance for some admin for my staff to actually administer that program.
Okay, so my dumb question is 100K is the going rate for a rental mediation person, an effective rental mediation person.
That is what our budget person tells me, so.
Okay, and then what kind of knowledge or data do you have on how often a person moves from a situation of eviction or the end of a termination of a lease to homelessness, and the fix is this rental mediation person. I mean, is this frequent that people are going from, I'm in a house but I got evicted, or I'm in a house and my lease is terminated and I'm just being thrown out because I have no other lease, and tomorrow I'm homeless? Is that a common occurrence?
That is very common occurrence. That is primarily what the staff does work on, is clients that are at that point. We have served almost 1,000 clients a year in doing so, in helping them to hopefully retain their housing, but if not, then to assist them with what they may need to either go and find another place, or possibly assistance in, even financially, to help them with relocation.
Okay.
From the landlords.
Thank you. And then for the three of you from SB Act, I guess so thank you for the hour you spent with me last week, maybe. In particular, I could probably spend a day with Miss Anderson. It just, you kind of talk my nuts and bolts language. So I just want to thank you for that. So could one of you, because this is me or my peers, this is a common issue, and I know we talked about this last week, but could one of you talk a little more about the whole dynamics involved of first contact to success? And in my frame of success, it would be off the street into something. So, and I'll just preface my peers' perception of that. It's a person experiencing homelessness who shouldn't like that. And I walk up and I offer a home, and they should say, oh, thank you very much, and we're done with the transaction, right? And I know it's not that, I know, because it's inside baseball for me, but I'm sure lots of people just have no clue over what needs to take place and how often it needs to take place till we take those steps of success and we actually get to something that would be results oriented because they're now housed. So could one of you speak to that?
Well, if Emily's still available, it'd be great to have Emily jump on, as she's a person who's actually doing that day-to-day case management. But so maybe I'll throw it over to you, Emily, because you're doing it and you're actually coming up with some data points on this question.
Yeah.
I've seen Brad, and he's a much bigger guy than that young lady. So.
Yeah, I think there is a common misperception of, just get people housed and expecting this whole process to happen. When we get lucky, it can move within a month. But on average, it takes us between 3 and 10 meet and greets and building that rapport and that trust with a client who's been chronically homeless for many years. And so between those 3 to 10 kind of meet and greets, building rapport, we're asking, what immediate needs can we serve? How can we build your trust? How can we offer you food, shelter, clothing? And once that rapport is built and the client enrolls with CityNet, we have to go through this thing called the document ready process, where we get their ID, their social security card. They have to get a homeless verification, and they have to get a disability verification if that applies, which comes from their primary care physician. During COVID right now, to get an ID, it takes about a week, but we have to mail that ID in order to get a social security card, which can take about a month. And in that time, we have to maintain that rapport and trust and movement in the housing. Once that's achieved, then we have to connect with the PCP, which is on the phone, right? And so there's another COVID barrier. And then once all of these documents are pulled and wrangled together, we then start searching for housing, or we apply them for a voucher. Right now, there's very little vouchers available left in Santa Barbara City. And so we're having to come up with creative housing solutions and searching for sober living programs or, work for rent type of situations. Relocations, diversions are always, the easiest way and the quickest way to help us find, strategies for our clients. And then once the housing navigation is done, equal amounts of time is put in so that we can maintain their housing. So we had one case study where it took us about
70 hours to get the client housed over a year. And then once the client was housed, within 6 months, it was about 85 hours of permanent supportive housing services within those 6 months. So that's about half of the time. And so we see our clients as lifelong clients. It's not just about getting them housed. We need to keep them housed to keep them out of the system. And so, yeah, it takes a while.
So I think you paint a better picture. So I'm going to prod you to get down to my level. So you actually broke that up into they're off the street and they're somewhere, which is, I get that problem too. But the one that everybody sees that impacts them day to day is the guy or the gals on the street. Yeah. And this, I mean, I'm just going to start lobbing softballs up to you, but this process isn't just several or a dozen meets sometimes. It might be 100 meets over the course of a year to prompt somebody to accept what I view in my perception as would be literally that transaction. Oh, I'm unhoused. Here's your housing ticket, but I'm not taking it in your world, right? You have to come back and back and back again, contrary to how I would think this would normally play out, right?
Yeah, about 160 interactions per client was what we tracked for the past year.
Okay. And then can one of you talk to the legal constraints too that you or we or the city work under in trying to lessen the impacts also? So even if there is housing available and you've started to build this trust, a person's still an individual and can just decline housing, right? I mean, how does all that work?
So for our practice, we offer 3 opportunities for housing, and they get 3 chances if we find them housing. I don't think there's any law saying that if they don't choose from those housing options that they would not be continued to be case managed. I think right now shelter in place is probably the biggest legal barrier that we're having, and that, we want to make sure people are staying where they are, and that our shelter systems now are limited in their ability to accept new clients. And so it really brings about that we need to have somewhere for people to go and shelter in place safely.
When you say shelter in place, what you mean is in the bushes, in an alcove of a building, wherever they are, right?
Yes.
We're not talking someplace that you or I would go tonight. It is literally out there on the street. That's what you're calling shelter in place.
Yeah, and so I think it's really important as CityNet, we do this outreach, right? We're not just pushing them from neighborhood to neighborhood, especially now during COVID, right? The Cacique Bridge project was a beautiful example of how we went in, we provided shelter in place, and again, through the stability of having them in one place, we could do that intensive case management, and so that we got results much quicker. I mean, it's been 6 months, not even, since the Cacique Bridge project started. And like I said, in the previous example, it takes about a year to a year and a half to get someone housed. So.
And then my last question, could you talk a little bit about, I met Brad 2 or 3 years ago at a luncheon. Jay Higgins and a group of faith people in town put together a luncheon to introduce it. That's right when he was embroiled in the Orange County relocation and having some success. And so what I remember from the CityNet type of process is that you work real hard on not just being something that sustains, and you build that into both your process, but also participants in other NGOs or nonprofits that participate in your process. That's about all I remember. So I'm just wondering if Brad, you could talk a little bit about that and what makes it different from just somebody who just feeds once a week and then lets everybody loose. What is different in your process and your metric and how you measure success?
Yeah, great question. I mean, just to the point of those that are out there trying to do something and are thinking of creative ideas, we do want your support and we do want you to participate. So reach out to CityNet and or SB Act, and we would love to kind of harness and align your interest to support sort of the collective goals. But yeah, I mean, the reality is the system that's out there, unfortunately, does require a little bit more than just a brochure with a bunch of phone numbers and say, here you go, good luck. It's really complicated, as Emily described that process of sort of how to get an ID, how to move through the process, how to become document ready, how to sort of get all the components lined up so that while limited, the resources that do exist, sort of that pathway in partnership with the individual, we can work down that road to ultimately get them into the housing that they are seeking. That is sort of the work of a professional case manager, from the streets to housing. So it is a pretty labor intensive. It's a system that requires, unfortunately, again, sort of somebody who knows how to navigate that. Things like the homeless management information system and how we collectively align the limited resources to prioritize vulnerability on the streets, on and on and on. So our team and our growing team here in Santa Barbara is expert at that. I mean, it is about building rapport, just as if it sounds like, to your example, just kind of coming up to people. There's a lot of false hope. A lot of people have come up to people and said, we got to get you housed. And that's sort of, that promise has been kind of put out there many, many times. And so they kind of don't believe it when the next person comes along and says that, or they've been let down. And so, or there's a lack of trust out on the streets because trust is scarce out on the streets. So all those things kind of come in where our team would come in, and others like us and our partners essentially stand in the gap with those individuals and help them navigate to the resources that are at their disposal. That's essentially our process.
There's also two things that set CityNet apart from what's been offered locally, and one is transportation and our ability to transport clients. Because our insurance covers that, it's a huge asset to any kind of case management from the streets. And then the other one is all of our case managers go through 80 hours of training before they go out and do case management. And so, you know, that includes de-escalation training, harm reduction, housing first. And so having this kind of more systematic way of delivering case management services, I think, is what makes CityNet most unique. And then again, we can't do our job without our partnering agencies. And so, you know, Ambassadors, PD, Cottage Hospital, you know, behavioral wellness, everyone is in communication. And I think that's what makes our program most successful.
So I don't want to feel,
sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't want to feel like, oh, sorry. Let me get one more question, Barbara, then. So I don't want to feel like I'm making you feel like I'm dragging information out of you, but you guys are, you totally know what you're talking about, where I like marginally do, and then people outside the building have no clue. So when you talk about the importance of transportation, I'm presuming you mean you basically, somebody says, you connect. Somebody finally says yes to something, and they got to go somewhere to do that something, whatever it is of all the things you described. You can put that guy in the transportation rather than say, oh, shoot, now how are we going to get him or her over to there or over to there and then over to there, right? This is one of your benefits, right?
Exactly. And when there's hygiene and, you know, health concerns, we don't always want to put them on public transportation. So it's also protecting our community. And so the 5 vans that we have to use have been really helpful.
Thanks so much. Barbara, I'm sorry I cut you off. So
No, not at all. And Councilmember Jordan, thank you for the really thoughtful questions. I think I was just going to point out, in terms of the data, you know, more than half of these individuals have had a physical or sexual traumatic experience or emotional abuse that created the circumstance in which they're living on the streets. And if they've lived on the streets for 6 months or longer, they've had additional trauma or new trauma associated to that experience. So what's great about CityNet and other providers is that the more training and more professionalization around that case management and outreach, the more we're able to meet individuals where they're at, create a safe environment, create a trusted relationship, and to facilitate these supportive services. So Emily is completely correct, and Brad is as well, in terms of we have the ability now, more so than ever, to be able to address both the systemic causes as well as the more immediate needs and concerns.
Thanks so much. Thank you all. I'll get out of the way. I'm sure tons of other people have questions too. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, if you're ready, and then Mr. Friedman.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, no, it's not afternoon, right? It's night. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to see you. I know it's super late, but I just want to say thank you so much for your help. I have a question. Would it be helpful for you guys to have council members more involved in, maybe more in communication with you guys? I work closely with Mr. Shaffield with the Eastside Rap, and I'm constantly in communication. And obviously, the homeless issue is a big issue in my district. It has been for many years. But I was just wondering, would it be helpful, let's say, if we had a council subcommittee where it was, 2 council members that would meet with CityNet and SB Act once a month? And I'm asking this because, we have now with the pandemic, we have business owners very concerned about, double more homeless out there in front of their businesses. And then, of course, we have the community members. And like Mr. Jordan mentioned, there's a lot of people out in the public that don't understand exactly what the city's doing. So we get a lot of complaints. But I feel that if we can participate more in this conversation or have more communication with you guys, we can hold each other accountable. And we also can provide more of a transparency to the public, so the public can understand. Because if we're more informed and we have the information on hand, then we're not staying this late asking questions that I'm sure that you guys answer all the time. And we can actually ask more questions that are more in depth, that will maybe calm some of the questions that we get from the business owners, like, where's your long-term plan for the homeless issue in Santa Barbara? What are you guys doing? Like, a lot of people feel that we're not doing anything, but we are. I think this year we've done a great job. And you guys mentioned about the Cacique Bridge and everything. I could see it in my district. I mean, the people in my district are just so grateful for you guys. And Ms. Anderson, you mentioned how can we show the impact? And that's why I'm asking this question. Would you guys feel that maybe creating a subcommittee where the council members are more in communication with you guys, like they have for the downtown area or for the community development, would that be helpful?
Well, I can speak first and I appreciate the council members all of you already being involved at some level, whether on Zoom calls with us or in our RAPs or connected to our working groups. Even coming out, as I invited somebody to come out to Alameda Park and see the Neighborhood Navigation Center and what's really going on. Barbara Rich may have other suggestions, but I would strongly encourage city council membership in our working groups and in our RAPs, primarily because when we start, especially if we start to look at the expansion of shelter beds, the expansion of housing, working with you to look at your districts, looking at plots of land, I think that's where we really need to be aligned when we start talking about ultimately those housing solutions is really a priority for us. And I think if we could literally wrap you in there, then we would be in constant communication and you would be tied into certain key solutions based on your district, based on your passion or knowledge as well. So Barbara or Rich, you might have other ideas.
I want to echo that. I think, for us, we try to make every meeting productive and valuable. We have formal agendas. We're facilitating them with as much experience as we can possibly facilitate. And again, if there's an opportunity for us to have a dialogue, we facilitate that open and honest dialogue. So what we're hearing from business owners and residents, community leaders and others is that they often feel ignored. They feel like they've raised their voices, they've shown up before City Council many times for many years, really asking for more resources and more attention on this issue. And they sometimes feel that their expectations aren't met, or there is a moment in time where, you know, resources are being allocated and things are getting done, but then it drops off. And for us to have the engagement and momentum that we have now, even though folks feel that way, it really means so much to have city staff and city council members participate in these regional action plans and working groups and steering committee meetings. Even for Mayor Murillo to facilitate our steering committee meetings, it shows that you're there, you're prioritizing them, they feel heard, and they feel like we're moving forward in a very, very actionable and concrete way. So we'll always meet with you and have, you know, different mechanisms to share information, to hear your concerns and address your questions. And those communication pathways have been so wonderful, which is why I think all of our partners are so hopeful in the process moving forward. So we appreciate the question. We don't want to add more meetings to your calendars, but when you do show up, it does mean a lot.
Thank you. And I wouldn't mind attending a meeting to discuss this issue and to support you, because it's an issue that it's not just city, but it's countywide. And I think it's time. And I think this year was a prime example why we need to start really tackling and really showing. I think as council members, it's also our responsibility to show the public what you guys are doing. So yeah, thank you. And thank you for your answer. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Before we go to Mr. Friedman, you know, we could have one or two more people attend the steering committee meeting of the city council, and then also the all call meetings, which are quarterly. Do I have that right? So we'll check in with Mr. Gutierrez, because he had been my second on the steering committee. So Mr. Friedman, questions from you? Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Not quite there yet. So I have one question, 3 parts, because pretty much every question I have thought of has been asked. So we would be remiss if we didn't talk about encampments tonight. And so here's the 3-part question. Number 1 is, do you provide services to encampments? And then 2, what are your thoughts on how we can better address the encampments, in particular, the public safety, fire types of issues? Because we're not going to be able to get everybody into housing, as we've heard. It takes 7, 10, 100 times, and they're out there and it's getting colder. And then the third issue is, if we are providing more resource to encampments, how do you balance that with providing the resources to the individuals that are in front of businesses that are highly visible, impacting businesses? Because we can't do it all. So just generally, how do we address encampments? But in particular, those are kind of 3 areas that have come up a lot in the community dialogue.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, thank you for that. Yeah, we are trying to do a more systematic approach to doing encampments. As in my presentation, we do have now a website for reporting on encampments, as well as individuals that are in need. And then once people report those encampments, we have a city staff team that actually looks those all over and tries to prioritize, issues that would be more of a health and safety matter, or, keeping our waterways clean, certain things that really would rise to the more priority level, fire dangers. And that's what we would try to approach the most, as the first. In the meantime, though, with our PLHA funding, we do have to focus on deliverables for the state with that as well, meaning that since it is a housing allocation that we get from, a local housing allocation, we do have to show that we are housing people with that, those funds as well. So you're right, we do have very competing, efforts going on, and it's hard. It's very hard because we don't have enough funding, honestly, to try to approach everything all at once. All I can say is that systematically we try to prioritize and take on the most that we can with highest priority that we as staff recognize.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, can I speak to that a bit too?
Yes, please go ahead.
We lobbied, I know we lobbied all of you hard. We lobbied Laura hard, and we, for just what you said, which is a balance. We know that the city is going to need to worry about fires and encampments and safety issues, but we also acknowledge, as we've talked about on this call, that if we don't have equally the same amount of client-based, create this culture of case management that Emily described, that we will end up just moving people around. And so that's another reason for the regional action plans, is that if we're working in all these regions can communicate together. We're going to try to tackle homelessness and reduce the impacts citywide through this client-based approach. Hopefully, over time, that reduces encampments, because we're helping our populations actually get into these more solution-based. So we advocate for both, understanding what you need to do as a city for safety issues. But I would say we always need to sustain this client-based approach throughout the city if we're going to be effective at reducing homelessness and ultimately getting people housed with the right supports.
And that's what we've discussed, and we've had conversations, three of us, Jeff, Rich, and Barbara, on this very issue on encampments, and then the need to actually ensure that we're addressing the individuals on that level. So I just didn't let tonight go without raising that issue, because I think that is, when I talk with the public and from the feedback I see from news articles and other things and other communications, that probably right now is the number one issue that I think that the public is generally interested in, is encampments, and in particular fire and other issues. So by addressing it in everything we've talked about tonight on the individual level, that will in theory reduce the number of homelessness and hopefully get us in there so that there aren't these larger encampments. So I just wanted to raise that issue and let the public know, within our capacity and resources, we are trying to address it within the means that we have. So that's all I have, since everything else was said.
Thanks. Well, we're still in the question period, and I know we have public comment speakers waiting. Ms. Harmon, go ahead with your questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And hi, everybody. Good to see you. I will try really hard to confine this just to questions, but of course, I just have to, as my colleagues have, expressed my sincere appreciation for all of your work. You guys know how much I appreciate you. So with that, I will jump into my question. I'm hoping we can talk a little bit about your neighborhood navigation center work, and if you can sort of flesh out for folks what that is. And I'm also hoping, and maybe this part of the question is for Ms. Doubles, I'm really interested in having a robust conversation about a day center or a formal navigation center, whatever we want to call it. So I'm hoping to hear from you all, sort of where in the timeline of this work that you're doing are we going to get to the point of having that really formalized conversation of considering sites or moving forward in a more formal way, if that's something that the council and the community supports. I'm trying to put that timeline together. That's something that I would like to see us move forward with, and I'm just hoping you could sort of speak to those issues in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Harmon. Thank you. Yeah, that is something that actually has been a topic of conversation many times over, that, we bring up, and in the past we've tried to, do a pilot program. I know Jeff did a pilot program, trying that out. And but I do know that that is something that SB Act is, in the strategy overall. And so maybe I'll have Barbara kind of speak to that a little bit too. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll set up Jeff, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Harmon, to speak to that. The neighborhood navigation concept that we're working on and formalizing right now is actually the compromise. Knowing that there's been a lot of challenges in identifying a particular neighborhood where a physical day center can be more permanent and offer that relief to individuals living on the streets during the day, and that we've had efforts near La Cumbra and then a pop-up day center, that doesn't really reduce the impacts to other neighborhoods when that day center exists, nor does it reduce the impacts to our central library for individuals that frequent that location as a safe haven as well. So what we're trying to do with the neighborhood navigation is really meet, again, individuals where they're at. Create those kind of supportive services, the relationship building, the case management piece, formalizing agreements and partnerships with service providers that we're all sharing data, working together more specifically, more strategically, and really being able to visibly and measurably demonstrate that we're reducing homelessness in those neighborhoods, which is important for residents and business owners and community leaders as well. So for us, it was the solution, knowing that a physical permanent location could be really challenging, especially over the next few years with COVID and other kind of environmental and economic impacts. And again, knowing and understanding that the individuals experiencing homelessness tend to, live within an 8 to 10 block radius. And so we're not necessarily, and I know this is another point of kind of misperception, attracting more individuals to a location that's providing supportive services. We're meeting individuals that are already at that location. So Jeff can speak specifically to Alameda Park and the work that we're doing there.
Yeah, so just being totally transparent, right? I got my work within homelessness started because I started the Pershing Park meal sharing and created a bunch of heartache for people. I've learned a lot since then, just putting it out there. But now we've learned that the model, there are approximately 50 individuals per night per meal sharing at Alameda Park. There are approximately 100 that are regulars that come to the park. So the whole strategy is, if we use all of our partners, approximately 26 partners are involved at the park. You're talking about Doctors Without Walls, Care for Paws, Adams Angels, Showers of Blessing, multiple partners. If we use all the trust of all the relationships that are within all of our partners and volunteers, Westmont included as well, then we can navigate more and more people through this system as we educate and train all these partners. So really the goal is trying to have a holistic space where people can come and receive what they want and then move to what they need based on who they partner with first, and then strategizing, helping more people out of homelessness through the strategies we discussed. So we're implementing it now at Alameda. We're collecting data. I also collect data on how many people are left at the park once we're done with the meal sharing, because we are working closely with Parks and Recreation on this plan. We've done everything we can with them in public health to make this sustainable. But I would say there are people experiencing homelessness at every park. And it's not just because of the meal sharing, but we also want to make sure that we're not creating more problems for the city or neighborhood partners too. So we're trying to balance that out. We're trying to balance out both helping those experiencing homelessness and keeping the impacts on the community low.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Okay, let's go to public comment. And I assume there's people there waiting. Ms. Clerk, and we'll do 3 minutes, but I'll tell people that it's getting late. And so the more concise you can be, the more awake we will be. Thanks.
Very good, Madam Mayor. We have 9 people with raised hands so far.
Okay.
I'll start calling them out. There may be additional people, and I'll add them to the list also. Maggie Sanchez, Chuck Flex, Patricia Wheatley, Kathy Janega Dykes, Lizzie Rodriguez, Mark Alvarado.
Thank you.
Maggie Sanchez, please go ahead.
Mayor, council members, my name is Maggie Sanchez, and I'm interim executive director and founding member of Doctors Without Walls, Santa Barbara Street Medicine. Doctors Without Walls has been providing free medical care to the unsheltered and marginally sheltered homeless population in South Santa Barbara County for 14 years. I'm a retired financial analyst with the Santa Barbara Superior Court. I managed budgets for the Santa Barbara County programs such as grand jury, DA witness expense, and conflict defense contracts. I am also currently a financial analyst to a large foundation that supports both local and global initiatives. I have lived in Santa Barbara my entire life. I grew up on the Mesa, sharing the beaches with our homeless. I remember the hobo village near the bird refuge and what is now the Douglas Preserve. Santa Barbara's homeless community has been woven into the fabric of locals' lives to the point we have all become desensitized. We walk right over people lying in our streets, think nothing of handing them our restaurant leftovers and our clothing hand-me-downs, and call it a day. The same is true of our local government's response to Santa Barbara's ongoing disaster of homelessness. There have been 5-year plans, 10-year plans, and mostly no plan. COVID-19 has changed all of this. This virus emptied our streets except for our homeless. Suddenly, we saw the enormous numbers of community members who did not have shelter. As our shelters reduced capacity to accommodate non-congregate housing, we saw the numbers increase even more. Doctors Without Walls has entered a non-binding MOU with SB Act to provide medical services to the neighborhood navigation centers. SB Act has done an incredible job of bringing together nonprofits, businesses, educators, civic leaders, residents, and activists for the purpose of resolving homelessness. I believe for the first time in 14 years that through a focused collaborative effort, we as a community can begin to manage our homeless into housing and supportive services to keep them housed. While so many of us that currently provide services to our homeless have agreed to come to the table and support the neighborhood navigation centers, we as a community do not see our local city government committing to providing funding and staffing to support this collaborative effort. Isla Vista's new Pallet Home community is a shining example of a city moving in a compassionate, organized effort to solve its encampment problem. I believe that your agenda item 19 only scratches the surface of what city support should look like. You should be fully partnering with SB Act. SB Act is handing you a golden ticket to resolving homelessness in our community, and you are still waffling on continued support, committed support. I have shared my feelings about Santa Barbara leadership and your continued lack of support in keeping our community safe during this pandemic. Your inhumane approach to our homeless encampments has created an even bigger public health problem as you disperse potentially virus-carrying people.
Thank you for what you do, Ms. Sanchez. Thank you, and Doctors Without Walls. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Chuck Flax, then Patricia Wheatley, Kathy Janega Dykes, Lizzie Rodriguez. Chuck Flax. I don't see Mr. Flax. We'll come back to him. Patricia Wheatley, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. I'm Pat Wheatley, Chair of the Housing Authority for the City of Santa Barbara. I have come here today to speak on behalf of Santa Barbara Act's proposal for increased support to continue their outstanding work in our city targeting issues of homelessness. I've worked in this community in the fields of social services for over 40 years. In that time, I've learned that there is no shortage of agencies in our community, but there is often a lack of a significant coordination, planning, and evaluation in order to see the long-term impacts for several of our community's greatest needs. In the last year, I have had the pleasure of working closely with SB Act and have been very impressed with their ability to strategically look at the needs, bringing together key players from private business, government, foundations, and nonprofit organizations, and bringing them together to develop comprehensive plans to clear measurable goals and strategies. The staff, steering committee, and work group build on their individual expertise to come together in order to look at the complexity being dealt with and the need to collectively impact these essential issues. There is no silver bullet at all. The staff of SB Act has shown skill, dexterity, and understanding in their work and has already truly made a significant difference in the ability to come together to address the issues of homelessness and the needs of our neighbors without homes. No agency can do this alone. By coming together, comprehensively plan, implement, and evaluate, we will see change. In fact, we're already seeing positive outcomes. Over the last year, the Housing Authority has provided housing to 81 very vulnerable people living without homes. Many of these successes are a direct result of the collaboration brought about through SB Act. The Housing Authority is pleased to be actively participating in this project and supports this proposal. I appreciate that you widely acknowledge the importance of this process with your initial funding of SB Act. I hope you will expand that support to further their work. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Wheatley. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Kathy Janega Dykes, then Lizzie Rodriguez, Mark Alvarado, Monica Ray, Marge Caffarelli. Kathy Janega Dykes, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Kathy Janega Dykes. I'm president and CEO of Visit Santa Barbara. And as you are aware, the hospitality industry has really been very engaged with the city and entities like SB Act to address the homelessness crisis and its impacts in our community. And I have to say, I'm so grateful for your responsiveness. We've asked a lot of questions and expressed a lot of concerns recently, and your continued willingness to bring us into the process as we all collectively seek solutions to turn this complex problem around. In fact, one of the immediate results of our conversations is the new weekly Zoom meetings for waterfront businesses to address the issues that they're facing along the waterfront as well too, particularly along East and West Beach. We know that homelessness is an incredibly time-sensitive issue for the travel industry, and certainly Santa Barbara's reputation, the future of our tourism are at stake. But this isn't a new problem for Santa Barbara. We've been dealing with it for decades. And while the hospitality industry has been very focused on the waterfront due to the extreme nature of the problems there and the high visibility, we're aware that the homelessness is impacting neighborhoods throughout the city, from downtown and east sides to parks in our neighborhoods. And we too see the need for this very comprehensive regional approach. And we certainly appreciate the increased coordination and collaboration facilitated by SB Act and CityNet, which is bringing us together to address immediate concerns and to work to longer term solutions. So as such, we're asking the city to allocate and invest funding to expand the work of the regional action plans so that we can address this crisis. These plans are working, and we need more research or outreach and more resources for case management to be successful. And I just want to end by commending the collaboration that set this in motion and say that we realize that this is just the beginning of what will be an ongoing dynamic effort. Thank you for the consideration.
You're welcome. Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Lizzie Rodriguez, then Mark Alvarado, Monica Ray, Marge Caffarelli, Chuck Flax, Anna Marie Gott. Lizzie Rodriguez, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Santa Barbara Hotel Group, Restorative Community Network, and West Beach business owners. Homelessness has always been an issue for our city. However, this past year, homeless-related crimes and nuisances have increased dramatically in the West Beach area. Santa Barbara's hospitality industry is struggling as a result of COVID-related travel restrictions and an economic downturn. Small businesses are doing everything possible to keep doors open and keep people employed. However, homeless-related crimes and nuisances are compounding the difficulties of running a small business during this global pandemic. Some of the most common issues businesses are experiencing daily include trespassing, individuals sleeping and defecating on property, breaking into vehicles, businesses and guest rooms, sometimes with the guests still in there, using pools and spas to bathe, harassment, etc. During a time when we are asked to be extremely cautious to prevent the spread of COVID-19, homeless individuals are entering businesses without masks or other PPE and refuse to leave when asked. West Beach businesses are in desperate need of an immediate response. We are requesting 4 responses from the City Council. 1, whatever possible, increase permanent and emergency shelters. 2, provide city ambassadors to patrol the West Beach area to help prevent crimes and nuisances and respond to homeless needs. 3, remove homeless services or move homeless services that are provided Wednesday and Sundays from Pershing Park to warming shelters to prevent their migration to and from the West Beach area. And 4, provide additional financial support to SB Act for case management and outreach. West Beach businesses have recently partnered with SB Act and rely on them to provide case management and response to the chronically homeless individuals that require the most frequent calls for service. They use restorative and transformative approaches. The city has recently been providing encampment cleanups. However, this has proven more disruptive and less helpful without effective services for those being displaced. As a council, I know you have a lot to consider when allocating funds. However, I urge you to consider that the city is reliant on hospitality for TOT and city tax revenue. So I thank you in advance for considering allocating additional funds to SB Act to help get homeless individuals off the streets and receive the services they so desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Mark Alvarado, then Monica Ray, Marge Caffarelli, Chuck Flax, Anna Marie Gott, Jamie Stone.
And Jamie Stone will be our final speaker. Thank you.
Next up is Mark Alvarado. Mark Alvarado, please go ahead.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I've been working with SB Act since April of this year, specifically on the East Side RAP initiative, the regional initiative. And I must say that it's been a very rewarding experience to work with a group that is so engaged as Jeff and Barbara have been weekly, sometimes 2-3 times a week, that they meet with the residents to try to curb the impacts of homelessness that we have on the east side. And I don't need to tell you the down and dirty, it's there. It's the concrete jungle that we're dealing with there. The amount of inebriation and drug use and prostitution that we have up and down Milpas is not acceptable. But we know that it's nobody's fault that we can point fingers at anybody. We can't point fingers at the city. We can't point fingers at the county, anybody. It's our responsibility. But it takes resources. And just to give you a fact, at the bottom end, it costs about $45 a night to shelter somebody in Santa Barbara. With over 900 people on the streets, that's about $6.5 million a year to shelter everybody. What you have on the table today, what you're giving, is less than 6% of that. That's not your fault. That's just what's available. But that just shows you how much of a gap that we have in resources and the need for street outreach, the need for the housing first model, just all the needs all the way around. But I can tell you what SB Act provided for you tonight in terms of their plan is a first class plan. I've seen a lot of plans in my 38 years of public service, and what I saw tonight was very, very impressive. So we're very lucky to have these folks taking the time to do that. It's just that we just don't have the money or the manpower right now. So when you look at homelessness, we can't look at it globally. We have to look at it inside out. It's that one person, as Emily spoke about from CityNet. It's that one person. No today doesn't mean no tomorrow. It's like sales. It's almost like, it's like sales. It's like trying to sell ice to an Eskimo. You got to be out there every day. Every day. That's what it takes. But we're on the right track. It's just that we don't have any money. We have a little bit, but not what we need. But thank you so much. And thank you for your support. Thanks to Brad and his crew and Jeff and all the residents and everybody in the community that's trying to get behind this, because it really is our responsibility as humanity. And it really is about our social well-being and justice for us all. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker. And I think we had 3 more speakers that Ms. Borman has discovered. So thanks. Go ahead.
Very good. Next is Monica Ray, then Marge Caffarelli, Chuck Flax, Anna Marie Gott, Jamie Stone, Pedro Paz, Robin Elander, Tina de Guevara, Alan Bleeker, and Cynthia Toms, and that's it. So next is Monica Ray. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Monica Ray, and I'm from Cottage Health and the Cottage Center for Population Health.
A little over 2 years ago, Cottage Health expanded our homelessness efforts by partnering with PATH to establish a recuperative care program and then collaborating, including with CityNet, on Santa Barbara Connect Home. When we first started this work, we immediately noticed and heard of a critical need amongst homelessness service providers for a convener to draw community organizations together, be a neutral leader to navigate the many stakeholders and complex challenges, and implement solutions to address the needs of those experiencing homelessness. SB Act has truly stepped up to meet this need. Since partnering with the city, SB Act has served in a vital role to thoughtfully and effectively align efforts and bring together key stakeholders, community members, and people impacted directly by homelessness. SB Act has built momentum with this work, and with continued support has the potential to improve the well-being of some of the most vulnerable community members. The continuation of this work is both timely and urgent, especially given the current pandemic. In addition, CityNet's street outreach work fills an important role that brings in multiple strategies needed to measurably and visibly reduce homelessness. We look forward to continuing to work with both SB Act and CityNet to move forward these important goals and taking a collaborative approach to address this community need. Thank you.
Thanks for what you do. Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Marge Caffarelli. Marge Caffarelli, please go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you, Mayor Murillo and members of the council. I just want to say I wake up every morning at 5 a.m. and this is way past my time, but I did not want to, I wanted to make sure that I was able to give my input and my support for SB Act and CityNet. You know, many of you have heard me say this before. This is its own pandemic, homelessness, and not only in Santa Barbara, the city of Santa Barbara, the county of Santa Barbara, the state of California, but in our country. And as we go through this pandemic with what I call the invisible workforce out of work and struggling to put food on the table for their families, they are facing the situation of not being able to keep shelter for their families. And I believe, and I have had this meeting on since 2 o'clock. So honest to God, you all get a gold star. I mean, it has been an amazing evening. You have a lot of competing priorities, but I have to say that, you know, State Street, the closure of State Street, El Paseo, all of the things that we want to make this city great can only be great if we can begin to make a dent in this problem, in this situation that we have. And, you know, Councilmember Jordan, I could not agree with you more that we need an entire meeting on this issue, that having it at 9 o'clock at night just doesn't do it justice. I know that all of you will do the right thing tonight by funding SB Act and CityNet, but I would love to see $500,000 on the table to really fund some of the things that need to happen, like temporary shelters and many of the things that need to be done to really start to make a dent in this issue. I just 20th century said, love is the motive, but justice is the instrument. And so I hope that we can look at this issue that faces this community, which without solving this issue, this community will never be great. It will always be struggling.
Thank you.
We have to provide justice for these people. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Chuck Flax, then Anna Marie Gott, Jamie Stone, excuse me, and then Pedro Paz, Robin Elander. Chuck Flax. We'll come back to Mr. Flax. Next, we have Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good evening, council members. So I'm going to start with one of the things that I mentioned earlier in today's meeting, which is if we don't have the 2 senators in Georgia elected to the Senate, we are not going to get anywhere next year. And if you haven't donated the maximum contribution that you can out of your funds that you have raised to become, to get elected, and your own personal funds, then you should be ashamed of yourself. What you should be doing tonight is donating money, agreeing to go and call and get everyone that you can to call and donate, because we have to see those 2 senators elected, because they can help pass bills that will actually help fund all of the fire and police time that we have, funding that we have had to spend for the pandemic, healthcare, housing for the homeless, and many, many other things, such as money for our restaurants to reopen or to get funding again to actually get back in business if they've closed. So with that said, I'm disappointed in this, in tonight's discussion, because while we talked about nuisances quite frequently, especially drinking in public, there is not a plan or even a suggestion on what we need to do for that. And we actually have a plan and a solution for that. It's just that our city council members have refused to actually pass an alcohol ordinance, and that is desperately needed. We also need to make sure that we do something about panhandling. About a week ago, I was over trying to get gas on Milpas, and I was accosted while I was in my vehicle by a homeless woman panhandling at the gas station. She was not wearing a mask. I could not exit my car, and I was trapped in there while she was screaming and yelling at someone else who would not give her money. So this is the second time in a year that I have been trapped in a car around a homeless person that was irate about one thing or another. So I'm really upset that I still have to, make these comments at public comment regarding these problems. Regarding the ambassadors, I'm really still quite upset that we have diverted money from a tobacco tax to pay for the ambassadors to harass homeless people on State Street. If you want to harass homeless people, why don't you go over to Milpas and get some of the homeless people that are drinking in public and loitering on Milpas.
Thanks so much, Ms.
Stop
Scott,
and go away. Thank
for
you.
sticking with us all night. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jamie Sloan. Jamie, please go ahead. Jamie Sloan, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. Jamie Sloan. Okay, we'll come back to you.
How about
Next.
that? I'm
There
here
you
now.
go.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Yes, thank you so much. Moving quickly. Yeah, I too signed on at 2:00 and thrilled to still be awake and be here. Legendary meeting for sure. Okay, literally this has turned out to be very different than I thought it was going to be for some reason. My apologies. I thought this was going to be at 2:00, a whole meeting on the homeless. And I now find out that it's the last thing on the agenda. So thank you, Councilman Jordan, for emphasizing that this is definitely a very important issue that is facing all of us. Just to be upfront, I'm definitely in support of SB Act and CityNet and the funding. What I did want to do for a moment, now that I've learned a lot, and so it's been a great education, I wanted to draw attention to De La Guerra Plaza. And the homeless situation that exists there. I have a business, Jamie Sloan Wines, and I have employees and I have guests that are feeling extremely uncomfortable in that location. the urination, defecation, violence, drug deals. I've been there over 6.5 years. It gets worse every single day. Is alarming. And so I don't know if we're lumped into the State Street regional location or not, or if we need to have our own designation. But we need some attention there. And we need some attention quickly. It's extremely unsafe. So it's no different than I'm sure a lot of other people have mentioned, where you have homeless people that are not wearing masks, that are accosting people, et cetera. And that is happening right there where we basically live and work daily in front of City Hall, as a matter of fact. I was hopeful that Nancy from Lovebird and Edith Caldwell from Caldwell Adobe would be able to attend and speak. I guess maybe that it just went a little long for them. But yeah, so we really could use your attention there, and we appreciate anything that you can do to help us. I sent around a video because I now found an avenue to be able to try to share some documentation of what we're experiencing. Certainly very graphic, sorry about that, but that's just doing the best I could to grab a camera really quick. So that's about it. Definitely in support. Would appreciate any attention that you can give to our area. It's very, very unsafe. And we're driving away a lot of people that are coming here that want to have a nice experience in Santa Barbara. Thank you so much for your time, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thanks, Mr. Sloan. We'll be in touch. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Pedro Paz, then Robin Elander, Tina de Guevara, Ellen Bleeker, and Cynthia Toms. Robin Elander, please go ahead.
Mayor and council members, my name is Robin Elander, Executive Director for Downtown Santa Barbara, an organization that supports and promotes over 1,200 businesses in the Downtown Improvement District. I want to honor the work of our presenters and the steering committee for their work in the creation of the thoughtful 3-year strategic plan. I also want to commend the city for their commitment towards preventing homelessness, as well as the development of these various partnerships that support our community. I've had the opportunity to work collaboratively with Barbara, Jeff, Rich, Brad, Emily of SB Act and CityNet, as well as many business community members, our local police department, city council members, and ambassadors who have been part of the State Street Regional Action Plan and the steering committee's work. Much positive work has been done. The State Street Regional Action Plan teams have been very responsive to the concerns of businesses and residents and the needs of people experiencing homelessness. With as much work that has been done, we need to continue to stay the course and further the good work and fully fund SB Act and CityNet. Homelessness and the impacts of homelessness, as other speakers on this call have expressed, are at crisis level in Santa Barbara and especially downtown. I urge you to commit these needed resources on case management and diversion, as well as the time, energy, and resources necessary to create more transitional housing, affordable housing, and emergency shelter housing. Not only is it crucial for our community to take care of our poverty and trauma-stricken residents, but it's also just as important to support the economic vitality and safety of our downtown business district, which has been significantly affected by the impacts of the pandemic, as well as the impacts of people experiencing homelessness. Thank you to all of you who have put in endless hours today and many other days, as well as your patience and heart each of you and every one of you has put into this important work. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Elander. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Tino de Guevara. Tino de Guevara.
Good evening, Honorable Council. I will be brief. I know it's getting late. This is Tino de Guevara speaking. As a member of the SB Act, Eastside Regional Action Plan Group and president of the Santa Barbara Eastside Society, I have seen firsthand the impacts of homelessness on businesses and residents on the east side of Santa Barbara. While homelessness affects everyone citywide, A recent survey by CityNet Services indicated that 38% of 50 individuals surveyed were sleeping in vehicles in the Milpas area. This high incidence of people living in vehicles on the east side is something not seen in any other district. In conducting my own reconnaissance, I discovered areas such as East Side and Ortega Parks have an inordinate amount of vehicles parked on city streets. Other areas where people are sleeping in vehicles include Salsipuedes, Union Streets, and Santa Barbara Streets at the freeway. In addition, we have dialogued with homeless who have been asking for a day center where they can obtain simple services like a shower and washing their clothes. We have spoken to residents and business owners alike who are afraid to go outside after dark because of people sleeping on their steps and others yelling and intimidating people. In all these things, there is one common theme being heard. Nothing seems to change. We want to change that perception, and the best way we can do that is to be given the resources to put our plan into action. We urge you to fund CityNet Services to begin the necessary outreach to the homeless, and that additional PLHA funds, specifically prioritizing the Milpas community, be allocated. We have already identified a potential location for a pilot project aimed at addressing the vehicular homeless. In return, for our part, we promise strong community involvement, accountability, and a continuing commitment to improving the East Side environment. Thank you and happy holidays to you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Pedro Paz. Pedro Paz, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Pedro Paz, Director of Grant Making with the Santa Barbara Foundation. I'm here to encourage you to continue supporting the work of SB Act, and in particular, the Common Agenda developed by SB Act. As you know, it focuses on aligning community resources to achieve the goals they have set forth. Likewise, much like the members of the council acknowledge the need to collaborate with regards to the city's library system, I would like to highlight the value and effectiveness of collaboration and coordination when it comes to homeless services. To that end, today, the foundation finalized our final stage of funding 9 nonprofits that provide emergency shelter services in the city. That funding will not be effective without the type of continued coordination of the work that SB Act provides. In closing, I just want to encourage you to consider this funding. It does pay off quite a bit and will continue to impact the community in lots of different ways that we have yet to be seen. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Alan Bleeker, then Cynthia Toms. Alan Bleeker, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. As the proponent, I'm a business owner and property owner in Milpas, and as many of you know, I'm a proponent of the business approach to ending homelessness in Santa Barbara, and especially on the east side. I have seen a marked improvement with the work that Santa Barbara Act and CityNet have done on the east side. So I encourage you, I just want to be really brief. I just want to encourage you to follow through and fund this fantastic, someone else on the call put it ever so perfectly, that in many years, this is the best thing that she's seen. I agree, and I encourage you to fund it. Thank you for all you do for us to make this a great city to be in.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Cynthia Toms and Sharon Byrne. Cynthia Toms, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thanks so much for taking the time to hear from us today. I'm speaking today as a member of SB Act's Board of Directors. I'm also a Westmont professor. I was drawn to SB Act because of their collective impact model, namely how it applies to what we're talking about tonight with the strategic plan. As an academic, I know the research that supports this model, As a former practitioner in international development, I've actually witnessed the importance but often undervalued role of collaborative leadership. And as a board member, I've seen the process of SB Act up close and personal, and I'm here to lend my support and encourage you to consider full support and funding for the Act on Homelessness Collaborative as it successfully aligned partners from across all sectors that you heard represented tonight, nonprofit, business, government, community members. The creation of the common agenda, the strategic plan we're talking about tonight for homelessness, is itself a crucial step for all stakeholders across the city in order to address the impacts of homelessness that we've heard talked about tonight. We've already seen the needle move on homelessness on a regional basis through the collaborative. We believe that with the City Council's support, the collaborative will be able to tackle large issues such as homelessness prevention and increased housing and shelter with greater success than the city has even seen previously. The collective impact initiatives require that resources be aligned toward the common goals. Moving forward, we also encourage City Council to ensure all funding for homelessness and housing is aligned with the strategic plan that's created by the Act on the Homelessness Collaborative. You know, I will say supporting strategic plans and coordination are not always the most important priorities in community development, but it's truly the way that we commit to change. The 3-year strategic plan continues to be a coordination effort that we know can make lasting change. We've seen change already happen. We know that there's more. And so just to encourage you to lend full support and full funding. Thank you.
Thanks. And I understand Edie Caldwell and Deborah Dunn had their hands raised. Ms. Dunn will be our final speaker on the subject. Thanks.
Very good. Our last 3 speakers are Sharon Byrne, Edie Caldwell, and Deborah Dunn. Sharon Byrne, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor and City Council, I hate to be the 10 o'clock girl speaking this late after such a long meeting. I just want to throw my enthusiastic support out there and say yes, 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 yes. Having worked with SB Act for years now, I feel like, and CityNet for at least a year and a half, I can attest to the value of this approach and how it works. We have a project going with them in Montecito at the moment, and it's been getting some very good traction. It's the only thing I've ever seen that works. The only thing I would caution you about is please keep a regional approach. Do not assume that homelessness ends at your city limits. We know that people do migrate back and forth quite a bit, so please be willing to do regional cooperation with your friends here in Montecito and also on the Goleta side of things. But this is the best approach you can possibly take. The only other thing I would encourage you to do is look hard now at housing solutions and where we're going to put a lot of folks, because we are about to do outreach on a massive scale across this county that we have never done at this scale before. And we're going to hit a collision course of when people say yes to us, then what are we going to do? Where are they going to go? So we really need to think that through pretty carefully. But full endorsement, and thank you so much for getting to this point, even if it's at 10 o'clock at night. Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Edie Caldwell. Edie Caldwell, please go ahead.
Unmute. Oh, hello, can you hear me? Hi, I know it's late, so I'll be quick. I'm stunned. I'll back up. I have a gallery that's on De La Guerra Plaza. I know quite a few of the homeless people now that I've been there for a year. I would like to help, and I would like to talk to them and come up with a different, hopefully additional, not different, additional positive suggestion that I won't take up your time now, but it's time to get them involved with the situation also. And I think there are positive ways to do that. And I'm all in and will do whatever I can. And also I've been designing a small ADU. So that's a whole nother thing that you need to know about. It's just a fluke, the whole thing. So yes, if there's anything I can do to help, I'm on De La Guerra Plaza all the time. I know a lot of them. The one thing I must say, all of this about the housing and the apartments and the beds, that's one thing. But they don't, the reason they are outside is that they're in Santa Barbara and the sun's out, and they're out on the street because they'd rather be out on the street. Who wouldn't be, rather? So factor that in. You have to allow for that, and we'll talk later. Anyway, I do have some ideas, and I won't keep you up. But thank you very much for what you're doing. I appreciate it. Bye.
Thanks, Ms. Caldwell. Thank you. Final speaker?
Our final speaker is Deborah Dunn. Deborah Dunn, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Deborah Dunn, a co-director of the Westmont Initiative for Public Dialogue and Deliberation. And we've spent the last year working side by side with SB Act as they build community partnerships across the city, especially on the east side. I think this is a plan with wide community input. It's a good model, and these are good people. So I urge you to pass this agenda item, but I also urge you to make this one of your highest priorities in the coming months. And I encourage you to make it a priority to see how homelessness is impacting the people on the east side. So thank you so much for hanging in there tonight.
Thank you. We'll close public comment, and we do need to take action on these funding items. And I guess I would make my closing remark that if we want to talk about housing and shelter beds, we need to include the County of Santa Barbara in the discussion. And I'll check in with SB Act the next time they're having an all-call meeting, that the topic could be there is money coming from the state, and so it's a bigger conversation than just our contract with SB Act and CityNet. So, Ms. Steddon, I'll start with you, and go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move staff recommendation, and I think we probably all feel like we wish it was more. We know it needs to be more. And I will just reiterate that I really think this is one of the best things the city has done to address homelessness. And we're just on the verge of seeing how much this is going to affect things. We're already seeing it, but I think we're really on that verge of we're going to see major progress with this approach. And I'm just very grateful and happily move the staff recommendation.
A second from Ms. Gutierrez. Thank you. Would you like to make comments, Ms. Gutierrez? Okay. Okay. Comments from Ms. Harmon, Mr. Jordan? I almost called you Ms.
Sure.
Jordan. Oh my God.
Ms. Gutierrez, are you?
No, I
she
just
can-
wanted to second it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just make, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just be very brief. Also want to express my sincere appreciation to SB Act and just really acknowledge that the service that they're providing, it's such a critical link for us and our community to be able to guide and support our neighbors out of homelessness. And I just, this really is something that we've needed, and it's really just so critical. So I wanted to just say that and say how grateful I am and how much I look forward to the good work to come, and say that I strongly support this increased funding and agree. I wish we could do more, and we'll look forward to conversations about dedicating more and as much resources as we can to this as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll echo that support, but I have a couple comments too. You know, in my generation, we would have said, hey, look, we went to the moon. But this is obviously one of the key failures of what will be our lifetime, yours and mine. I'm a little older, but yours, my peers, and mine. We have incredible wealth that exists in this nation, incredible wealth that exists in this city. The rate of improvements in industrial know-how and technology are just dizzying and accelerating all the time. And yet, year to year, we see the same misery and problems not improving, and in some cases getting worse. it's frustrating. I don't, my wife would kick me if I didn't say I was a young, very barely a teenager when then Governor Reagan started his small government initiative and probably started this problem in the mid 60s. And that's one of the legacies we're left with. But it's certainly solvable. I have no doubt that it's solvable. The answer to experiencing homelessness is obviously to have homes for people. It's that simple. The answer is not just to get them out of my sight and out of my presence. That's not the answer. The answer is to go find solutions that provide housing. I'm cautiously optimistic that SB Act and CityNet are not just driven by sustenance and maintenance, but they're actually going to be the resolution of impacts and results oriented will be what they're looking for. And I'm looking forward to participating and watching that. I actually participate in 2 RAPs, one for State Street and one for West Beach. But I also have to say that we, collectively, the we of this council or prior councils, when we're given the opportunity to control, to do things that we do control, we politically fail. All of you know the two situations that I'm referring to in the past couple of years that failed miserably and went down in flames. A huge combination of issues there, poor messaging, poor presentation, but also the political will of this city stood by and watched that happen because we weren't willing to step up and take a chance and approve locations or processes or results that would get people off the street. So part of the fix has to be looking in the mirror, for us to look in the mirror and decide that we will have the political will when we have opportunities to contribute, that we will contribute. In meeting with SB Act, I'm happy that they agree that education is one of the components that's been missing in the past. My peers have absolutely no idea of what goes on the street and what has to take place to get a person from moving from where they are to where we want them to be. I mean, my analogy of, hey, you're homeless, here's a ticket to a home, and that's the answer, is totally what a lot of my peers think. And education will help solve that problem, will help create greater engagement with people who don't want to be engaged for that reason. I also have a commitment from SB Act that they will sincerely acknowledge the impacts that's on the community and the businesses by those that are homeless on the street. Ignoring those impacts with people you're trying to bring along with you and get to participate and contribute to the fix has got to be one of the key issues in any message we bring or they bring. And then, of course, the results that people in the community are looking for really boil down to a return on investment. Is what we're doing getting to what we want to see, and that is more people housed who are homeless. I'll end there, but really my message to myself and to my peers is that it will take us having the political will, not worrying about the votes, not worrying about the pushback. The same people we fear are the people that are complaining about the problem. And until we have the political will to address that in the way that solves the problem, it's just a dog chasing its tail. And I will continue to beat that drum. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So the recommendation, the motion is pretty straightforward. So Ms. Clerk, if you'll take a roll call vote, please.
Yes, this is a motion for the staff recommendation for item 19 by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Councilmember Jordan.
Probably think I fell
I'm
asleep
sorry.
already, huh?
I
Yes,
apologize. I am out of.
you were out of order. You caught me out of order.
I'm out of order, and so I will go as my first vote to Councilmember Friedman.
Present. Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous. Thank you. We'll close that item, and thanks to the SB Act and CityNet people, Laura Doubles. Folks, we usually don't go this long. It's just the last meeting of the year, and it got crammed with items. So to the public, thank you for waiting. To my council members, take a deep breath. We're going to do one more. If you would read this into the record, Ms. Clerk, item 20.
Certainly. Item 20, request to governor for release of Central Coast region from regional stay-at-home order provided that intensive care capacity is above 15%.
And our city administrator, Paul Casey, will tee up this item for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. As I think most are aware, the state is entering a winter surge on COVID cases. We are seeing increases in cases statewide. In response, the state adjusted their approach with the stay-at-home order and created 5 super regions within the state of California, and created a Southern California super region of Mono County, San Luis Obispo County, and everything south. And so it's a very large geographical area called the Southern California region. And if ICU, intensive care unit bed capacity, got below 15%, a stay-at-home order would be put in place. And so about 8 days ago, the Southern California region entered that stay-at-home order because the Southern California regional ICU bed capacity has gone well below 15% now by this point. Last Tuesday, the County Board of Supervisors sent a letter to the governor asking that a Central Coast region be created, made up of San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties. And all 3 County Board of Supervisors sent a joint letter essentially to the governor saying, after the 3-week stay-at-home order, allow us to proceed as our own region and allow us to return to whatever appropriate tier we would be in if our ICU bed capacity within that region increased above the 15% threshold. City Council at the meeting last week asked to send a letter in support of the county's request and the 3 counties' request. And so that is what is before you, is a draft letter for the mayor to sign in support of that request of the governor. I have not heard that the governor's responded to the Tri-County's request for creating a Central Coast region. Here to answer any questions.
Seems pretty straightforward, and I'm assuming that we have people on the call who want to give us their public comment. Any questions from the council members at this point? We'll go to public comment then. Ms. Clerk, with great thanks to the people waiting. Yeah.
We have 2 people that have raised their hand for public comment on this item. That's Jacqueline Inda and Mitchell Sirvin. Jacqueline Inda. And Anna Marie Gott has raised her hand also. So Jacqueline Inda, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor and City Council, I understand that you guys have been sitting there for quite some time, and I have been sitting at this end listening along with, I'm sure, many other individuals. I want to speak on behalf of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce within this region, but also the stance that the California Hispanic Chamber of Commerce has taken in support of creating a central region. We know that our businesses are hurting, and we also know that it's important for us and vital for us to continue to stay open as much as possible, especially for some of our small service industries and our local merchants. Unfortunately, within the middle of this pandemic, our council is about to hear the subject when we have closed our businesses once more. The Santa Barbara region, our area of the city, has not created a formal assistance program, although our task force efforts have established some communication and created some partnerships. What I'm saying basically is that our businesses are hurting, and right now is the time for us to act. In the city of Goleta, the city last week addressed the issue by creating more support efforts around the foundation and providing more relief efforts at this point with the second closure. We know that the city of Santa Barbara created some support systems with matching the $50,000 that was given, but the city of Goleta has a 30,000 population and has given over $100,000 for their small businesses. And I ask and encourage that you consider communicating with our businesses more effectively within this pandemic time, especially right now when it's critical and crucial, as this emerging need hit us all unexpectedly and unfortunately. I do support the effort of creating this correspondence, but I also urge our council within the city of Santa Barbara to move closely with other councils in supporting our businesses now before the end of the year. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Zinda. Next speaker, please.
Mitchell Shirvin has left the meeting. Our final speaker on this item is Anna Marie Gott. And Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good evening, council members. So I urge you not to send this letter. You do realize that yesterday Ventura's ICU was at 1%. They are still having problems with churches holding services indoors and people hosting parties. They are now having restaurateurs going national for actually allowing people to protest by eating in their outdoor dining facility as they sell them takeout. San Luis Obispo has just reopened all of its outdoor dining. It was a cesspool of germs on State Street. You could not walk down the 500 block because it was so crowded, because there were so many people sitting on outdoor patio dining so close to pedestrians, and no one could properly socially distance. Absolutely, we should be doing everything that we can to open up, but we have to open up safely. When can we open up safely? When Los Angeles and the city of Ventura, the county of Ventura and Santa Barbara can all open up at the same time. Right now, we have Visit Santa Barbara that is still advertising for tourists to come to Santa Barbara in a pandemic, in a lockdown. And what do you think would happen if Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo County all got a permission slip from the governor to reopen at the same time when their ICU was just a little bit lower than LA? We would have a mad dash stampede of everyone who had pandemic fatigue to come up to the city of Santa Barbara. That is exactly what happened over Memorial Day, and it took us 6 weeks to decide to go ahead and shut down only after our hospitals were starting to be overrun. Do you remember that? I remember that. And we're doing the same thing here. We should have never opened up this close to Thanksgiving with regards to allowing people to go out and have outdoor patio dining, come up to Santa Barbara and visit our hotels. It should have been closed, and we may not be experiencing this surge that we're seeing right now. But people can't stay home. And if you decide to send this letter tonight, you're giving the bird to every single resident in Santa Barbara who is worried about their family and their friends contracting the disease, worried about our hospital system. I am not worried about the businesses right now. I am more worried about seeing people die.
Thank you, Ms. Gott.
That's what I'm worried about.
Your time is up. Thank you. So any other speakers? Did they pop up, Ms. Gorman?
Madam Mayor, Mitchell Shervin is back. So Mitchell, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Mitchell, please go ahead. You're unmuted. Mitchell? Okay, Madam Mayor, that was the final speaker.
Thank you. Well, he owns a restaurant, so maybe we can guess what he would say, but we'll close public comment and let's have our discussion with respect. Some of us might want to send the letter, some of us might not want to. It's pretty clear it's setting this 15% of capacity. Please go ahead. Let's hear what you all have to say. Ms. Sneddon, you had your light on first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would first like to say that I think I'm glad you mentioned with respect. There are so many ways to look at this issue and people are hurting on all sides of it. And just to acknowledge the pain that people are in and the fear and the anxiety. And as we are all getting closer to knowing somebody affected, just with very much respect. You know, today in the news and hospitalizations and deaths are spiking. The state just ordered 5,000 body bags and 60 refrigerated storage units for remains. We're in the final sprint. There is hope. Vaccine is coming. This isn't the time to celebrate and open our doors and invite a party downtown. I can't in good conscience for myself vote for that. I think this is the time to be in solidarity with our healthcare workers, with our teachers, our students at home who aren't in school. There are just so many people who are hurting, and I don't believe it's safe for the workers in restaurants to be pressured to be serving other members of the population at risk of their own health. And we need to come up with ways for financial relief for workers, and we need to demand that from the governor. If we're writing a letter to the governor, I want financial relief. I don't want to write to the governor and say, let us open up. As far as separating from the rest of the units, basically, we're LA's playground and backyard, and they're putting stricter restrictions than the state is because they're out of beds. And the last thing, if we're the only place open around and we think we won't have people who are highly exposed coming and visiting here, and I know that people are hurting and businesses are hurting, it's just not the time. We're in the final stretch, and I ask very respectfully that if this letter passes, could we please have individual council members sign, because I don't want my name on it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Friedman? Can you come back?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm going to be supporting of sending this. This is tough on everybody, but I think that if we're just going to say that we're part of the Southern California region, then we need to be prepared to say we're going to lose a lot of businesses, which is going to lose a lot of jobs, which means we're going to have a lot more homelessness. Ironically, we just talked about that. We're going to have, our kids are not going to be able to go back to school this year, at least some of them in Santa Barbara Unified School District. And as a parent right now, every single parent, every single family I know, including my own, our kids are struggling with mental health issues. And I'm also going to say that I don't agree right now that it's not about opening up. My wife works at an ER. I work at a grocery store. I hear things that are going on in the ER, and I'm going to tell you that our ER workers, our hospital workers, they are overworked, overstressed, and they know what's coming. At the same time, if we're just going to say that we should remain with San Diego and LA, then what are we doing up here? Because then we should just defer all authority of everything we do to LA and San Diego because they can't get their acts together. So everyone needs to remember that these businesses allow people to make a living and allow people not to become homeless and all these things. And it's very emotional for me and everybody. And I see things just because of the other work and my kids. And I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with my family and my kids. They are, and every single family I know. So for us to at least, when we're doing the right thing up here, because we wear masks up here, they don't wear them in Orange County. And for us to be grouped with Orange County, when we're doing the right thing for the most part up here, it's troubling to me. So I'm not sending this letter to open up. I'm sending this letter so we could control our own destiny along with Ventura and San Luis. So I hear what everyone's saying, and it's late. And I just want to say there's other impacts. People are dying from the virus, but there are other ways that people are dying because of other things that are the response to it. So it's not all that easy. I'm just a little flustered right now. So I'm supportive of sending the letter, and that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
I'm in support of everything Mr. Friedman just said. I am supportive of the letter as well. And the reason that I brought it up, and I definitely respect Ms. Sneddon's comment, and I understand where she's coming from. And it is a very delicate issue, but the reason that I brought it up last week was because from the work that I do beside the city council, I can tell you that our youth are suffering. There are a lot of youth that are having anxiety attacks. They're attempting to commit suicide. But what was mostly heartbreaking is to find out that a local business owner that has been around for years and has given so much to the community committed suicide. And another tenant, because he was overwhelmed that he was not going to be able to pay the rent, committed suicide. So I don't think a lot of people understand that not only are they dying because of this virus, and I understand that we are a tourist attraction, but we also have to take responsibility of not exposing ourselves. But we also have the responsibility as leaders to help these business owners. We have a lot of businesses in town that have been around for many years with a lot of hard work, and they're businesses that are family owned and that hire local people that live in my neighborhood, that have families, that their children come to school where I work, and I can see the domino effect of this. And it's really, really sad to hear children saying that they don't want to live anymore because they're tired that there's no food and that Santa Claus is not coming. The parents are talking about leaving Santa Barbara, going back to their country. It's really heartbreaking. And that's the reason that I brought the idea of this letter, because I wanted to show the public that there's also a bigger crisis. And we understand this pandemic is serious. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to ask a quick clarifying question. The letter that we're talking about sending says nothing about opening up or not opening up, right? The letter that we're talking about sending is about creating a Central Coast region, correct?
Mr. Casey.
Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Harmon, that is correct. It is asking to create a subregion of the 3 counties, and that if after the 3-week stay-at-home order, which we're in about week 1 of, if the ICU bed capacity is greater than 15% for the Tri-County region, that then we would be allowed to open up under what other color tier our metrics would allow us to do so.
Thank you. And so under the current system, we have this Southern California tier, that's the, all 7 counties or 10 counties in Southern California. If that number, ICU capacity, is more than 15% at the end of 3 weeks, we go back to the tiered system. What we're saying is to just have one that is more regional specific to us, right? I was confused by some of the comments from my colleagues, so I want to make sure.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate the comments of all my colleagues, and this is an incredibly sensitive issue. But to me, what we're talking about really is about assessment and about metrics. And I do think that it's important, and it is a reasonable ask that we be considered within our Central Coast community. I too will be supporting this letter. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll support it also. To help Ms. Harmon, the only reason we're in this predicament is not because of our measurement, it's because we were included with all those other counties. If we were still in the original, not the big, huge region divisions that the governor decided to implement when we were open, we are still meeting those same criteria for being open. I have a rather unoptimistic outlook now. Ventura County numbers are not good, and we're asking to be in that region. My daughter's hospital in Westlake has 0 beds available right now. So it just does seem like it's creeping our way this way. But I think it's a slap in the face wake up call locally too, that if you can get some relief, you control your destiny, and you better start distancing and wearing a mask if you want to maintain any potential of being open. But I too think we've been unjustly put with a much larger region, and it should be a smaller region.
Okay. Any other opinion? Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you're all aware, I'm a little biased in the sense that I'm currently recovering from COVID-19, and I just gotta say, I understand the situation that our business owners and residents are in regards to their employment and livelihoods. I do not want you to lose your business. I don't want you to lose your job, but I sure as hell don't want you to lose your health or your life. I can tell you firsthand that the people who brought the virus to me, they weren't from this county. They were from the Southern California counties. They came up here because they thought it was safe. And they stayed in hotels and Airbnbs in our area, and they went to restaurants and stores in our area. And I just feel like if we encourage any of it, it's just we're defeating the purpose of why we're in this position as elected officials to protect people. So I will not be supporting it.
Thanks. I will be supporting it. I was ready to write the letter on my own last week. Just today, I told a couple of restaurant owners, no, we can't use the parklets for a public picnic area. No, we're not rejecting the governor's order. There's a lot of pressure on us right now. This to me seemed like a reasonable gesture to detach us from Southern California and let us act as a smaller region, which on the whole has had better numbers. So if I read the tea leaves here, there'll be 5 votes for the letter. I appreciate what you're saying, Ms. Sneddon, that but if 5 of us vote for it, it is a majority of the Santa Barbara City Council. So
is it signed from the mayor or from the council or?
It's the attachment in the in your CAR, and it's signed by me, and it says on behalf of the Santa Barbara City Council. So
I would
that's
really respectfully ask that we can separate our names. It's just, I understand this letter's going, I understand, but please, out of just mutual respect that Oscar and I not be spoken for in a letter of this way. I'll speak for myself. I don't want to be spoken for in this way.
You know, that's not how it's done, but I don't want to take a hard stand on it. Mr. Casey, I could write the letter, sign it, and then have only the other 4, am I counting correctly? 4 or 5? Yeah, the other 4 people, we could all put our signatures on it. I would make the exception now because of pandemic, but another time, if I were on the losing end of a vote and you know, a majority of you wanted something that I didn't, I would actually sign it as mayor, because that's my job, is to represent the city. So Ms. Sneddon, I hope you're recognizing that this is an exception on my part. And I don't see any other council members popping up to say it has to be signed and representing everybody. So I think we can do that. We'll have to gather everyone's signatures probably tomorrow so that we can send it off. So because of pandemic, I would make this exception, but I won't do it again, and I would never ask for it, as I said, if I was on the losing end of a vote. So I will make the motion, if somebody will second it, that we send this letter with a special.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez, with a special signature section. We'll take a roll call vote, Ms. Clerk.
This is a motion by Mayor Murillo, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
No.
Councilmember Jordan.
I'm sorry, I was not really responding quick enough to ask a question. So this isn't a city letter going then, it's just 4 or 5 council people. Why wouldn't we just write separate letters then? I mean, I'm kind of in your frame of thought that when the city writes a letter, it's just you sign it, then it goes off, and there was a majority of us. I mean, if we want to carve people out, why wouldn't we just write, why wouldn't just have staff set up the yes letters and we'll sign them individually?
Well, I guess to that point, it would be more letters hitting the governor's desk if you think quantity would make a difference. That is an option.
I'm sorry to muck it up. So like,
no, that's okay.
It boggles me that we're gonna send a letter, but only 4 of us or 5 of us are gonna sign it. Like,
it looks like Mr. Casey has an opinion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I think if you're going to approve a letter from the city, I think it's more effective to have 1 letter signed by 5 council members than 5 individual letters. I think it just shows a will of the majority of the council communicating with the governor. So my sense is that's where 5 of you would like to go. So I would suggest that you do 1 letter with the 5 signatures.
okay, thanks.
So you're going to say, are you going to say
yes? Thank you.
Okay. Please continue, Ms. Clerk.
Very good. Jordan is a yes. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
No, and thank you very much for the exception.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, that's 5-2. Thank you very much. We have committee assignment reports, and I'm just going to make time for it because it's the end of the year and people should report. I'll start. I chaired a meeting of the Coast Rail Coordinating Council last Friday. We are continuing a study of the Coast Rail corridor. So that's train service from Los Angeles to San Francisco. LoSAN reported that they're looking at storing some rail cars in Goleta, adjacent to the new Goleta train depot. Train ridership has been down due to the pandemic on the Surfliner, but it's on the increase the last couple of months. But now that we've had the surge, it's back down again. I attended the Santa Barbara Unified School District, did a celebration of the family engagement staff. Those are employees who help and support students and families in the junior high and high schools. Very nice ceremony. And then we did a ribbon cutting, a virtual one for Hootosh Street. It was such an important gesture and action that we did for the East Side community to change that street name. I don't see anyone else wanting to make a report, so thank you for letting me. Oh, Mr. Friedman, go ahead. And go ahead,
Thanks,
please.
Madam Mayor. I don't have a report, but I just wanted to say that because it's the last meeting of the year, that I will be officially ending the 2020 playlist. So tonight I have 2 to send us out on the year. So one is, I want to wish everybody out there a happy holidays within reason that you can with your families, celebrate over the phone, over Zoom, but stay safe. And so there's a holiday song, Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You. And then the last song of the playlist, the final one, is dedicated to this crazy year. And I will say that it's a year like no other. And there's one song that pretty much sums it up, and it's the Grateful Dead. What a long, strange trip it's been, 2020.
Well said. Thank you very much. And we'll see you in the new year. This meeting is adjourned.